Is that seat open over there? Is that seat open? There's a seat right there, too. If anyone has an empty seat next to you, can you raise your hand? Empty seat? Okay. So if you see a hand raised, there's an empty seat. Thank you. You can keep your hands up, though. They need to find you. Okay, I think we're good. All right. One more person. Two more people. Okay. Raise your hand, empty seat. Maybe I should use the lavalier. Is it too late to switch?
The live's turned down. I'll turn it on as soon as you put it on.
Thank you. I do better with it anyways. Okay. All right, so I will try and project. All right, is that good? Can you guys hear me in the way back? That's a yes? Okay, good. Cool, thank you. A little bit louder? A little bit? Okay. I can also project too. So. Okay. Any more seats? Raise your hand. Your seat. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. So first of all, I have to commend you guys for all coming out at 8:30. I'm looking at some tutorials tomorrow, and I'm not sure I'm personally going to make it, so I have to give you guys props for doing that. I was wondering, since you are all here at 8:30, maybe if you can turn me down just a little bit. Okay. Since you are all actually here, how many of you are actually from a time zone that's earlier than here? I'm just curious. Wow. Okay, you should give yourselves a round of applause. That's very cool. All right. Okay, so this session is called Modern Web Apps with HTML5 Web Components, Polymer, and Java EE MVC. So it's got lots of different terms in here, right? So in the next couple of hours, I hope to give you an idea about what that's like, and what each of these technologies are and how you can use them together or separately if you choose. Okay? So a little bit about myself. My name is Kito. You can follow me at Twitter at Kito99. I'm the principal consultant at Virtua. The website needs a little bit of work. We're working on that, but if you need to find me, that's where you can find me. And there I do training, consulting, mentoring, and architecture for a wide range of technologies. My core focus has been a lot of prime faces, JSF, Java EE stuff, and also do Liferay work, Liferay Portal, and also web components, which is what I'll be talking about today. My company is also an official Prime Faces US partner. Prime Faces, if you're not aware, is a JSF component suite. I wrote a book a very long time ago called JSF in Action. Has anyone actually heard of this book? I'm just curious. Wow, cool. Okay. I'm always happy. Usually there's at least one person that's heard of this book, which means there's old people like me. It's way out of print. So I run a website called JSF Central, which doesn't look very good, but has some very useful content on it. I also am the co-host of the Enterprise Java Newscast, which is a handy podcast if you're into podcasts. We do it every couple months or so, every month or two, and cover a lot of the new releases in tech in the world of Java EE, JSF, front-end technologies, back-end technologies. We also talk about Scala and stuff like that. So if you're into podcasts, you should check that out. Speak at lots of conferences, and I'm also a Java Community Process member. And right now I'm in a few different JSRs. One is JSF, one is MVC, which is we'll be talking about today, and then also JSF Portlet Bridge and Portlets. So, before I begin, I do have a question. So, how many of you have written JSF applications before? Okay, wow, a lot of you. All right. How many of you have written Spring MVC applications before? Okay, cool. What about struts? Anybody use struts? Anybody using like struts 2, like a newer version of struts? All right, cool. What about play? Any play people? Okay. Let's see what else. Okay, and how many people have written applications using front-end technologies like Angular? Okay, Backbone, React. All right, good. Okay, so that gives me sort of a sense. So this should all sort of make sense to you. So, MVC, this is this term that's pretty old these days, right? We all know it means Model View Controller, but there's something new coming out, which is called the MVC spec, which is JSR 371, and it's actually part of Java EE, which is kind of interesting in 2015, right? To be creating a server-side MVC framework, because that's exactly what it is, okay? We'll talk more about exactly how it works. But essentially, it's an action-based server-side framework, sort of like Spring MVC. Okay? So if you're familiar with Spring MVC, struts, any framework like that that's action-based, MVC 1.0 should be pretty straightforward to you. And the main idea was to sort of fill a gap in the platform, because if you look at Java EE as a platform, there's a lot of stuff with there's JSF stuff, but not everyone wants to use JSF for everything. And if you wanted to use just pure MVC framework, you pretty much had to either use Spring MVC or use JAX-RS directly, or use servlets or some other framework like Play or something else, right? So there was a survey done, I think it was last year. Actually, I guess it was around the beginning of all these specs about what do people want to see in Java EE. And a lot of people said they wanted an actual alternative framework, right? They wanted something other than JSF as part of the standard Java platform. So because of this, the MVC framework was born. Currently, there is an EDR2 release. So if you go to the JSR, you can then get to the java.net site, and there's actually bits you can download. There's a spec you can look at, okay? And it won't be out for a while, though, because Java EE is not Java EE 8 is not supposed to be out until next year. So this is a preview. So if I worked for Oracle, I would have that big safe harbor statement that they put on every slide, but I don't. So the things that I present about MVC could very easily change, but this should give you an idea about the direction of the spec. And the good thing about the JCP these days is that it's pretty easy to give feedback, and people will actually listen to you. So if you're interested in the spec, you can always go to the java.net site, and you can join the mailing list. You can send emails in the mailing list. People will actually pay attention to what you say. Okay. Also, the sorry, I just got distracted there. That's okay. Sorry, what was I going to say? Oh yeah, the reference implementation, Ozark, which is what it's called, actually has an issue tracker and everything, and so does the spec as well. So if you find issues with the spec or the EDR or any release of the spec, you can file an issue as well. So I think a very obvious question is, what about JSF, right? JSF's been around, actually, we had a BOF last night, and it's actually been like 11 years, which is pretty amazing. And people still use it, and it's still active and being developed, right? So what about it? Well, MVC is not supposed to replace JSF, okay? So this is not, everybody saying we're not going to have JSF anymore, you have to use MVC instead. It's really more of an alternative, right? It's for people who either have a lot more JavaScript, maybe you're using a JavaScript framework on the front end, or you just prefer action-based frameworks and don't want to deal with the perceived overhead of JSF. I will say that there's really not as much as there's perceived to be, but there is some. So if you think about it, this is an example of what a JSF app sort of looks like, right? So in JSF, a lot of the controller functionality is handled by the framework itself, okay? And the controller, will then go get your page, and your page will call expression language expressions, which will talk to CDI, and they could also talk to Spring or something else, but as part of the Java EE platform, they would talk to CDI, which can then deal with your model objects. So in this world, the controller does a lot of the work, and that's a lot of what JSF does, is sort of deal with that controller aspect, right? The other piece is that JSF is a component-based framework, so it has all these UI components and a model for doing them in a very specific way that things are supposed to work, okay? MVC, on the other hand, is a little different, right? So basically, it has a very simple framework, and basically it dispatches controllers, or dispatches two controllers in your application, which can then go get whatever views they want and do whatever they want, essentially. They can talk to form beans or whatever you need, okay? And I have to give Ed Burns credit for these two pictures. Ed Burns is the JSF spec lead. There is a very good article he wrote like a year ago about JSF and MVC. So if you're curious about that, you can type in JSF MVC Ed Burns into Google and you'll find this article. So these two pictures come from him. Okay. So MVC is actually built on top of JAX-RS. So how many people have worked with JAX-RS before? Okay, so a good number of you. And this actually came about, sort of over time. Those of us in the JSF world said, well, we could implement MVC on top of JSF. It's actually not hard to do. But, everyone said, oh, well, we don't want to deal with the perceived, issues or, features or whatever of JSF. We want something separate. So then they were trying to put it inside of the JAX-RS spec. And the JAX-RS guy said, we like pure REST. We don't like any state. We don't want to deal with all this stuff either. So it's actually its own spec, and it's both on top of JAX-RS, which actually I think is the right place for it. So one of the things that you'll find if you use MVC, you will sort of learn about JAX-RS as well. Okay, and if you know JAX-RS, MVC is very, very easy to pick up. One of the differences, though, is that MVC requires CDI, okay? So if you're doing Spring, MVC is not going to work for you. You might as well just use Spring MVC anyways, right? Controllers in MVC actually use CDI. How many people here use CDI? I'm just curious. Okay, smaller number of you, okay. If you're not familiar, CDI is the Java EE platform's dependency injection framework. Pretty easy to use, but very powerful as well. And a key difference is that controllers in MVC can actually be in request scope or session scope or whatever scope you want. Okay, so whereas JAX-RS has constraints about what scope a resource can be in, MVC does not. Okay. Another key difference is that you can handle errors inside of controllers. So in JAX-RS, if you have an exception, you can create global exception handlers to handle those exceptions and then return the proper response, right? But in an MVC app, you might want to actually, return an error message back to the page. You don't really want to go through a sort of a default mechanism. The error response might be specific to what your particular page is doing, right? So it has some functionality for that. Another interesting feature, which I think is a very good one, is the ability to work with different template engines. Okay, so you can use any template engine you want with MVC. It doesn't care. There is an abstraction called the View engine, which is basically used to handle all of the stuff that deals with the template engine. Okay, out of the box, MVC supports two different template engines: JSP and Facelets from JSF. And this sort of underscores a key thing about Facelets in JSF, and that is that Facelets don't actually require JSF really to work. Like it's a really great templating technology. So you can actually use it with MVC without JSF, or you could use JSP, or you could use Timeleaf, I believe. Anyone use that before? Timeleaf? Okay, so a few of you. Or you could use Velocity, and there are implementations in the current reference implementation of MVC for Timeleaf and Velocity. I'm not really sure if they're done or if they work, but I saw them. But by default, it supports JSP and Facelets. Okay, but if you come up with your own, company-specific templating engine, you can use that as well, as long as you implement the proper interfaces. There's also built-in support for cross-site request forgery stuff, so there's an ability to handle that. There's also support for encoding to help you avoid cross-site scripting attacks. And that's about it. Okay, so MVC is actually a fairly lightweight framework. Okay, and we'll get into some code examples in a little bit later. Okay. All right. So what about UI components, right? If you worked with JSF or any other framework that has a concept of a UI component, it's nice to be able to say, okay, I want to grab this data table and I just want to use it and use its interface, okay? Or grab this toolbar and use that and say, I just want to use its interface, as opposed to having to hand code all of these widgets, right? And most web frameworks have some set of widgets, even if it's a client-side framework, right? So, UI components are pretty much everywhere, right? If you look at any website that has more of an application interface as opposed to static content, you can look and find all sorts of widgets everywhere. So if you look here, this is essentially a data table. If you were to think of these conceptually, right? This is a data table. This is a search bar, like a search component. This is like a drop-down menu. This is a toolbar component. This is a breadcrumb component, and this is some sort of menuing sort of component, right? So conceptually, that's what these are. Now I have no idea how they wrote this. Maybe it's not actually components. Who knows? But conceptually, it is. But if you look at the actual underlying markup, oh, that's right. This clicker doesn't work with this. Actually, I don't have the other screenshot. If you look at the actual underlying markup, essentially you're going to have like a whole bunch of HTML, right? If you look at the markup for Gmail, you see 10 pounds of HTML, right? And that's because the web platform doesn't know about components, it just knows about markup, divs, spans, input controls, lists, sections, etc. Not a whole lot, right? So whenever something gets rendered on a page, you're essentially just seeing those primitives arranged in some way to make sense, probably with a whole lot of JavaScript and CSS to make it functional, right? And that's what you see, but your programming model is probably going to be a little bit simpler and provide you more of an API from a component perspective. So component models have been popular since the early 90s. Anyone actually written any Visual Basic code? Any old school people? Woohoo! All right. Delphi was actually my favorite one. These are all desktop tools. Then, of course, there's a whole lot of stuff in the .NET world. And then in the Java world, there's Swing. JavaFX has components, and JSF, Tapestry, Vaadin is another one. All right. How many people used Vaadin before? I'm just curious. Okay, it's a couple of you. In the browser, though, things are a little bit different, right? So in the browser, if you're doing more client-side development, you have a choice of, YUI, which is kind of old school. Anyone use YUI? Okay, a few people. Kendo UI, Bootstrap, jQuery UI, Wijmo, Prime UI is from the Prime Faces team, which doesn't. It's just pure HTML widgets. Infragistics has a whole bunch of components. But basically, you deal with a component suite, right? And the chances of them working together are going to be kind of slim. Or maybe you can sort of get them to work together, but they're all sort of separate, right? But we do it because we want reusable UI functionality, and we'd like to be able to use it within a single application. So you can say, okay, on this page, here's my data grid. This is how I use it. On this page, this is my data grid. I can use it a little bit differently, associate with different data, give it some different columns, et cetera, right? And the idea is that you can focus more on your core application and not worry as much about, sort of the mundane aspects of how a particular component works, okay? And it becomes really powerful when you start to use it across applications, right? So whether you're using JSF or Tapestry or front-end frameworks, if you can use the same components in different applications in your organization, you get some really big gains, right? You have the same data table in different applications, you have the same toolbar, et cetera, et cetera. So if you go back to the Dropbox example, so this is what I was talking about with the markup. You see, I'm looking at this element here, but it's just a whole bunch of divs, right? So the web platform doesn't have any idea about these. So even if you use any of these frameworks we're talking about, the browser still has no clue that there are components. It has no clue. It just knows it has HTML, JavaScript, and CSS. So we like to work with abstractions. We use a programming model that is componentized, whether it's YUI, if you're old school, or JSF, or something else. But the native markup is not. And the abstractions can look like this, right? This is a data table in JSF. If you've done any JSF program, this should look pretty straightforward. You can specify your table, your different columns, data it points to, etc. And this renders, a beautiful, lovely data table with all these features that the users like, right? But the way that you write it is pretty straightforward, right? It's a whole bunch of markup. There's, an API for the properties that it supports, etc., etc. If you were using Bootstrap, a component might look like this. And here, you're working more with the primitives, right? So because there's no server-side layer to give you that abstraction, okay, you essentially have to say, okay, well, here are my primitives, and let me give the JavaScript code some way to associate those primitives with some behavior, okay? And the way you do it here is you basically apply certain CSS classes, right? So Bootstrap knows, okay, well, this thing is a button, has the CSS selector, button default, whatever, so I know what to do. And this has the CSS selector drop-down menu, right? So then I know what to do with that. And then it adds some magic and makes it a component, right? jQuery UI is similar. You can use different IDs that you can associate with the API and give you some neat looking components. But again, we're not dealing with the actual web platform. So that's where web components come in. So web components bring a native component model to the web, okay, to actual HTML. So instead of dealing with these abstractions on the server side or by attaching CSS selectors or IDs to native HTML elements, you actually have a component model that's built into the web platform itself, okay? So as an example, this is a typical sort of modal dialog, right? This actually comes from the Polymer components, which we'll talk about in a little bit. And, you know, it's pretty straightforward. It's a pop-up window, has a button, not too exciting. But it's not something you want to code over and over again. You don't want to have to manually, you know, have divs and then add buttons and align them and everything over and over again. You want to be able to say, hey, give me dialog, here are my buttons, here's my content, display that stuff for me, please. So you can with a web component. So this is an example of a web component. You see it's paper action dialog. There are some properties which are being set here. Okay. There's some content. There is a button. Okay. And you see each of these elements have actual properties. Like this is actually a property. It just, but it's a Boolean property, so it doesn't say true or false. Okay. But what's nice about this is that this is actual valid HTML. Okay. It's not being processed on the server. It's not being processed in JavaScript, you know, by figuring out something about the page. It's actually a native, well, almost native HTML element. Okay? And that is the key difference. This is actually what it means to be part of the web platform. Your language, excuse me, this is why the lavalier is a problem for me. Your language is, that you're actually developing in on the page actually represents what you're doing, right? So Web Components is actually a collection of HTML5 standards. So like many things in the HTML5 world, it's not just one thing. It's a few different things. It is, number one, custom elements. And custom elements are the ability to actually extend the language of HTML with your own element names. So that example I just showed you, this is paper action dialog is a custom element. Okay? Make this a little bit bigger. Oh, right, doesn't work. HTML templates is another feature. So there's been different templating frameworks for HTML in the client side, you know, in addition to the server. And HTML templates is a client-side feature that works with the browser to give you the ability to take little snippets of markup and then basically have them hang out until you activate them. Okay? So let's say you had some markup that represented a given row, right? You could essentially add those individual rows to the DOM programmatically if you wanted to, okay? Without having to redefine what a row looks like, okay? So think of it as sort of a shortcut for manually manipulating DOM nodes, okay? Another feature is HTML imports. And HTML imports allow you to essentially take a set of features or a set of content like CSS, JavaScript, HTML, and put it in a file, and then load that file in your page. Okay? So if you have a whole bunch of things together, you can actually just put them in an HTML import and then import that one HTML file. Okay? So think of it as sort of like importing a package in Java. Okay? Package has a whole bunch of different classes. All you have to do is import that package, and then you can reference all the stuff in there. Okay? Another feature is Shadow DOM. And Shadow DOM basically allows you to provide a wall between the markup of your page and the markup inside a given component. Okay? So how many people have dealt with JSF naming containers before? Anybody? Anybody know what that is? How many people have noticed those funny IDs that JSF creates? Anyone? Along the same lines. So JSF tries to handle this problem by creating a naming container. So if any component has children, that's a naming container. Each child has a different ID. Okay? But the main reason for that is to ensure that each element is sort of independent within the page. So the idea behind Shadow DOM is basically to say, all right, you create your page, you put my element on the page, and then you don't have to worry about what elements are inside my element. My element might have 10 divs in it, okay? But you don't have to worry about it. And furthermore, your CSS will not go into my element, okay? So how many people have had issues where you have your CSS in your application, and you're trying to use some third-party component library, and you have problems with the styling, everything starts looking bad? You know, anyone had that problem? Okay. So Shadow DOM is developed to help with that problem. Custom CSS properties is another feature which is being proposed, which lets you basically assign variables for CSS. So you can basically say, okay, this is what I want a background color to be. And then you can use that variable all throughout your different CSS, sort of like you can do with less or Sass. Okay, anyone use less, Sass? Okay. All right, so let's look at a quick demo of custom element just to give you an idea. All right, so this is a counter component. It's very powerful, right? It counts. All right, and it's deluxe. All right, and you can start and stop it. Very handy component, right? I know you guys all want this. All right, but if we look at it, the actual HTML, okay, actually I should make that bigger. Can you guys read that in the back? Sort of. Is that a little better? Okay. All right, so what do we see here? We see my deluxe counter, and then you see this number is increasing, right? And this is just, yeah, that's just some Chrome stuff. Okay, so this is actually a custom element here, okay? And it's actual HTML. It's not JSF. It's not, you know, Bootstrap. It's not anything else. It's actually a native HTML element. And you can see that my number is increasing because there is some JavaScript code behind there that's doing this work. Okay, and I have a couple of properties that I have supplied. So let's take a look at what this looks like in code. Okay, oops, wrong file. Trying to figure out which thing I'm supposed to be looking at here. Okay. All right, so this is that page, that custom, the sample page that you're looking at. Okay. And you see all it has down here is this one element down here at the bottom. Okay. And it has a little bit of CSS, not too exciting there. Okay. And what we have here, essentially, this deluxe counter component is really a piece of JavaScript, which I will find in a second. Okay. So this is some JavaScript, and there's a lot of stuff in here, but the important thing is this. Okay. So first, how many people have done a lot of JavaScript? I'm just curious. Probably more than I thought. Okay. I won't be actually showing lots of JavaScript examples, so if you're not a JavaScript guru, don't worry about it. But this will give you an idea about how things work. So basically what we're doing is we're creating a deluxe counter prototype, which can be created from an object. Simple counter is actually another widget, so this is actually subclasses one. Simple counter looks like this. Okay, and it's probably a better example. So basically, you create a simple counter based on an existing widget. Here it's an HTML element, which is sort of the base element in the DOM. Okay, and here, we have some properties, some callbacks, okay? So there are some callbacks that are called on your JavaScript code whenever the element's created, whenever it's attached, whenever it's detached, whenever an attribute it changes, okay? So I've defined that count attribute, right? And there's also, actually there's a start attribute. So that whenever you do in here, start equals, right? The attribute changed method is being fired, and it changes the count. Very exciting, right? And then what you can do, this is just the code for actually starting and stopping the counter, okay? And then what you do is you call this handy API feature called register element, okay? So that's basically what you do. So in simple terms, you create your object, and then you register it with the DOM, okay? And by doing this, you're basically saying, hey, this is my element. Go ahead and use it, okay? And your element can do all sorts of magical things. But the main point is that since you can actually register it, and there are default callbacks, you can actually have real functionality that you can use by using standard HTML tags, okay? One of the key things you'll see, though, is that in order for you to register a custom element, it must have a dash in it. So you see lots of dashes in web component things. And that's so that you can differentiate it from a native HTML element. So it kind of reserves all native HTML elements to not have dashes, essentially. Okay. So that's sort of an idea of what a basic web component is like. Obviously, they can do a lot more, but that's the idea. Yes?
So all the modern browsers support?
Yes, browser support. That's always an issue. Now I'm trying to, I think I have a slide about that. Let me see if it's in this slide deck. Let me see, we'll go ahead. Blah, 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 blah. Nope, I didn't put it in here. Okay. So browser support is a very good question. So I'll give you the basic idea. So Chrome supports it all. But there is, and basically the support varies by browser, okay? So basically Chrome and Firefox pretty much support everything, although Firefox requires a dev flag for a lot of it. Features like HTML templates are pretty widely supported. IE11 doesn't support any of this stuff. All this stuff is being put in Edge right now, so basically the way the specs are working out is all the browser vendors don't have 100% agreement on all of them, but they are pretty much agreed on three key ones. They're agreed on custom elements, which is the most important one, right? They're agreed on HTML templates, which is pretty much a no-brainer. I didn't show it here, but you'll see it soon. And they've agreed upon Shadow DOM, okay? And custom elements and HTML templates are pretty much done. There's not a whole lot more work to do on it. They're still working out some of the issues with Shadow DOM because it's very difficult to implement. And the big question mark is HTML imports, which Firefox or Mozilla has said they want to wait and see how JavaScript 6 or ES 2015 modules work out. So JavaScript has a new module system, and they want to see how that works out. But the beauty of the web browser world, when you start looking more at the client-side stuff, is there's this wonderful thing called polyfills. Anyone heard of a polyfill before? Okay. So when you start looking at the web stuff, you see, oh, what's that? Polyfill, shim, what's all this stuff, right? So polyfill is basically an implementation of a non-existing feature in an older browser, okay? So you can basically, and because the browser basically uses DOM and JavaScript is really dynamic, you can basically wrap all of the standard APIs with stuff that does whatever you want it to do, right? So what these polyfills do is basically go in and emulate that behavior for you. So if you go to this site, webcomponents.org, you'll see right here polyfills, right? So there is a polyfill called webcomponent.js. And it provides support in browsers that lack native support. So if you actually go to whoops, that's not what I meant to do. Go to the site. Down here, this is this little chart, which basically says they support everything back to IA10. This looks like a no, but it really says it indicates support may be flaky for using custom elements or HTML imports with Shadow DOM. But I'm not going to get into this too much in this talk, but Shadow DOM is the most difficult feature to polyfill because it's really native in terms of how the DOM works. Because essentially what it provides is encapsulation for CSS, right? So, doing that on a polyfill level means you have to basically wrap all of the DOM nodes with your own version that does all this fancy stuff. So pretty much, if you don't use Shadow DOM, everything works fine in all the browsers. Going back to IA10, there is a project called Xtag, which is Mozilla, and now Microsoft is working on it as well. And Xtags, I think did they get rid of that? They had a nice little thing saying, they got rid of it. They support back to IE9, so they got rid of that page though. So that should answer your question at least. So if you're stuck on IE like 8, you're out of luck. If you're due 9, you can probably get by. If you can go at 10 or higher, you're good to go. Okay? Yes?
The JavaScript that you showed shows the behavior of your counter. How does one set the appearance? Is it programmatic in JavaScript or is it some template?
All right, so the question is, how can you affect appearance of a web component? And you can do that with CSS, essentially. So I'll show you.
Build it up first programmatically?
You do not. I'll show you an example of that. So, okay. So this is an example of that same sort of component, but it's using an HTML template. Okay. And like I said before, templates and custom elements are really the key features that you need to do web components well. So here, this is actually, let me go back to this. Okay. So here, this is an HTML import up here. Okay. And all it is a link, rel equals import. Okay. And then you can import an HTML file, which is not your normal HTML file. It is a special HTML file that doesn't get rendered automatically. It just hangs out and then loads JavaScript and CSS or whatever. Okay. So that file can have all sorts of stuff in it. It can load other scripts. It can load CSS, whatever it wants to do. Okay. And in here, and see it's actually loading a script, the simple counter script here. And then you can specify a template, and your template can have CSS in it, It can have whatever you want in there, right? And you can also programmatically change stuff too, right? You can grab the DOM nodes within here and programmatically change the CSS, etc., however you want to, okay? And there's some syntactic sugar that Polymer provides, which I'll talk about. Okay. Any other questions? Yes.
Questions. The first one, how to avoid the conflict of the naming of the attributes. Is there any namespaces or?
So the question is, how can you avoid the conflict of the naming of the attributes? Do you mean the elements? You mean the elements themselves, not the attributes? No, not that I'm aware of. So if you name your thing deluxe counter, I mean, if you take my wonderful deluxe counter and then get another deluxe counter with the same name, there's no namespace. Yes?
How to avoid also the infinite loop, the circular load, when we load, if there is like circular.
The other question is, how can you handle circular dependencies? I think if you use HTML imports, it basically will not reload the same resource twice. Okay. If you're using other sorts of imports, you probably need to think about what you're doing and try to avoid it. But that's kind of the benefit of using HTML imports, is that you sort of dedupes things for you. Okay. All right, so let's go back to the slides. All right, so that should give you a basic idea about web components and what they're about and all that kind of stuff. Okay. So then there's this thing called Polymer. Has anyone heard of Polymer before? Ah, wow, okay. So Polymer is a couple different things. Number one, it's the web components primitives. That web components.js file is actually was initially started by the Polymer team. Okay, and so that's basically polyfills for all the basic web component features. You can use that all by itself, as I was doing in those examples. Okay, then there's a Polymer library. And the Polymer library provides a lot of features to make your life easier if you're building web components. Okay? Then there are the Polymer custom elements. And that's where things really get interesting, because in addition to providing a basic sort of foundation to make it easier to build web components, Polymer provides a whole bunch of off-the-shelf, ready-made elements that you can use. Okay? So think of that as sort of like a component suite. Okay? And it'll work with any other web component suite as well. Okay? And it also will work with different front-end web frameworks. Obviously, it'll work fine with MVC, because MVC doesn't care what web framework you use. Okay? So we talked about that. Basically, the library part provides a simplified programming model. So it makes it a little bit easier, a little bit less JavaScript to write a web component. It has two-way data binding, which is a very interesting feature, which we'll talk about a little bit more. But think of it as sort of similar to expressions in a JSP page or a JSF page, okay, but in the browser. Okay. It has declarative event handling, so you can handle like different browser events. It has behaviors, which are sort of like mix-ins, so you can have like one input control which has like validation behavior, similar to the way JSF does stuff, but a little bit different. And property observation, so you can get notified whenever a property of a component changes. So those are sort of the key features that are there. Okay, we'll talk about the actual components in a minute. Another key thing is that Polymer has tons of tools. It has build tools, testing tools. They're working on a designer. It has all sorts of tools. Okay. Yes?
Does Polymer sit in relationship with the HTML5 and MVC?
Okay, so the question is, how does Polymer relate to HTML5 and MVC? So maybe I didn't make that clear. Okay, so HTML5 web components is the standard that I just covered, right? MVC, of course, is the Java EE server-side backend. Okay. And Polymer is basically a library that provides additional features on top of web components. Okay. So, like many things, you can use vanilla web components just fine, but if you're going to really use it, you probably would want to, and this is if you're writing your own web components, you would probably want to use Polymer or Xtags. Xtags is a lot simpler. Polymer does a lot more. If you're just using web components, you don't really care, right? You just want to be able to use the component. And then it doesn't really matter whether it's Polymer or Xtags or written as a custom web component without a framework, okay? Without a library, excuse me. So one of the key things is that Polymer is developed by Google, right? And it's also used internally by Google. So this is why you guys all know about it, right? Because Google has lots of money and has a pretty big staff, not pretty big, but a decent engineering staff working on Polymer that are actually part of the Chrome team, okay? Which is also why Chrome supports all this stuff. And the fact that it's developed by Google and used by Google means that it actually has some real-world people using it, other than just some people who find an open source project. Okay. So they claim that over 300 Google projects use Polymer. Now, I don't know, maybe these are internal applications, I don't know. I'm not really convinced that there's 300 public-facing applications in Google that use it, but this is what they claim. However, probably the good example, this is a new site they just launched called gaming.youtube.com, which I have never been to until I started looking into this stuff. But, it's a cute site. It has all this gaming stuff. I have no idea really what it's for, because I don't do any gaming. But But, you know, it's pretty fancy. Oh, no. All right. But, you know, from my perspective, I look at this and say, okay, this is a modern web app, looks pretty good. And I'm sure it gets more traffic than most of the apps I work on. So, so it means that it actually works, you know, on a decent scale, right? All right, of course, I lost my place. It's funny, when you switch to doing slides with HTML, it's like, you know, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. So it's a lot easier to write the slides, but then you lose your place. All right. Okay. They also claim there's over 150,000 public-facing web pages. I noticed they say web pages instead of websites. So I don't know, maybe there's one site that has 4,000 pages on it, and that counts. I don't know. And the reason I'm saying this is because it's all very new, right? So Polymer 1.0 just came out a few months ago. So it's also used internally for parts of Chrome. So some of the internal screens are starting to rewrite in Polymer, like the settings screen and stuff like that. I don't remember exactly which one they said has already been converted, but you know, that's pretty much low-hanging fruit, right? It's built in the browser, and there's no load to worry about. It's just right there. So. And of course, it's heavily promoted. They had a conference in Amsterdam. There's a whole bunch of screencasts to look at. So if you get into Polymer, there's lots and lots of info out there. So in Polymer, you can define a web component, and it looks a little bit simpler. So this is a very simple web component. But you see it has this DOM node thing in the front, which is required in Polymer. And then it has your ordinary HTML template in here. But then there's this stuff down here, which is how it does data binding. Okay. So what this is saying is the image source is equal to the author property of this element, .image. Okay. So then if you scroll down, when you create a web component in Polymer, it looks a little bit different. Okay. Whoops. Oh, Lord. Anyone ever used deck.js before? Anybody? All right, one person, all right. I think this is an older version. I'm hoping that it actually doesn't have this problem anymore, but we'll see. All right, so. Okay. So you can specify properties. You basically say what type of element it is. You specify the properties. And you see author is a property of the actual component. Okay? So when they're up here, when I say author dot something down here, I'm talking to this author property. And then you can do things like specify a default value. You can be notified if it changes, stuff like that. And then you can put your own methods down here. It has another event handler called ready. And then it has just shorthands for the default ones, attached, detached. It's just a random function, etc. So this is a syntactic sugar it provides, right? So it looks a little bit nicer than writing a web component using ordinary JavaScript, okay? So that's Polymer in a nutshell. We're going to see some code pretty soon. If you want to see web components in the wild, there's a few different options. And when I say web components, I mean just any sort of web component, okay? There's the Polymer element catalog, which we're going to be talking about today. There's Bosonic, which is another open source component library, which does not use web components or Xtag. So it's a very good example of how to write pure web components that don't use any framework or any library. Firefox OS uses web components. Anyone ever used Firefox OS? I haven't met anyone that's ever used it before. So Firefox OS, I believe, is targeted towards lower-powered devices in developing countries. And they're doing stuff on it, and they have a whole bunch of components. They're not really developed for external use, but they're there. And there's a sample project where they're trying to implement all the standard HTML primitives using custom elements, which is really more of a test case project. There's another one I heard of recently called Strand. I haven't looked at it yet. And then there's directories popping up. So if you go somewhere like customelements.io, you can type in, let's say I want a, probably not going to find a counter. Let's say I want a date picker. Say date. Oh, lo and behold, look, there's date picker components. So the Xtag has one. So I can go to one of these. And there's, in order to get your components in here, they pretty much have to be in GitHub. So let's say I want to look at this Polymer date range picker. Okay. I can see how to use it. Or actually, I can see the code for it, right? Then I can go to GitHub and I can download it, whatever. Okay. So this is a good place to look. And some of these components use Polymer, some don't. But the idea is that as long as they're up to date, you can use them all together. Okay. So the Polymer element catalog is what we'll be using today. And the sample application that I'll be showing basically uses Java EE MVC in the back end and Polymer elements on the front end. Okay? And the element part of Polymer, remember this is separate from the library. You can use the library by itself to write your own web components, right? But the element part has a lot of stuff there. And they decided to go with an element sort of theming. So you see they have iron elements, which are sort of the core elements that do sort of fundamental things like Ajax, which is interesting, because one of the key things is that a web component doesn't necessarily have to only be visual, right? We're used to thinking of a component, at least I am, as a visual component. But you can put an element on the page and apply some attributes, and it can do all sorts of stuff, whatever it's supposed to do. It doesn't have to be a visual thing. But there's also other iron elements as well, like things for forms and things like that. The paper elements, which are your sort of standard UI widgets for lots of basic things, they actually use Google's material design language so they all look very googly, which may or may not be what you want. There's also web components from Google for looking at for allowing you to access different Google services like Maps or Analytics, etc. There are gold elements, which for e-commerce. There's neon elements, which are animation and special effects. Platinum elements, which do offline, push, and more. Work with service workers, which is another HTML5 spec. And molecules, which are just wrappers for third-party libraries. So all of these things are part of the Polymer ecosystem. Okay? And when you build an application, if you decide to use Polymer, you can use as many of these as you want. So let's take a look at the element catalog. All right, so what we'll be talking about today are mostly the paper and iron elements, but let's take a brief look at these. So the molecules just has one element. They're just starting to add stuff. Some of these don't have many. That's just one for Markdown support. Platinum gives you support for offline, push, Bluetooth LE support, and more. However, a lot of these features require Chrome, which is not that useful. But if you're using Chrome, you can do stuff like all sorts of cool stuff there. I've never heard of service workers before. All right, so that's another one person. It's an interesting spec. I don't know a lot about it, but essentially it allows you to intercept HTTP or network request in your web app from the JavaScript side. So then you can say, okay, well, you made a request for this resource. Let me just give you this one instead, because I'm offline now. Things like that. So. But that's one of the things you can do with the Platinum elements. Gold is e-commerce, and the Google Web Components have things like Analytics, Calendar, Video, Charts, Google Feeds, all these sorts of things. Okay, you can throw YouTube in your page. This might be kind of interesting. So let's say you want to access YouTube. You could throw this web component in your page. And remember, this has nothing to do with. This doesn't mean you have to use a Polymer library. You may just want to use the YouTube widget by itself. Okay. So you can specify the attributes here. These are the different attributes it has, and these are the properties, right? So you can, if you want to play autoplay right away, duration, etc. All these different playback features, right? And these are all very well documented like this. So, there are also methods you can call on the element itself in JavaScript. Okay. And then, if you look at an example like this, of course, the demo is going to have a player, right? And look, it's a Polymer presentation. What a surprise. All right, so that's the Google stuff. But where we're going to be spending our time today is in the paper elements. So the paper elements are really more of the things that you're probably used to when you think of widgets. Okay. So there's a button, there's cards, and these are kind of useful. So it's basically, a card is just a container with a drop shadow. Okay. So you can say paper card, give it a heading, throw whatever content you want in here. Okay. If you give it a certain CSS class, it'll use it, in this case, as a header. Content, in this case, is actions. Okay. You can give it an image if you want to. All of these components are pretty accessible, so they have ARIA attributes. Anyone done accessibility stuff before? Okay. So it's pretty handy. ARIA is a spec for doing accessibility in modern web pages that use JavaScript and CSS. Okay. And then this is something that I haven't talked about too much, but I said earlier that we had custom properties, right? CSS custom properties. So basically, what you can do with a Polymer element is you can say, I want to support this property, okay? This CSS property. And basically what you're saying is anyone that uses my component can specify this value when they define their CSS, and it will change my colors or change whatever CSS property it is. So you can change like the card, content, actions, etc. Okay, and the idea of this is to deal with shadow DOM, right? So the idea is that the actual divs and everything I'm using, the CSS selectors I'm using inside my component are encapsulated, but if you want to style some stuff, I'll let you know which things you can style. And then these are the properties that you can use. Okay. And then, of course, there are additional properties as well. And the card is a very simple component, right? It's just a little panel with a drop shadow, right? So you can, of course, style it however you want, but this is sort of an idea. But you can see how you can build parts of your application doing this, right? So another one we can look at. There's dialog, there is drop-down menus. So you can say paper drop-down menu, paper item, etc. There's also properties and everything for this, and then you'll end up with something which looks like this, right? But you see they all have that material design look, right? These aren't your standard, HTML widgets, right? So you should get the idea. Lots of different components you can look at. We'll be looking at some in our sample app. Okay. All right. So I'm at the halfway mark, which is actually my goal, which is cool. Anyone have any questions so far? What I'm going to do now is actually go through a sample app and show you how these things can work together. Yes.
Is it always accurate to use like AngularJS together with these components, or maybe we could like build from scratch using only these
Yes, that's a good question. Okay, so the question is, if you wanted to use these components, do you need to use another framework like Angular, or could you just use these components by themselves? Okay, and initially, I think the idea was you would use these components with whatever framework you want, and I think you can definitely do that. Angular 2, they're definitely making sure they support web components. React has said they support it. Some of the frameworks, some of the simpler ones don't really care anyways about that stuff, so they'll work fine. Okay. However, I think what we're seeing from the Polymer team is more people that just want to just use this stuff and not bother with all the other stuff. So they're providing more and more tools to make it easier to build the whole application with just web components. But really what you need in order to do that are enough core web components to provide all the functionality that Angular provides or something, right? And I think they're working on that. They announced something recently called like Application Rails. It has nothing to do with Ruby on Rails, but the idea is that I think that's going to provide more and more features for building a whole application. And what I'll be showing today is just Polymer with nothing else as well. So, which works fine for a simpler application. Okay? Yes?
Is there any type of adoption forecast?
Right. So the question is there any type of adoption forecast? And I don't know if there's a obvious graph or anything that shows. You could probably do some searches. I haven't done that myself, but I think what we're seeing is growing adoption. It's still pretty new technology, right? Polymer 2.1.0 just came out. They just got all the browser vendors to agree on like a few things, right? But if you look at the future, we're seeing all the browser vendors supporting it. Now, Microsoft is doing it in Edge, not Edge, which is their new browser, which ships with Windows 10. Okay, they actually just did HTML templates very recently, and the other browsers are supporting those key two features, right? So if you have browser support everywhere, right, and you have an interested group of developers and a compelling enough technology, things start to take off. And I think this is one of the benefits of the marketing muscle of Google, because they're the biggest proponent, hands down. Okay, but we're also seeing, Mozilla's been involved since the beginning, and also Microsoft is now on board, and they're working on Xtag. So I think the adoption curve is getting steeper. Okay. All right, so let's go to the fun part. Let's look at an actual application. And before I do that, I want to show one thing here. So one of the things you can do with Polymer is you can get this starter kit. And that's actually not what I want to show. So there is this Polymer starter kit, and if I find it, let's see. And basically, it's a little handy kit that you can download. And I'm not really sure where I put it. All right, I'll show you what the page looks like. All right, so this is what the Polymer starter kit looks like. Basically, you download it, it's a zip file, you unzip it, and you get this nice, cute layout, everything, right? So it has this little, a couple different panels here. It has some navigation. Okay, and you can then customize it to do what you want. Okay. So this starter kit is somewhere. I am totally baffled why I don't see it listed here. Ah, okay. Ah, this is where I put it. Okay. Phew. All right, so it comes in a folder like this. Okay. And it has inside of it Bower components. Anyone ever heard of Bower before? Okay, so decent number of you. So Bower is basically think of it as like Maven, sort of lightweight version of Maven. You can download different dependencies. Okay, so think of this as the Maven cache, so to speak, for all the dependencies which have been downloaded for this project. But what's handy is that it includes all of the individual iron and paper components. Okay, so they're all here, and you don't have to download them or go get them or anyway. So it also includes Polymer, of course. And then it has, some custom elements that are in there. It has some scripts, some basic stuff, some styles, etc. So this is a handy way to just start an application. Okay, and what the demo is basically taking that starter kit and then putting it inside a actual Java EE MVC app. Okay, and then using it to talk to controllers and such. So first I'll show you the application. So this is the starter kit, which we don't need anymore. And this is the application. Okay. So it's a to-do app, which I thought I would join everyone else in the world and do a to-do app. So you can log in. And I get my actual page. And I can go here. And let me close this for a second. Okay. And then I can go and I can add tasks. So these are my tasks. Okay. And I can save it. And then if I refresh it, it looks the same because it is the same data. And if I were to log in with a different browser, okay. All right, this is actually in Safari. Okay, you can see there's my task there. And I'll log out and say I'm test 2. Okay. So all right. So then if I go back to my Chrome app, I refresh it, there's my task, and hello. So then I'll check that off, and save it. Let's go back here, refresh, and see now it's checked. Okay, and you notice all of this stuff is very responsive, right? So if I take this and I shrink it, all of a sudden I start seeing, it change based on the layout. Okay, and that's the benefit of using, components that support responsive features, because you get all this stuff out of the box. I didn't have to write anything special to do this, but I can if I want to. I can change the media queries and stuff if I want to. Okay. All right, so let's take a look at how this actually works. And I'll start with the Java side for those of you who are bored with the JavaScript stuff. All right, so this is my sample app. All right. Okay, and in here I have, well, there's not much, there are some tests, but that's not the main focus. I have some code. All right. So this is normal Java code here. These are all of the web resources. Okay, in here. All right, and let's start with a couple things. So first, as is customary in a JAX RS app, which an MVC app is pretty much, you generally specify an application class. Okay, so here's my application class. It specifies a default path, which is relative to the context of the application. And then I can specify properties, okay? And those properties depend on the application and what you want to configure. For MVC, you can specify the CSS protection here, okay? So here, you can say if you want to do CSRF protection or not. And there's two different options. One is explicit and one is implicit, okay? Explicit means that anytime you want CSRF protection, you have to actually specify you want to do it. Implicit means it does it automatically, or you can just turn it off altogether. Okay. I'm using explicit here because I found a bug when you try and use implicit with some of the stuff I was doing. And that's the thing. It's very early stages of MVC, so if you're playing with it, just be aware. It's very new. Okay. So you got to do that, right? You don't have to put anything in your web.xml. And we'll look at the first controller class, which is the authentication controller. Okay. So the authentication controller does pretty much what you expect it to do. It does login and logout stuff. I'm using CDI here, and I'm also using this scope. I don't actually have to use this scope here, but I'll explain what it does. It's a redirect scope. This is a new scope, which is part of MVC. Okay, it's sort of like the flash scope in JSF, sort of. But the idea is that this controller will live through a redirect, and then it'll go away after that. Okay, and that's useful if you have messages or something you want to display after the redirect, or if you have some state which you want to keep around. Okay, but I could also put it in session scope. I could put it in, by default, it would be in request scope. Okay, so I can do things like that. I'm using CDI to inject a user service, a session object, a models object, which I'll talk about in a minute, my user, and this thing called a binding result, which I'll talk about. I'm actually going to, I think I can comment that out right now. Did anything blow up? No. Okay. We'll talk about that in a minute. And then this messages class, which is an internal class that's part of the application. Okay. Now here's my login controller method. So you can see I can specify the path, which is this is the JAX-RS annotation to say this is the path for this resource method, which is the method in the naming in JAX-RS. Here you can call it a controller method. We're saying it requires posts, and it has to have a valid CRSF token. Okay. And whenever someone posts to this URL, it's going to look for a form parameter called user ID and a form parameter called password. It's going to then use those to talk to the user service, get a user object. It's going to put that in the session, and then do a redirect. Okay. So there's a couple interesting things here, right? This optional stuff is just Java 8 stuff. If you're not familiar with it, go to the Java 8 talks. It's a lot better than Java 7. So, here is something different. You can't do this in JAX-RS. You can't return a string like that. You generally would return a response. And what this is going to do is, as you would expect, go to another page. Okay? And you can, if you want to, put this little redirect colon in front. Okay? And the page that it's returning to is login.jsp. The ability to return a string?
Yeah, what's picking up the, well, yeah, that and then what's picking up the redirect.
That's all part of the spec. Yeah. And that's the thing, you got to kind of figure out which part overlaps JAX-RS and MVC. But if you're familiar with JAX-RS, anything that's in here that doesn't look like JAX-RS is MVC. And yeah, so, but that's the deal. It'll look at this and actually figure out what to do. Okay. Now, there's a couple of things you can do here. You don't have to return a string. There's a couple other types you can return. You can return this thing here, which is a viewable object. And a viewable is basically sort of a wrapper around things like the URL. So returning a viewable here like this is exactly the same, pretty much, if it was like that. Pretty much the same thing. Okay. However, with a viewable, you can do some other stuff. You can say viewable, view dot. You can set the models. Mostly you can set the view engine. Okay. So let's say you want to dynamically change the view engine for some reason. You could then go ahead and handle it this way. You could change the view engine for a particular request. Okay. Also, returning a viewable gives you sort of a base class you can use if you want to build up your own classes of return types that are more type safe than a string, which I highly recommend because I hate random strings personally. They cause errors. So it gives you some flexibility there. The other thing that you can return is a response object. So a response object is a standard JAX-RS object. So you could return this as well. We could return just something like this. Okay. You guys are complaining because this is the response type. But you could do this as well, and this would just work like any JAX-RS thing. So basically, you can think of returning a string as essentially just syntactic, basically a syntactic sugar for eventually going to a request. Okay. So MVC internally is just using JAX-RS to do this stuff. Okay. Okay, so that's our login method. Now, the page that we're seeing is the login.jsp page, and that is defined in web.xml. Okay, it's a normal welcome file. So if we look at web.xml, we see welcome file. You can ignore this stuff for now, but welcome file login.jsp, so that's standard web app stuff. Okay, now let's take a look at this login page. Okay, so this is built from the sample page in Polymer, but we're using some Java goodness in here. So we're using JSTL to load a validation messages bundle. Okay, and here's the stuff at the top of the page. So there's a lot of stuff that the kit comes with. So all this stuff at the top is pretty much there by default. You can change it, of course, but it's pretty handy if you want to support different devices. They specify a theme color for Android, tile color for Windows 8, home screen stuff for Android. I just looked at all this stuff and said, sounds good to me. I imagine you might want to figure out what you really need. If you have no need to support these devices, then you could take it out. Okay. But there's other stuff in here which is kind of important. So you notice this thing here. This is the MVC context, right? You got to have a context if you're a Java application, right, or a Java API. So the MVC context is there and has a few things like the context path. If we look at that here, it pretty much just has a few methods, right? It has configuration, which is the JAX-RS configuration object, the context path, which we just saw, the application path, which is that /resources or whatever that you specify on the application object, base path, whether or not you're the CSRF object, encoders, just a few basic things. Okay, so if you need anything else, you can use your normal session request objects, whatever that you normally use. And actually, this brings me to a good point that I forgot to mention here. When you think of MVC, it's nice to look at sort of the simplicity. So this is JAX-RS 2, right? And look at all these classes, right? And I'm sure in the next version there will be more classes, right? You look at JSF, it's the same thing, dozens and dozens of classes. MVC is just version 1. Look at all the classes it has. Whoa. This is all there is. These are all the classes, right? And that's because it sits on top of JAX-RS. JAX-RS is all of the plumbing, essentially. MVC just provides some additional features. So, there's that view we talked about, the viewable. There's a view engine I mentioned earlier, which you use to actually support different view engines, right? So if you had your own view engine, you could write a viewable. Let's say you loved using some other templating engine or some other templating framework, you could write one for that. There's MVC context. We'll talk about models in a minute. There's that binding result, which we'll talk about. And, there's some events, before controller event, after controller event, stuff like that. So it's pretty straightforward, right? So the good thing about it is that since it's new, it has a pretty small surface area. I imagine over the next year, before it comes out, there'll be more features added, but it's probably going to remain pretty small. Okay. All right, so back to the app. All right, so that's the MVC context. So you can put that in here because they're using JSP. And there's a couple of things in here. This is that Web Components polyfill that I mentioned. This light version is one that does not include Shadow DOM, so it's faster and has better support in different browsers. And then there's this HTML import here. Okay. Now these comments are from the starter kit, which if you get the advanced version of the Polymer starter kit, you have build tools you can use. That's what all these comments are for. Vulcanize is a way to just combine everything into one big file to make it easier to digest on the browser. But this file here, elements.html, is interesting because this is one of those HTML imports, right? And this is where all the other elements are, right? So each individual element that we're using on this page is being imported, okay? And the benefit here is you don't download 4,000 resources if you only need 3, right? So you can specify exactly which components you want. You add the elements here. There is this page, which is routing, which I'll talk about a little bit later. And there's also some CSS imports as well. Okay. And actually, these are, this is a custom element, which I'll talk about as well. Okay. So all this stuff can go in here, and you can basically say, okay, here are all my elements, grab them, and we're good to go. Now here's the fun part. So this is the actual page. Okay. This template part here, this is a Polymer feature. So Polymer has this client-side data binding feature, right? And it only works if you use it with Polymer at the top and at the front of your application, right? Otherwise, the data binding will only work between different Polymer elements, but not in your main application. So if you want it to work in your main application, you have to basically specify this template element and say is DOM bind, and you give it an ID. And then now I can use Polymer expressions inside of here. Okay. Another thing is that Polymer requires you put this unresolved tag on the body of the page so that it doesn't, so basically so Polymer can do some work before the page is rendered, essentially. Because unlike native web components, Polymer has some extra work it has to do. So it needs hooks to do that stuff. So these are all Polymer tags, okay? All right. So if we go back to the application, all right, so we're looking at the login page, excuse me. Okay, so this is what that page looks like, right? So it has this bar at the top, it has the input controls, it has a login button, that's what's there. So everything is inside this paper material element. Paper material is basically just a big div that has like a little shadow, like a page, okay? So if you look at this page, it's kind of hard to see, but you can see a little shadow there. So got a little bit of cuteness going on, right? So there's a shadow there and up there at the top. And of course, I could make it smaller. I could increase the margins or something if I wanted to. Then there's the paper toolbar, which is the blue part at the top. And you see I'm just using a normal Java resource bundle called application. And actually, that's the one I defined up here, right? Base name validation messages, called messages. So here I'm just displaying the name of the application, okay? And then here I am displaying that text for the login subtitle, which is that text right here, login and start doing, okay? And the resource bundle, if you're curious, looks like this. Oops. Taking the wrong thing. Okay, so just a normal resource bundle, nothing too special about that. Okay. Yes?
So you're doing a lot of server-side templating here. So normally when I see it, like a JavaScript app, there's much more of the stuff that's going on in the client side.
Exactly, and that's actually what I was intending to show. So, and what you'll see is the other page is more like a traditional client-side JavaScript app. But I don't really think there's necessarily, I think there's some benefits to using the server. I think in this industry we tend to go back and forth, So I'm saying you can maybe be able to get some knowledge from doing it in the middle, right? Maybe you can do some server-side templating and some client-side templating, depending on your needs. But keep in mind that this is just a sample app. You can do it however you want. You can do all of the stuff on the client if you want to, and or you can do more server-side stuff. But really, MVC is really more for applications with different pages, right? So if you're doing a straight-up single-page app, JAX-RS probably does most of what you want to do. Okay, there may be a situation or two where you can throw in a little bit of MVC on top of it. But if you have an application that has different pages in it, MVC works out pretty well. And maybe some of those pages are single-page applications. Who knows? Okay. And actually, what this application does is it does a hybrid approach, which we'll see hopefully if I don't run out of time. Okay. All right. So this is that part here. Now these CSS selectors here are part of this feature of the Iron Flex layout component, which they call it a component, but it's like a layout engine, it's based on the Flexbox layout. So basically, if you use certain CSS selectors, you get some layout features. So this is saying I want to make it horizontal and center justified, and the error is a custom CSS style for this application. And then this is sort of a standard part you may be used to seeing. And this is just saying, okay, well, if I wanted to, I could display error messages back on the page. I could use my normal CIF, C for each, whatever I want to. I'm using the encoders here to ensure that the input is, the data is properly encoded. This would be very important if I were using an input field for this, okay, to avoid XSS attacks. And you may notice this thing here. So I'm saying not empty messages.errors, okay? And so you may wonder where messages is coming from, right? So if we look back at our controller, and actually I'll show you what this error looks like. So if I log in here, there's a few things that I get from Polymer for free, right? So if I do this, uh-oh. Yeah, not sure what happened there. All right, that's better. I get some validation, right? And it looks all cute. All right, and the way that works is purely a Polymer thing. So I'll jump back here. So you see these paper input controls? They're basically, I'm using an error message, which I get from the resource bundle, okay? I'm specifying a pattern, which is just an attribute, a property of this element. And that's how the validation is occurring, okay? So that's fine for client-side validation, right? All right. Okay. So if I logged in, and what this app does is if you log in for the first time, it just creates a new account for you. So I'm going to log back in with that same name but a different password. Great, great, great. Let's see what's going on here. I may have broken something somewhere. Yeah, I think this is a bug that's popped up a couple times. I'll try and do a reload here. Yeah, I need to restart Glassfish. All right. So,
This is bug in Glassfish or in
I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure yet. I haven't investigated that one enough to determine exactly where the source is. All right, so as I was getting at, though, that messages that we're talking about here, so what's going to happen, what should happen, is you should be able to, we'll try this one more time. All right. So I'm going to create a new account, test. All right. Nice. All right. This was working this morning. All right, so what should happen is we should be getting an error message back. And what's happening in this login method is if the validation fails or, okay, what just happened? Okay, they say the third time's a charm, right? So what, did it just die for me here? Unable to open debugger. Nice. All right, so what we're going to do here is we're going to rebuild. Glassfish is apparently dead. All right. All right, so as I was saying, if there is an error, right now we're not really doing anything, okay? But what we could do is this code here. Okay. Okay. Okay, and then if I added this back, okay. All right, so what happens here is we actually can, well, actually, there's two things here. So just to go back to this, if we couldn't log in at all, it's going to put this login error variable in this models object, okay? So this models object is sort of an implicit object that sort of represents things that you could inject into the scope for the page that's about to be rendered, okay? So here I'm saying models.put login true, okay? Or login error. So what will happen up here is this particular error message, login error. If this is true, it'll display the error message here. And so that's what I was trying to get to.
I think that is the problem. You have a B, small letter B there in the resource bundle.
Where did you see that?
It was complaining in that error message, it cannot, messages dot resource bundle, login error message.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't really see anything there.
The word bundle is all lowercase. Up at right. The resource bundle, login error.
Line 77. Look at research.
Oh, okay, thank you. Although, that really could be it, okay. All right. All right, so that was it. Actually, we'll do the actual error though. Okay.
So,
You're right.
so can I just say something?
Yeah.
And this is something that generally is something that drives people away from Java EE.
Absolutely.
And then whenever I have students and they run into this for the third time, they install Peg. And they have rational app. And so do you happen to know anyone on the MVC expert group?
Yeah, I'm on it. I'm not terribly
I
active,
know you're
but
on it. So,
yeah.
so what you could tell your expert group is that every goddamn one of these errors, if they're not reported, if the spec does not say that they must be reported by file name and line number, you don't stand a chance in hell
It's a very good point.
anyone to adopt this technology.
Yeah, it's a very good point. And I've actually run into a few issues which I'm documenting and adding to the issue
Yeah,
tracker. So.
But really, the
yeah.
basic logic needs to be any time that there's a typo in an artifact that the programmer can make, that typo must be caught by the application server. It must be reported back with file name and line number. Otherwise, you can't do anything with this stuff in 2015.
This is true. It's a good point, definitely. Although I will say, from the client side, that stuff happens all the time too. So, like, you misspell something and just nothing happens, But you're right. I agree. It could definitely be
This is
improved.
something it was templatized on the server side. It failed to compile on the server side. So the server has all the information that it
Yes,
needs.
I agree.
It's just that your standard app server takes this attitude that it only deals with perfect programs. And that's the productivity killer.
Right. Now, you've got a very good point. I will say, just in NBC's defense, that this is the very early version.
Right.
The error reporting is,
But the chance that you have as being on the expert group,
Yes.
put that in the spec.
it's a very good point.
Because otherwise what happens is it's not in the spec, and everyone says, well, that's just an implementation detail. And yeah, it's an implementation detail that has cost me thousands of hours of my own life.
Now, you've got a very good point. And actually, I've been thinking of these things as implementation issues, and I think doing it in a spec is a good idea, definitely. So, now that we actually have our error message showing up, I just in terms of the programming model, though, when you want to send something back to the UI, you can either use standard CDI, you can just create a CDI bean and expose that, or you can return this models object and put whatever you want in there. And each one of these things will show up as something you can reference in an expression with no prefix, okay? Just essentially what's happening here. Okay, Yes.
And we could put like a data there and consume the data as JSON or
Nope,
no?
that's not part of the spec. However, what you can do is you can use JAX-RS for that stuff. So that will bring me, before I run out of time, let me do two things here. Let me very quickly show you how you can do some of the stuff, how you can use bean validation as well. So get rid of that and look at this method here. And I should mention that when you use the controller annotation, you can use it on the whole class to just say everything is a controller, or you could use it on individual methods, and you can mix and match JAX-RS methods with MVC methods as well, okay, in the same class. So if you wanted to, you could have all that stuff in the same class. In this example, what we're doing is we're using all the same annotations, but what we're doing is we're using bean validation. And instead of having the standard JAX-RS exception handling, we basically want to handle it inside of our page or inside of our controller. And that's what this binding result is for. So bean param basically says, treats us as a bean validation param. This says it must be valid. If we look at the user object, it has some annotations. It just has not null, pattern, just simple. So this basically maps to the same validation that we have on the client, which you should do, right? Validation in both places. And then what we're doing here is we look at this binding result and see if the validation has failed. And if it has, then we can add messages. So you can get messages from the binding result based on the validation constraints in bean validation. How many people here have used bean validation before? Okay, so a good number of you. So bean validation, you define constraints with your annotations, and then you can have errors associated with them. And here we are basically adding all this to this messages object, which has been injected up here. Okay, messages is we're actually thinking about adding this to the spec, but it's a redirect scoped bean that just has a list of messages in it. Very straightforward. Okay. So what's going to happen is if there's a validation error on the server, which there shouldn't be because we have the client, but if there were, that's when this would come into play, where we basically look at this messages object, see if it has errors, and if it does, we display them. Okay. So, all right, in the interest of time, I'm not going to show that example because I want to show something else first. That's basically the idea with the binding validations, okay? Now, I do want to show also a couple of things. So if you go through here, there's the paper inputs, there's the paper button, okay? Because of the paper components don't really handle posts very well. You have to do a little bit of JavaScript to post it and send hidden fields. It's a bit of a workaround, so that's what this stuff down here is. By default, what it likes to do is post using an AJAX request, but it doesn't handle redirect responses because it wants like JSON back or something. So that's what this is for here. But that's basically how the login page works.
I'm sorry, could you say that?
Which part?
So by these components by default, they want to get JSON back.
Well, not necessarily JSON, but they're not designed to do a normal form post. Let me put it that way. So what'll happen, the way there's an iron AJAX form, which normally you would use, and you can submit that form just fine, right? But what it does is it does get an AJAX response back. It doesn't do a full page refresh for you.
So it's because it's a single page now.
Yeah, because usually, this isn't true for all web components. Polymer is they're thinking more in single page apps. There is actually, though, an issue created for that bug, which was not filed by me. It's filed by a PHP developer. So there are people that are trying to do, full page refresh forms. I think initially when I did this, I tried to, what I wanted was for it to take the response back via AJAX and do a redirect, which you can do with JSF very easily, but it doesn't handle that. So yeah, so that's a little bit of a workaround there. All right, let me go quickly to the other page in the application, which is this page, okay? And I don't know if anyone noticed this, but when you log in correctly here, I'll take all this stuff out. All right. So when you log in correctly, it takes you to todo.xhtml. It's not todo.jsp, right? That's because MVC supports Facelets or JSP or any other templating engine which you have a view engine for, right? So just by doing that and then adding to web.xml the Facelet servlet, which is not going to do JSF stuff, it's really just there for serving up Facelets, okay? I then can use Facelets in here, okay? So this is essentially the same thing, but it's actually using Facelets and not JSP, okay? And you know, there's pros and cons. Facelets has better templating in my opinion. JSP is more flexible. So this page is all Facelets, and it uses this paper draw panel, which is sort of that. We'll go back to this. Okay, this is this sort of main container here. Okay, it also uses a paper toolbar, which is the blue part of the top, the drawer content, which is the menu on the left. It has a scroll header panel. It has another paper toolbar. Okay, and then in here, there's this thing called Iron Pages, and this is what allows you to select different pages in a single page, right? So this is your more traditional single page app, okay, where I can just go back and forth. Iron Pages lets me do this. So basically, because of the menu, I'm basically using the menu to switch between pages, okay? So this is the home section. This is the about section, okay? And then there's also the app, which is the main JavaScript class here, which has the same name as this ID here, which is the template up here, okay? So the app doesn't have a lot in here. So basically what it's doing is getting reference to the element, which is the template element. It has some stuff basically outputting saying, you know, you've added a DOM change event. There is a listener which you can add to know that all the web components from Polymer are ready. This is some stuff that's being done for some nice transitions. So just whatever sort of application main stuff you want from the JavaScript side, you can put in there. And then there is also, if we look at the imports up here, if we go in here, I should mention there's a Polymer plugin for IntelliJ, which I'm using. So that's why some of this stuff works well. So if I go to this file, they're actually using a client-side router, okay? And it's called Pages, or Page, actually. It's very simple, but I can specify a little route to say, okay, this is the URL and this is the route that I want to use. And what we're actually doing is mapping that back to, if I can find the right file, this file. So inside of each of these sections, which are the pages, we have the selected equals route, okay? And you see there's also an attribute for selected, which is data route, okay? So this is being used with the page router to sort of go back and forth between different pages, okay? All that's client side.
It doesn't get the URL.
Yeah, it does actually. So see, it's got about here.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So got that, got that. So, and that's specified when you create the pages object, you can turn that on or off. So this little hash bang true down there. So, all right, so that's the front end part. Now the back end is sort of what I wanted to show in terms of what you can do with more of a hybrid application. So the task controller is using all JAX-RS annotations. It's not using the MVC part, right? So we're using MVC for doing routing and some server-side, anything that requires sort of more web application-y navigation, server-side navigation stuff. You're using JAX-RS for standard sort of single-page applications, okay? So all the methods like update task, add task, etc., they talk to a service. They return a response object. and they use normal JAX stuff, okay? And to answer your question about JSON, using JAX-RS, I can basically say, okay, I want to consume an object as a JSON and produce an object as JSON back, okay? And what you can do is you can actually consume that in Polymer, okay, using an element. So one thing I glossed over in the other page, the 2D page, was this little thing here, right? See these little MVC tasks, right? So MVC tasks is essentially a custom Polymer element which I've written just for this application, okay? So if I look at it, it looks like this. So I've got a couple imports here. I import Iron Ajax and the Polymer library. I have some styles I've applied here. This is an example of me using CSS properties, okay? So this is basically saying if there's a variable defined with this secondary text color, which there happens to be in this other file called app.theme, okay, where there's a lot of default CSS styles. There's up here, these are actually CSS custom variables which are defined, okay? So these are variables that can be used inside of my elements and inside of my other element, where we go, my MVC task element, I'm using those variables here, okay? And then I've got these Iron Ajax things here. So Iron Ajax is just another element that's part of Polymer, but I can use it to do an Ajax request. I can send a method, I can send a request, I can specify the type, the HTTP method I want to use, content type. I can handle it as XML, JSON, different types, okay? I can call, there's callbacks I can use, like when it's completed, etc. And it'll also handle, automatically changing it or converting it to the proper type for me, okay? So what's happening when I go to this page here, and I click on Home, actually this happens a little bit earlier. This initially happens when the page first loads. It calls this Ajax list one, which has auto set to true. So when the page loads, it executes. And then that goes and gets lists, it gets a list of tasks, talking to, close that one, this controller here, this get tasks method, right? Which just returns tasks and OK response. And then it puts the last response, which is essentially the output that it got back, into this tasks variable. Okay, and this is the data binding that Polymer does. So this tasks variable is now available to my app. Okay, and I can use it for all sorts of stuff. And the main thing I'm using it for is this part in here. Okay. So this is sort of like CIF or C for each or UI repeat. So here we're saying it's called DOM repeat. This is iterating through all of the tasks, okay? And then it's for each one, it's displaying a paper item, which is basically a list item, okay? And that paper material tag, the one that lets us, gives us sort of a nice wrapper, okay? So this is the code that's displaying this list of items, okay? Now when I add a task, what's happening is it's calling this button right here, this paper button, which has an on-click event set up. And this is Polymer syntax to basically say call the method handler, or call the event handler on this particular element, okay? So I'm calling new task, which is down here, okay? And all I'm doing is creating a new object because, remember, I can translate back and forth between JSON and the Java stuff with JAX-RS just fine, right? So I create a new object. I'm even adding a property called true, which the server doesn't care about, but I care about, okay? And then I'm basically inserting that into the list, which is this splice here, and I'm setting this selected task, okay? So that's basically what's happening, and because I put things inside of this Polymer paper item list here, basically it's going to update automatically, because I put it in the DOM repeat, excuse me. It's going to update automatically. So that's what's happening when I add a new task, okay? When I save the task, something similar happens. And that is down here, right? So if I save it, it's going to call the save event handler. When I delete, it's going to call the delete event handler. And pretty much all I have to do is talk to that Polymer Iron Ajax, right? because this one is not auto. This one is just on the page. So if I look at the save task, I'm basically, this is a handy convenience method to get the current task from the element that's being clicked on. Okay, so I get that task. If it's new, I call the AJAX element is AJAX add. This is Polymer shorthand saying, get me the element with the ID, AJAX ID, or AJAX add. Okay. Now you can also do it longhand as well, but this is just shortcut. So this AJAX add here is going to be calling this iron AJAX element up here. Okay. And that has an API just like everything else, right? So I can access it programmatically. So what I'm doing is I'm setting the URL, because it can change depending on what I'm doing with the endpoint, right? And then I am setting the body so that it's that new task object, and then I'm generating a request, okay? Then there's also a handler for when the save is complete, or when the task is complete. So there's an add task complete to make sure to set new to false, to make sure I have it as a selected task, to also get the ID back from the server, okay? And there's also a callback for delete as well, to delete it so that the item doesn't get deleted from the list until the AJAX request completes. Okay. So what's nice about it is that all of this stuff is all within this one element, right? And it's using the power of other custom elements to do things, right? So it's doing all this stuff. It's making calls to the controller. It's getting JSON back and everything. And all I had to do to use it was to essentially have this MVC tasks specify the endpoint, right? And also the user ID to use as well. Okay. So that's basically what's going on here. And you can also, since this is all just JAX RS, I could do this. And then get all that JSON back, right? So this is the request that it's making that gives me the JSON objects. If I go here, okay, and let me log back in. All right, and I add a task. Let's say I go and I check this one. What's going to happen if I find the actual right tab that I had? There it is. Okay. Is now I see those new tasks here. Okay. All right. So that was fast. But essentially, so that should give you an idea, though, that it's not an either-or proposition. You may have an application that's mostly a single-page application. You need to do a little bit of routing, or you need to do something on the server. You can throw that in there. You may have an application that's the other way around. It's all form page based, and you want to do a little bit of extra AJAX stuff. You can use it for that as well. Okay. And what's nice about Java EE as a platform is that at least it has all these different pieces that you can mix and match if you want to. Okay. Obviously, you probably wouldn't use Facelets and JSP in your application, but this is an example just showing you that you can use either templating engine. Okay. And also, by the way, if you try and do this stuff in IntelliJ, you have to tell it to treat XHTML as HTML, or else it flips out and says all these are invalid elements. So, just as a tip. All right, so I'm almost out of time. So just to wrap up, if you want to learn more, go to the, basically just search Java EE MVC. You can find the JSR. The reference implementation is called Ozark. Okay. I put all this on GitHub. I will be cleaning it up a little bit, but it is all there. So if you go to GitHub and do a search for, Polymer, Java EE, MVC. Oh, there's only one. What a surprise. All right, so this has the sample app and the slides and stuff, so you can take a look at it. I'm going to add some more notes about the sample app, because it only works with a certain version of Glassfish and a certain version of Ozark, because it's all sort of new stuff. So I encourage you to check it out. If you want to learn more about Polymer or JSF stuff, I do training, consulting, mentoring. You You can find me at virtue.com. And I think I have like 2 minutes for questions. Any questions?
Yeah, you mentioned that's on GitHub.
Yeah.
Manifest, where you're gonna post the deck.
The slide deck is in here too. It's actually under slides. I will, though, you have to download it. I'll provide a static link for it. You probably don't want to build it from ASCII-Doc. But
One of the things I do with the company is just, we've got a community of practice.
mhm.
I work for MetLife, and so what I've been trying to do is just kind of sharing some of the sessions we've done. So I, in essence, recap what you do.
I
Before
see.
I do that, I play with what examples and stuff, so I know what I'm talking about.
Right.
To some extent. But that'll be helpful.
All right, cool. All right, any more questions? We have 2 minutes. Yes.
So, what would be the greatest and latest web development framework for Java right now? So we used to use Laszlo, and it's defunct. And
Um, when you say for Java, what do you mean? So the question is, what's the latest and greatest web framework for Java?
Java platform.
Okay, for the Java platform.
We have JSF, we actually use prime faces. It seems to be getting slower and slower as they make new releases. But this is our impression. But
So the latest and greatest, I would say, I think there's probably 2 choices for Java web frameworks that are part of Java EE. Obviously, Spring MVC has its own. Spring has its own ecosystem. Obviously, Play is a good choice, outside of the Java EE platform. But in terms of and also I think the other choice for web frameworks is Vaadin is probably a decent choice. So from my perspective, since I'm more of a component-oriented guy, I look at either Prime Faces, JSF, or Vaadin as being good choices because neither one of them are going away anytime soon. There's actually new JSF projects popping up, like integrating with Bootstrap and Angular and all sorts of stuff. And actually, all this community stuff from JSF still after 10 years. That's new. So I don't think JSF is going away. And Vaadin is an alternative way to do things. And it's not part of Java EE platform, but it plays well with it. And it has components and stuff as well. And it's not going away anytime soon either. So I think those are probably the 2 choices.
how do you spell Vaadin?
Vaadin. Of course, I personally prefer Prime Faces and stuff because I do Prime Faces consulting, but I'm biased. So yeah. And I don't think it's really slowing down that much. All right, I'm out of time. So, all right, you can come up afterwards. So.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Do you hear me? All right. Good morning and welcome. My name is Alex Kosowski, and today I'm going to present to you a JSR that we've been working on called JSR 375. It's the EE Security API JSR. I am the specification lead for the JSR. I also am a member of the Oracle WebLogic Server security team. I just want to mention first, this is the standard boilerplate slide, that everything I mentioned today will just be for informational purposes. Don't make any business decisions based on what I'm telling you today. So today we're going to talk about some areas about this new JSR. We'll start out by mentioning what the motivations are behind the new JSR. Then we'll talk about the new JSR itself. Most of the presentation will be spent on discussing some of the ideas that the expert group has been discussing over the last few months. Then we'll mention about how you can get involved if you're interested, and then finally we'll have some time for questions at the end. So the motivations for the new JSR. So why do we need a security JSR in EE, a new JSR for security API? Well, it all kind of began, the story began back in the summer of 2014 when the survey was sent out, and I'm sure some of you have seen this pie chart before, but basically the EE platform came up with, wanted to know what do you want to see in EE8? And they put out the survey, and there were 4,500 responses, and that summer we saw this pie chart a lot. And one thing that popped out of this pie chart is that a fifth of the respondents wanted to see improvements in security. Actually, 11% wanted to see security simplifications, and 8.2% wanted to see improvements in security interceptors. So basically the idea was we're getting the message that security needs some help. We need to work on security, and the platform group was trying to find somebody to lead up a security JSR. Well, what's wrong with Java EE security? Well, the community says, and here are some quotes I found online. Arjan Times, who happens to be one of my favorite bloggers, says, "The ultimate goal is to have basic security working without the need of any kind of vendor-specific configuration, deployment descriptors, or whatever." Reza Rahman is quoted as saying that the EE security model is problematic in cloud PaaS environments where developers do not necessarily have easy access to non-standard vendor runtime features, and a self-contained application is much easier to manage. What's wrong with Java EE security? Well, Java EE security is viewed as not portable. It's viewed as abstract, it's confusing, it's antiquated. The latest JSR in EE security was, I believe, 196, which is based on JDK 1.4. It doesn't really fit in this new cloud paradigm where app developers, in that security requires app server configuration. And just generally speaking, it's losing value to non-standard third-party frameworks. And once people move off EE security and use these third-party frameworks, they're less likely to come back to use Java EE security. So what are we going to do? Well, it's kind of obvious. What we like to do is we like to plug the portability holes. We like to modernize the API in some way by introducing programmatic aspects like CDI, expression language, and also make it useful, make it more available to work with Lambda expressions. We also like to make it more app developer friendly by having common security configurations that don't really require any server changes. And also to have some reasonable defaults and annotations so that you don't have to do a lot of XML configuration. So let's go over the new JSR a little bit. It already has a history. The JSR started, again, as I mentioned, it was driven by that survey back in the summer of 2014. Within Oracle, they were looking for somebody to head up a new security JSR, so they came into the WebLogic security team. I volunteered for this job, and I kind of looked at the market and tried to figure out what exactly are the problems with EE security. And I had to make a lot of proposals internally at Oracle to architects and engineers and to the WebLogic security group, eventually to some management. And Oracle eventually agreed to sponsor a EE security JSR. So as of August 2014, it was approved within Oracle. By December 2014, it was approved by the JCP, and then the expert group nominations began. The expert group that we were looking for were going to be a combination of 3 different types of people. We wanted to see EE API veterans, people who had a lot of experience with JSRs, people who had many years with struggling with the Java EE security API, because this is primarily an API JSR. We also knew that there were lots of third-party security providers out there, a lot of third-party security framework developers and creators. So we wanted to have some people from the Java, from people who've created these third-party frameworks, so we can basically learn from their knowledge, learn from their mistakes, and incorporate some of the things that they were working on into this new Java EE JSR. Thirdly, of course, we need to have people like myself where the Java EE platform security implementers had to be involved, like Oracle, Red Hat, IBM. So we have some members of all three of those different groups as members of our expert group. And then as of March 2015, we started our expert group discussions. The expert group consists of 14 people at this point. There are people, their names that you probably recognize. I'm not going to go through all the names, but they represent both companies and individuals. A lot of them are bloggers. A lot of them have created security frameworks. And what was really interesting is that there was a lot of pent-up kind of demand, I guess, for a security framework. So there was a lot of ideas out there that have been festering for years and years, and nobody really, tapped into those ideas. So the first month of our expert group, we had just this explosion of ideas. We had a lot of activity on our mailing list. And as a spec lead, it was kind of intimidating because every day I'd wake up to like 50 emails, right? So you have a lot of brainstorming going on. We had 237 messages on our expert group mailing list in that month of March alone. We had 81 commits on a GitHub playground for examples and proposals, and we had 24 JIRA issues just in 1 month. So we had a lot of activity going on. So for me, I was like, whoa, this is a lot of work. But generally speaking, the roadmap for the JSR is, this is pretty much the published EE8 roadmap, is that we're attempting to complete the early draft by the end of this year. And my understanding is the early draft is a sample. We can actually have several early drafts. We're going to try to complete at least one early draft by the end of this year, and perhaps some others, with a goal of completing by having the whole thing done by the first half of 2017 with the rest of EE8. So the next area of the program will be the majority of this presentation, which is going over some of the ideas that the expert group were considering and are proposing. The ideas kind of fall in these 7 epics. Now, on our JSR, we use JIRA. We have epics where they basically collect all these tasks together. And the epics kind of fall into these categories where we want to first define some terminology and make sure that we have standard terminology. And then we want to come up with these APIs. An API for authentication mechanism, identity store, password aliasing, role permission assignment, security context, and authorization interceptors. Now, it looks like a lot of work, right? But we're trying to go across the containers and across all the different areas. We're trying to get all the low-hanging fruit. There's a lot of things they're easy to fix that we want to kind of touch upon various areas and just kind of fix up everything in this one release that's relatively simple across a lot of different areas. Now, if this list doesn't mean anything to you, you can also look at it in a more graphical point of view, where an authentication mechanism is something that takes a user and tries to abstract user credentials. An identity store takes those user credentials and tries to validate them against some sort of back-end persistence mechanism. You have authorization interceptors, which validate an enforcement point on a method, let's say, and it needs to have access to a role or permission assignment to determine what are the permissions that current caller has. A security context is basically, our current security context. It might want to go off and do logins. It might want to go off and check our current known users, check current role assignments. And finally, the area of password aliasing is kind of an area on its own in that it's sort of a utility. So we'll first dig in a little bit into terminology. Now you wonder, in a JSR, the terminology is that first part of a spec that you see that you kind of ignore. It's the glossary. I know what a principle is. I know what a subject is. It's okay. But when we started our discussions, what we realized is that we all had different terms for the same kind of entities. We were referring to, we all knew what we were talking about. We all knew that in some areas some things are called one thing, some things called another thing. So we realized if we were to make a really cross-container JSR, that we really need to get some consistency in the terms and be able to have a consistent vocabulary. So And we realized there were problems across various containers in EE where the same things were referred by different names as well. Like for instance, that something that gets authenticated, is that something a user, as in HTTP servlet request get user principal, or is that thing a caller, as in the EJB context get caller principal? If we're going to create an API, we want to use one term, not two terms, especially if we're going across containers. What is a group? Some people will say, well, obviously a group is a set of users, Somebody else will say, well, no, a group is a permission. That's how I assign groups and I get permissions. Somebody else will say, well, I assign groups and roles, and that it's kind of a way. They're kind of synonyms, but they're kind of not. So we want to kind of clarify that a little bit too. And finally, this is kind of almost like a joke on the JSR in that what is that something where identities are stored, right? We found a whole bunch of names that basically mean the same thing. This is something that's called in WebLogic a security provider. It's also called a realm. It's called an auth repository, an auth store. Jazz calls it a login module. It's called some places an identity manager. Resin calls it an authenticator. Spring calls it an authentication provider. And then also it's referred to as an identity provider. So all these terms meaning the same thing. So our first goal is to really come up with some consistent terms and have that be the official terms of our JSR. In the next area we're going to talk about is the API for authentication mechanism. Now the use case here is that an application would be managing its own users and groups. An application would need to authenticate those users in order to assign roles. And it would authenticate those users based on some application domain model. It also, maybe an application wants to use authentication methods that are not really supported on the base server, like for instance OpenID Connect, and wants to be able to have a way to add that authentication method for its application and deploy it with its application on various servers, even though the server itself doesn't support it. Also, perhaps a developer wants to use a portable EE authentication standard that will work from container to container to container without requiring any third-party libraries. Currently, there's proprietary server support. There is third-party security frameworks that provide authentication, of course, like Shiro and Spring Security. And then there's this thing called JASPIC. It's the Java Authentication Service Provider for Containers. Has anybody here heard of JASPIC? Has anybody here used JASPIC? Ah, okay, good. Okay, great. And it's not surprising because JASPIC's kind of weird. So JASPIC is actually a JSR. It's JSR 196. It's currently in a maintenance release, and it's actively being maintained. It is a standardized, portable, thin, low-level authentication framework that currently exists and is currently usable within servlets. It's extensible from within an application, and it also integrates right now with a container to build the authenticated subject in a way that the server can deal with. In other words, every server has its own little subject format. It'll actually has a mechanism for populating that subject in a server-specific way. And it will also implement most authentication methods. Core to JASPIC is this thing called a server auth module. A server auth module is really just an interface, and it has 5 methods, which are pretty much straightforward. It's what you'd expect. You have an initialize method. You have a method for validating a request. You have a method for determining some metadata on support in terms of what does this module support. You have a method for securing a response. And then you have a cleanup method for cleaning up the subject. But the reason why you probably have never heard of JASPIC, and it's not really that popular, is because to use JASPIC as an application developer, you have to create 6 classes. You have to actually create 6 different classes. There's no other way of doing it. It's completely an API sort of interface. And to install JASPIC per application, you have to create a servlet context listener, an auth config factory, which then creates a auth config provider, which then creates a server auth config, which then creates a server auth context, which wraps up a server auth module. Right? They actually call this a factory sort of pattern. And when I spoke to the spec lead about, why did you go this way? Well, they said it's really meant for the servers to deal with because they want a lot of flexibility in the servers. But they never, I guess in the JSR, they never got as far to make it really simple for applications. So our first proposal is to, for our JSR, is to build upon JASPIC and make it so that when you want to install a JASPIC API, a JASPIC module, you just have to create one class, a servlet context listener. And in that one class, it would look something like this. We would create a helper called the JASPIC helper. And what you would do is just register, you'd have a method like register server auth module, where you would pass your SAM, your server auth module, which is in this case a token auth module. There would probably be another parameter for options, parameters for the actual server auth module itself. And then we just pass along a servlet context. And so in this way, you can actually register a SAM using programmatically with one class. And once we're talking that, why don't we just go down the road a little further and say, let's just define an annotation. So we were thinking of defining an annotation where you can just define an annotation that would declare what server auth module you want to use in your application, and then you just basically name it there. There would probably be other parameters on that annotation, but the idea is that we're investigating, seeing if we can just use an annotation to specify a particular server auth module to use in your application. Now, again, what we're doing here is just building upon existing technology. This is really not new in terms of creating a new authentication mechanism. It's out there already. You can use it today. It's just that we're making it easier to use. Now, as I mentioned, a server auth module only has 5 methods. And 5 methods are 5 methods. So in this particular example of a basic authentication server auth module, which does basic authentication, you have to still implement 5 methods. And who really wants to do that all the time? So JASPIC itself has different profiles. There's actually defined profiles in the spec where you can have a servlet profile. I think there's a JAS profile. Now, servlets being very popular, you can leverage the servlet profile and make certain assumptions about what defaults and what kind of implementations you want to use, kind of like right out of the box. And if we take advantage of that, we can actually standardize on an abstract base class that will help you along and create it so that if you want to create a server auth module, you can just define one method. And what you'll see here is that also the parameters on the SAM, on the server auth module, is actually very generic. There's no real typing. It's just like objects that are passing around. We're also adding in, passing in a HTTP servlet request and servlet response, and a special context that lets you have access to areas of the servlet request that are relevant to the particular call. Additionally, if you were aware of how JASPIC works, you'd know that the way that you get back information into the container is using a callback handler. And this is a very common pattern that's used in EE, these callback handlers. And what you do basically is you create an array, and you put your data you want to put into this array, and then you call a special handler that the container gives you, and then it will populate the container with stuff. In this case, it'll populate your container with the subject information that you've specified after the authentication. And that's also that's like 10 lines of code, right? So we would make that simpler. Instead of having that would typically be at the end of the request in this case. And what we would do is make that simpler by just having a method that would assemble that for you automatically and automatically return the proper value for the servlet. So in this case, even though we have a servlet auth module would have 5 methods, and these methods are relatively simple, we've reduced it now to one method, and even that one method, we're doing things that are pretty much boilerplate that would just be ceremony actually in the interface, and simplifying it down to 1 or 2 calls. Now these would be standard helpers, and that means that these things will be available on EE8. Now once you go down that road, you can see how creating, installing modules of server auth modules becomes very easy, right? Because you just have a module, you have an annotation, boom, you've got your server auth module. Well, that kind of opens up kind of a market, doesn't it? Because then you can have third-party providers or open source providers that want to create these server auth modules. And you could create, say, an OpenID Connect. In fact, there is an OpenID Connect. I have to use this actually. An OpenID Connect SAM that you can just basically specify you want to use this, and it'll just work. And other things too, like Kerberos or whatever other type of authentication mechanism you want to use. So that's kind of cool. Now we're not going to actually, we're thinking in the JSR of standardizing SAMs, some SAMs, but we're going to see how time goes because there's a lot of work, and there might be a later version. The other thing too, I've also been, some of the experts have mentioned to me, you want to kind of let the community consume the spec a little bit and get some feedback, and then this way we can kind of work that on the next version too, because there'll be things that come out that we just don't even realize. Finally, in the authentication area, we want to take advantage of this cool thing called CDI events. Of course, if you're familiar with CDI, you know that CDI have these events, and you can register them with observers. And there are some standard events in authentication which you really could take advantage of. You could take advantage of a post-authenticate event, a pre-authenticate event, a pre-logout event, and a post-logout event. And using CDI, you could just observe these events, and then you'd be tied into the authentication mechanism and do things like tracking the number of logged-in users, or maybe tracking the number of failed login attempts. Perhaps you're using some sort of remote ID store to be able to do a remote authentication, and you want to mirror a local user while you're doing the authentication. You can do that too. Or maybe perhaps you want to load some application-specific user preferences upon a successful authentication. You could do that too using this. So using CDI, CDI is actually very good with security because security is very context-based, and so is CDI. So there's a really nice synergy there. The next area we're going to that we sort of been investigating is something called an ID store. So the use case here is that, again, an application manages its own users and groups. There's a need to access a repository of identities. These are application-defined identities like users. The users may be stored in some application-specific repository like an LDAP or database. And users are managed by the application without any access to any server configuration. There actually was a survey question about this specific item. Should we standardize on requirements for simple security providers and their configuration? Security providers, if you dig into the question, that's one of those term things that security providers actually refers to, like something like identity stores. And 65% say yes, so we've decided to look into this a little bit further. Currently, there's no Java EE support. This is an area that was always relegated to the server, a server admin. The server admin would take your deployed app and map a role to a user or group, and it's all kind of on the server side where it was handled. So right now, there's only proprietary server support for this. And of course, third-party frameworks will provide you with an API for users and groups. The idea behind an identity store is just this. This is an area where you get the caller credentials through some authentication mechanism, like JASPIC, for instance. Then those caller credentials are sent to the identity store where they're validated. And the validations could occur by either accessing a database or a file or an LDAP or some other form. It would be an extensible interface. And then in return, you would get, if it's validated, you would get a caller name and groups. If it fails, you get notification that it's failed. So that's basically the operation. When you dig into it in a more interaction sort of point of view, you have a credential. It would call a validate method on the actual identity store. And then the identity store would return a credential validation result, which would give you the current status, the caller name, and then a list of groups. And the way this would look in code, identity store would be an alternative CDI managed bean. And that would be the standard identity stores that we would define. And what you would do is you'd inject an identity store. Then we're standardizing some credential types. So you can create a credential called a caller name password credentials. Now, you notice it doesn't say username because in the terminology section, the EG expert group decided that we're going to call them callers because you can have people logging in that aren't people. They're actually devices or whatever. So we're calling it a caller. So caller name password credentials are instantiated. You pass those credentials into the store's validate method, and out comes the result. And that's all you have to do. And then you would just interrogate that result by saying, is it valid? And if it's valid, you can pull out the caller name and groups and then apply that. Now, if you're using JASPIC, you'd apply that to a JASPIC callback handler. And it would just go into the container at that point. And then from that point, the container knows, and you can use it in servlets or wherever in EE you want to use it. And if it fails, of course, you get an invalid response, and you can put up an error message or whatever you want to do. We're thinking of standardizing some credential types. As I mentioned, there would be a base credential type called a credential, which would just basically be able to clear itself and determine have an API for some self-validation, say like signature checks and things like that. Then we would have an extended standard type called a caller name password credential, which would let you have a password. We're also thinking of defining a standard basic authentication credential. Since basic authentication is very common, you would want to just pass the basic authentication header into the credential and have the standard, have the JEE, tear apart the basic credential header and pull out the username and password. It's all very common boilerplate code. Why do you have to rewrite it a million times? And then also a token credential. Now, at this point, the token credential is a little, we're still working on it, but the idea here is that it would be a base class to say a JOT, a JSON, a web token, or something like that. And that's kind of where we're going with that, but we have to still develop that idea. In terms of identity stores, we want to standardize a few identity stores. And these are really, if you see, they're kind of mapped to persistence mechanisms. So perhaps a JSON file identity store, an LDAP identity store, a database identity store, an embedded identity store, which actually would be an identity store in an annotation, and then a JAS identity store, which I'll talk about in a few minutes. And all these standards, standard identity stores, we were considering having them be CDI alternatives. So what you could do is you could, in your CDI context, go into your Bean XML and say, in deployment, I want to use this one. I want to use the JSON file. I want to use the JSON file identity store in development, but when I go to production, I want to swap that and use a database identity store in production. So, it makes it so that you can use the same code, and the identity store changes using CDI based on your deployment. The way you would create these things is that you'd have it's something like a data source definition annotation. Okay, so we'd have an LDAP identity store definition. You'd provide parameters about the LDAP configuration. Attach it to some class, and using a standardized CDI extension, we would create under the covers a CDI, an identity store implementation that's activated. Similarly, for a JSON identity store definition, you'd have something like that, where you have a file path, and you define some parameters for a JSON identity store. For an embedded identity store, now of course you don't want to have embedded data in your code, but if you're quickly writing some code and you want to have some in a development environment and you want to have some users to test your application, you can create an annotation that would have credentials, names, passwords, and groups all built in and available for you to use and selectable. And then, of course, a database identity store definition where you provide, again, data source, lookup information, your caller and group queries. If depending on how your configuration is, maybe you want to pass along a hash algorithm and hash encoding scheme. So, and you probably, if you've dealt with other third-party frameworks, you've probably seen these things all before, which is great because this is, EE is about standardization. So we're trying to pick the best of breed out there and trying to really bring that into the platform. Finally, we have this thing called a JAS identity store. Now, who's heard of JAS? JAS hands? Okay, great. All right, so JAS. JAS is the Java Authentication and Authorization Service. And JAS is a sort of a standard, but it's not a standard. It's a standard framework for doing authorization and authentication with these things called login modules. But the problem is that every server implements it a little differently. And every server populates its subject a little differently. So even though it's supposed to be a standard, you really can't move a login module from like JBoss to WebLogic to IBM. They just don't go across, right? And, but there are people who've made investments in JAS and in login modules, even for their own applications. So we kind of thought, wouldn't it be cool to just kind of wrap up a JAS process inside of an identity store, so that when you did a validate method, it would go through the JAS process, where it would actually go and call the login context that you pass in on a parameter. It would then perform login on each of the login modules. A login module is a module that's used in JAS that performs validation and other things. So it would go across and it would, of course, honor all the control flags that would, just basically execute JAS, right? Honor the control flags, and then eventually it would commit and populate. You get a populated subject out of JAS. So we'd also have to standardize a way of how to get that JAS subject, get the information out of that JAS subject, because of course there's no standard around that. And that's something we discussed about too on the expert group, but it doesn't look like we're going to standardize on that. Maybe. We'll we're working on that part. But the closest thing we came to was something called a Jazz Subject Principal Resolver. Now, this is a class that would be part of, that would be used by the Jazz Identity Store that you could pass in, basically it's a kind of a callback where you say, I'm giving you a subject that you just gave me after committing your login module process. Tell me give me the caller, give me the groups, because I don't know where they are in the subject. And it would, basically the implementation you get for Jazz would tell you, not only you have to provide these login modules, but you have to also provide a Jazz subject principal resolver, where it would tell you, okay, here's your caller and here's your group. Then we can go on and pass it along into the return value of the identity store, and that will just work now with CDI. Additionally, if you saw the identity store, you only saw one method. It was just the validate method. And there might be other types of interrogations you want to do with identity stores. So we're also considering standardizing some additional interfaces like a caller store, a caller role store, group store. These are just little interfaces that add small incremental mix-in methods so that if you want to do some additional things with an identity store, you can. They wouldn't be required. Some standard identity stores would have them, some would not, but they would be available in case you wanted them. And also, if you notice, this is all the interfaces for our 1.0 release will all be read-only. We're not at this point considering doing any type of updates because, and we started going down that route, but the idea was that applications already have a lot of optimized queries, a lot of optimized ways of updating their databases and identity stores, and we kind of thought if we went down that path, it would just be a lot of work to figure that all out. So we kind of thought at this point for a 1.0 release, we would just handle the credential validation and the read-only aspect of the identity store. And the reason why we're doing these optional interfaces is because we want to avoid a problem that Jack had a long time ago, an old server security interface where we have, we didn't want to have one identity store that required you to implement like 20 methods, right? We wanted to be able to just be able to mix in the capabilities that you need as as you need it, as available. So a quick example of how you use these optional interfaces. You basically would just say, you have methods for a caller store. You'd have a get callers method where you could have a regular expression passed in, and you get a list of callers. The regular expression method for groups to get groups, and then you could do interrogations like, is a caller in a group, and determine whether that's true. Now this is not going to the container. This is really just a wrapper around your persistence mechanism. So it's questionable whether or not this is that useful, because if you're already accessing your data store directly, then maybe you would continue to access your data store directly. The next area we're going to think about standardizing is an area of password aliasing. The use case here is that an application uses passwords to access resources like LDAP and databases. These are passwords that are stored in annotations, and are also stored in deployment descriptors. Of course, you don't want to store any passwords in your deployment descriptors or your annotations. So you really kind of want to avoid that problem. But we definitely need an EE, a portable way to protect stored passwords. This was a survey question. Should we add support for password aliases, including the ability to provision credentials along with the application? And about 58% of the respondents said yes. And this actually was a feature that was in EE7 that was deferred out because of time. Currently, there's no EE support for this in Java EE. Although there are proprietary server support, right? Glassfish supports this. And then when you use third-party frameworks, you'll often see something like embedded password encryption, but nothing like aliasing, because it's not really tied into the container. So the way it would look is something like this. For an annotation, for instance, and the data source definition annotation, rather than having the password right in line, you would have something like an expression that would be resolved by the container lazily. So you'd have a key, an alias equal to a key, and that key would refer to a credential store that would be deployed with your application. A dual of this would be in deployment descriptors, and in deployment descriptors you'd have, for instance, a data source where the password would be basically an alias again, an expression again, that would be resolved by the container also. And the way it would work is something like this. You'd have this alias, the container would then resolve it at the last minute when it needed to be resolved. And then once it's been used, it would be cleared up out of the memory space. The aliases themselves will be stored in an archive, something like a JKS file that would be deployed with your application. That would be an artifact. And this artifact could be manipulated with, say, like a key tool kind of thing. But we're not really specifying that portion of it. We're going to make recommendations that kind of falls outside the API realm. But that's kind of the idea of how it would be used. So it will be for configuration, for annotations, and deployment descriptors. Secure credentials will be archived for bundling the alias and the actual password values with the applications. The platform would then consume the credentials archive upon deployment. And then we would specify some standard tooling for CRUD operations on the actual credential archive, something like a key tool operation. The next area in the API that we're going to explore is the role and permission assignment area. So the use case here, again, you can see this a lot. I'm repeating this a lot. Applications manage its own users and groups. An application needs to assign roles like authorities and permissions to users and groups based on some application-specific model. These users may be stored in an application-specified repository, and the users want to be managed without, the applications want to manage these users without any type of access to server configuration. There was a survey question about this too. Should we standardize group to role mapping? And about 70% of the people said yes, so it seems like this is a pretty popular feature among application developers. There is no Java EE support for this. This falls into the traditional, the Java server administrator takes care of this. When you deploy your app, they'll take care of the mapping between your role and your group. And there's nothing wrong with that in some situations. Is that we're trying to now address the more application-centric type of developer. And so there's only proprietary server support, and third-party security frameworks, however, do provide role and authority and permission APIs, which is what you'd expect. So the obvious answer to what we could do is in WebXML or those kind of application standardized deployment descriptors, have something like a security role map built in, where you can map role groups and roles. Now these would be groups that are defined by the user. Okay. Another thing that's been very popular, we actually had a lot of discussions on the Jira that we have about this, is a one-to-one group-to-role mapping. And this is something that's actually standard in, available, I should say, in Glassfish, where you'd say, when I define a group named admin or maybe more resource-based like printer, view printer or printer view, it would automatically be the name of the role that corresponds with that group. So in our previous example where I mentioned, you had an embedded identity store definition, this identity store actually does a little bit more than just define an identity store. It actually defines the permissions, because you'd have the caller name, the password, and then the groups. Now if you had one-to-one group-to-role mapping enabled, those groups are actually going to be the role names. And you'd be able to define, for your development environment, be able to define the permissions and the roles. And what that allows you to do is, having one-to-one group-to-role mapping, it's a little bit more than just a convenience. It actually puts a lot more power in the application developer's hands and kind of takes the server out of the loop. So it enables something called, enables you to do dynamic application-based roles. So that, for instance, you have an application that has a bunch of users that are, basic users on your application, and you want to convert them into premium users because they paid, $9.99 a month or something. You can actually do that using this mechanism with the application. And this is actually being done now in using third-party frameworks. You can take your app, and your app would update its application-specific database domain with the new groups, and then the next time the caller logs in, JASPIC would call into the identity store to validate the credentials. The credentials would hit the same database, get the same groups assigned, pass those credentials, those groups, and the caller name back to JASPIC. JASPIC would use its already existing hook into containers to go apply that to the container, and now since containers say that groups and roles are the same, boom, your container gets the new roles. So it all it's actually a little extension of what goes on now, but it allows you to have the ability to have flexible, dynamic application role changes. The next area of interest in our JSR is something called a security context. And this kind of seems kind of obvious when you first think about it. An application needs to access the security API. You know, you want to be able to get to the authenticated user. You want to be able to check roles. You want to be able to invoke a run as. You know, and the application would need to have the same API to access the security context regardless of the container, right? If you notice, in different containers, there are different interfaces that kind of do the same thing. Currently in Java EE, there's no support for this. Every container is kind of its own little island. However, of course, third-party security frameworks do provide a security context, and this is kind of core into the way they work, right? You can just access the security context and find out, you know, different information about your current logged-in user. So, for example, in an EJB, if you want to find out if the current caller is in a role, you have to use a session context to interrogate the session context, say, is this caller in a role, right? So your code has to know where it's being called. If you're in a servlet, you have to use the HTTP servlet request and call is user in role, you know, and ask the same question. So you have to know that, you know, you're in a servlet and call a different method. In a CDI bean, well, you can't do anything because there's no security context class in a CDI right now. And in JAX-RS, there actually is a defined security context that you can use. It only works within JAX-RS, but it is, you know, a great way to go. But of course, it's not standard across the container, and you would use is caller and role to determine the same kind of thing. So what we're proposing is a standardized security context. It would be a CDI bean that you could inject, and it would give you some of the functionality that you'd expect. You'd be able to determine, you know, get the current user principal, interrogate whether or not the current user is in a role, get all the roles for a current user, check whether or not it's authenticated, actually invoke a login with the authentication mechanism, a logout, and do a run as. And there's some other, we're actually working on developing this idea through, but you know, there might be probably other methods where add or delete. This is kind of a preliminary list. And what you'd be able to do with this managed bean security context is anywhere in Java EE, any managed bean, whether it's CDI, servlet, EJB, JAX-RS, you'd be able to inject a security context and be able to use one method that would work across all containers. Now, effectively behind the covers is actually probably going to call back into the other functionality depending on the container, but this is kind of a facade that gives you a nice uniform interface over that. The final area of ideas that I'd like to talk to you about today is the area of authorization interceptors. The use case here is that an application needs to restrict specific methods to authorize users. The application model has there's application model-based rules to be able to make that are needed to make access decisions, and simply a role is not enough. You know, having a role is just a role; it's a string. You want to do something a little bit more calculative. So there was a survey question about this. Should we consider adding security interceptors to Java EE8? 79% said yes. And should we simplify authorization by introducing expression language enabled authorization annotations? And 67% said yes. So this seems to be something that's wanted by the community. Currently, EE authorization has no rule-based authorization. It's only role-based. However, third-party frameworks do have rule and role and permission-based APIs. So one example, one idea would be to use expression language. Expression language is a nice string-based language that allows you to have access to managed beans in the CDI context. And you can actually have access to a security context, an invocation context, and create string-based, expression language-based rules to evaluate at every method access. So in this particular case, not only do you check for whether or not a manager has a role, but whether or not it's currently office hours in order to transfer funds. But then you think, well, gee, I don't want to put strings all over my app. You know, it's going to be really a pain in the butt to manage. So we're thinking of also standardizing, of centralizing this information, perhaps in an LDAP, and having an interface of an LDAP where you could, rather than specify strings everywhere, you make a reference to some sort of LDAP entry and attribute and be able to access it that way, defining it with an annotation. And then you'd have an annotation like like this, which is performing the same basic function, except this way you have a reference to a rule source, and then you make a specification for a specific rule, an index. Additionally, there's another area we're thinking of standardizing, something called an access decision voter. And you've probably seen this in other frameworks. This is kind of the same idea, and that's rule-based, except that it's a user-defined class for making access decisions. In this case, we'd have a standardized annotation where you could pass in an implementation of an access decision voter. If it returns, if its functional interface returns true, you'd have access to that particular method. An example of an access decision voter here is an account access decision voter, which implements the access decision voter interface. It has a method called check permission that would be part of the interface, and you would be given a current calling context, and from that calling context, you can make a decision of whether or not you want to allow that user to have allow that caller to have access to that method. If so, then you can return a no violation response. And if not, then you can give the reason of why the access would be denied. So those are all the ideas. We have other ideas, of course, and the problem is that we have a lot of ideas, and we only have a little bit of time to do them all. And I'm sure you can think of a lot more reasons why, other things you might want to do with the API. But these are kind of a starting point that we want to work from and try to develop. Certainly, if you have any other suggestions and you don't agree with some of the directions we're going on, please get involved and let us know. You can contribute to our JSR. We have a project page. It's a Jira Java project page, Java.NET project page. It's kind of a dashboard. It tells us our current status of where we are with our JSR. We also have a users list. If you're interested in subscribing to our users list, please do. You get all the messages from the expert list, and then if you post questions, experts will get back to you. Also, we have a GitHub playground with our proposals. We have proposals on most of these things. Our latest proposals are having to do with the identity store. We actually have a Google Doc on that, which you can access, by the way, from our project page. Our project page actually has access to our GitHub playground, our Google Doc folder, which has a lot of proposals on it, and then we have some events, and yes, I guess that's basically it. But between all that, you have a lot of access to the kind of thoughts that are going on, some of the work that's going on in the JSR. So by all means, you can do some pull requests. You can let us know if you have any ideas. Submit some ideas. If you're interested in learning some more and also getting involved and learning some more about this stuff, we're having a BOF tonight at the Hilton. It'll be Ivar, who is another expert group member, and myself will be hosting a BOF tonight. Please show up if you're interested. I know it's competing with the Java EE BOF. That was a scheduling problem, but please, if you're a real security geek and you're interested in this stuff, please stop by. We'll talk about this. Also, David Blevins is another one of our expert group members. He's going to have sort of a related BOF on EE8 and the kind of thoughts that maybe you might have on EE8 in terms of API updates. And I think he does mention our API in there also. So that's it. Thank you very much. Any questions? Okay. Oh, okay.
There is a security package, I don't know how to call it, the SAP. Are you familiar with it?
What was it called?
SAP.
SRP?
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with it.
But they take care, for example, of HTML sanitation and other parts.
Okay.
Is there any reason why it has been left out? I don't know, like HTML sanitation or penetration attacks into...
Like cross-site scripting?
Yeah.
Okay. I think there actually is a JIRA on that, on our expert group, and I think the way we were going with that was that it's kind of really specific to particular containers, like Servlet I think is addressing it, and I think MVC is addressing it directly, because their libraries are really geared toward the media, the actual transport media. If it's something that we can standardize at our level, like say cross-application, cross-platform, we would. It just seems like that's really focused on the particular protocol. You know, I know that, for instance, the spec leads from MVC and Servlet have talked to us about it, but I think they've already have a lot of things in place for that, and I think that's something they're working for EE8. So, you know, it's almost better for them to focus on that because they can deal with it in their own protocol, right? Yep.
You're talking about having password tokens.
Yes.
I didn't see keychain, key stores up in that list because to us that's really an issue. Is that someone has to know in the code what the key store password is.
Yes, actually, that is something that came up, and actually, it's even deploying key stores together with the application. But it's something we're going to look into. The reason why I specifically mentioned password aliasing is because it was a feature that was left over from EE7, so I wanted to make sure I addressed it. But that would be something we'd have to look into.
Yeah, because I mean, a lot of the big containers, might have that, but we're not really tapping into that with some of the smaller containers. So
So it would be passwords for for key store,
And, yeah,
key store access,
key-
key access, that kind of
Yeah.
thing, in a JKS key store or whatever.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. We'll look into it. Yeah. Yep.
You doing anything with, or have any thoughts on contextual security? So like, switch to two-factor authentication for risky transactions or weird IPs you've never logged into. Any standardized support there?
We have not thought about that. I know it's come up. In terms of being able to standard. Oh, okay. I know it's come up in terms of standardizing some of the server auth modules that we do in authentication. But I know, and two-factor authentication has definitely come up also in the discussions. Again, the first revision 1.0 is trying to get all the easy stuff out of the way. So I don't know if that'll be something we'll address in 1.0, but it's something that's definitely on the radar, right?
you're kind of like a credential level.
Yeah, so my normal login, username, password, I can do most stuff, but now I want to make $1 million withdrawal.
Right. Yeah.
I want to help at that
Yeah,
point.
we're looking at pins in some prints is one level.
Yes.
Password is another level.
Okay. Right.
What about certificates?
What do you mean, like identity certificate, like being able to do identity assertion? Like that kind of thing? Well, you could do certificates using, I think JASPIC will actually support certificates, so you could do the authentication that way. Right? So you can create a server auth module that would be able to handle the certificates. There's actually, traditionally in servlets you have the classic, basic, digest, form, client cert authentication that's built in. And I think there's a move either, I think we're trying to figure out whether this is going to servlet spec or our spec, but basically a move to move that all into standardized JASPIC server auth modules, so that it'll be sort of in the same realm. Where you wouldn't necessarily put it in your servlet, you put it actually in you actually register a SAM and would use it that way. So yep.
Is there any mechanism to map group and roles between application or systems?
Well, there was we are standardizing a group to role mapping in the WebXML. We're exploring to make it so that it's a deployable artifact in the actual standard WebXML, let's say, that kind of thing. But you mean other than that?
Between systems, maybe.
Oh, I mean like cross domain, like another domain.
Identity, between systems, but not exactly the same roles and groups.
Oh, okay, yes, that would not be a 1.0 feature. I know what you mean. Yeah, like you're right, they're going to another domain, like a connect.
Confederation,
Right.
It's the same identity, but it's not.
Yes, I know what you mean. Yeah. That's that's not something we're gonna. There's a whole area of that remote authentication stuff. Interacting with identity stores, using OpenID Connect, or OAuth 2. That's those kind of standards. We're not going to try to attack in a 1.0.
So you kind of brought up an interesting issue. Now we're going to microservices. So you might come in and create your security context in one container, but then make calls to other security containers. Is there going to be mechanisms to pass that context along as you make calls?
I know what you mean, but that's not. No, we're not going to define something like that. Not in a 1.0.
Okay.
A propagation, like identity propagation, that kind of thing. How, like, if you have a REST call and you want to make another REST call and you want to take that authenticated token and move it along to the next.
I mean, it's like, you can get with EJBs, when you make a remote call to an EJB, you can pass the security context around. When
Right.
you start making a REST context, well, that was just...
I know that's actually, that's kind of that's a topic that's being handled by all the commercial servers now too. I think WebLogic's working on that right now. So once that becomes more of a standard, I think also there's a lot of standards around that with REST in terms of passing identity tokens around. I mean, I know that there are standard tokens like JOTs, but just in terms of being able to have an authentication across using something like an OpenID Connect or maybe something like an OAuth 2 kind of thing, you would. I don't think there really are a lot of standards in terms of just going. machine to machine like that, unless you know of one.
Right.
You know,
Okay.
and until that's really kind of ironed out, we really can't pull that into our standard.
Okay.
Right, and as I said, it's like we're trying to do the simple stuff first. You
I
know,
mean, because now everybody's going microservices.
Oh, I know, yep,
You know,
yeah.
it's going to be a hot one.
yep.
Yeah, with all the DoD moving to requiring multi-factor authentication for all users, did I hear you say there's plans to support multi-factor authentication in this standard, or is that something you're looking at in the future?
It's come up, and we're going to probably look into beyond 1.0, beyond version 1.0. We're still thinking about what we're going to do with 1.0, but multi-factor authentication and how it actually works. If it can be done in a way that it can be done in a JASPIC SAM, for instance, then that would be something that the third party could actually add to EE and have it work. But we're not really considering attacking that right away. I mean, we're not on 1.0. Okay. Yep.
I had on that, you're talking about these security expressions, and then you started, well, put it in LDAP.
Yeah.
But is LDAP part of the web spec? Because if you're running only like something to the web spec, would you then not be able to have access to security expressions because you may not be running an LDAP container?
Well, it would just be, I guess the idea there is you'd have a place to essentially store it. So it would be, it's independent, I think, of the web spec. It would be something that you would, you'd have just another location, basically a way of accessing a repository to store those strings.
Because now you're basically dependent on, your security is dependent on being able to access this external resource.
Right. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Right, I understand. Right, and that actually will come into play with like performance problems. Yeah, I see a lot of performance problems with the expression language approach because you have to like reparse that, or you have to do something that really, you can have like a lot of these method calls. You really want to reparse and evaluate that all the time, right?
It's flexible because we don't know exactly the needs,
Right. Right.
In this way, it's flexible.
Yeah, when I saw LDAP there, I just took that to mean some external repository.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Yes. Right.
I mean, to me, I like the inline versus the LDAP. It's like, because then you look at the code, you don't know how things secured because the rules are somewhere else. But if you would put them in line as the annotation, then you know exactly the rules, and they say, oh, wait a second, I can't perform this function because I know these rules aren't compatible with this functionality.
Yeah, but you have not access to that repository, right? Because
Right.
Because you access to the repository via like LDAP,
Right.
GNDI or something.
Right, but you then also, someone can go into that LDAP repository, change the definition of that rule without having to look at the code and seeing the impact. Okay, now we just allow a lot.
Right. I think you have to be smart about giving it a good name. Being able to say give it like a resource or a resource action name, something like that. That as you get further down that list, there are things that are less and less defined. Like we've worked with terminology, authentication mechanism, identity store. When you get toward the bottom of the list, it's like a lot of it kind of gets we're still working on it. So, okay. Oh, one more. Okay.
When it comes to, for instance, SAML2 authentication, you get a lot of attributes
Mm-hmm.
the authentication response.
Mm-hmm.
Would it be possible to access those? Right now we need to use the internal APIs for each of the application servers.
You mean like additional caller attributes?
Yes.
Okay, there actually is an optional interface. The optional interface for caller has an interface for caller attributes. It says like get caller attributes or something, and then you can specify what attribute you want, and you get back a collection. Okay. All right. Great. All right. Well, well.
Is this only intended for servlets or also remote EJBs?
It's well, the focus has been on servlets. The expert group. Okay, this is all driven by the expert group, and all of the expert groups have been a lot of the work's being done in servlets. It doesn't mean we're not going to support this in EJBs. It's just that I guess what you see here, I guess the EJBs are also CDI beans. You'll be able to do it in some areas. It depends on the actual feature, I guess. Like, yeah.
I have
Yep.
a question also. I don't want to be hogging all the time, but you seem to be compressing the concept of caller and user.
Yes.
Especially in a remote, like an EJB, you can say, well, this user has a certain role, but this user is coming through this application, and so that's a different role. So you might be interested in know what the caller application is, plus who the user is. So to me, that's by compressing them, you just basically now they're the same identity. So it doesn't matter
in
which channel the user came through.
Well, in the API, I mean, naming the caller and the user, the API basically uses use those names interchangeably.
Okay, so there is no
So-
separate concept.
Right, there's no separate concept, right. I mean, it's just basically the authenticated caller. The authenticated entity is called a caller or user.
The identities.
It's just the identity, yeah, right.
Yeah, because certain clients of ours, client applications have access to different things.
Mm-hmm.
So we want to make sure, but then also the user has certain access to the applications and then access to data.
Mhm.
Okay.
Well, you'd still be able to do that. It's just that, the API is just going to call them all callers, basically, right? All right. Oh.
The question with the focus on servlets for like mobile applications where calling REST services, I mean, we normally use a token, so there's no plans for handling that type of situation, handling that in the first go around?
Handling tokens?
Yeah, handling tokens. I was a little confused, and you said something about that the first go around you weren't looking at tokens.
No. Well, okay. So there's not a lot of standards around that, right? So the standard is if we'll provide facilities so you can actually subclass and create your own token handling, because we don't know what the rules are. There's no standard rules around token handling like that, right? So we can provide a token-based credential that you can actually maybe it also can be extended as a JOT. If that's what you're using, right? Some people don't even use JOTs, right? Some people just use opaque strings or something like that, right? So because there's no standard around that, we really can't do much about that. But what we can do is provide you with the facilities to create your own sort of thing, right? And that's kind of what we're trying to do. Again, if there was a standard, we would I know there's a lot of work being done in that respect. There's a lot of that kind of work with REST, and if there was a standard around that, we would latch onto that. But we can't. There's so many different customizations out there. You really can't know what's popular, right?
Okay, so you are adding like a handler.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. You'll be able to. These standard implementations are just standard implementations. You can create your own identity store that accesses some arbitrary back end that does whatever you want to do, and you can just we'll provide you a way of making that available, and you just inject it, and you can just select that using a Bean XML or something. That's the goal. Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much.
Okay, so I think we can start. Hello, I would like to welcome you at this session. My name is Lukáš Jungman, better to say just Lukas, it's easier. I'm working in Oracle in an Eclipse Link team. Eclipse Link is reference implementation of Java Persistence API. I'm leading the JPA development there. The team itself is based currently in Prague, in Czech Republic. It used to be in Ottawa, I think. And we are basically responsible for the reference implementation, and I'm currently responsible for the Java Persistence API specification. And that's about what this presentation is. Java Persistence API, new things, what's new. Safe harbor statement, you already saw this multiple times. Basically what I am talking about is work in progress. So this is subject to change, and I should point out that it is also subject to change depending on your opinions, on user feedback, on everything you have. Anytime, feel free to reach to us. I will provide links to specification project, bug tracker, reference implementation. Hopefully I have a link for it there, and a few other things at the end of the presentation. Okay, so let's start. At the beginning, first part will be just an overview with a brief walk through the history of where JPA started, what it was, what features has been added within particular releases. Then I will say something about current status, what are our future plans, and I believe there will be some time for questions and hopefully also some answers. If not, links will be provided. Feel free to reach back to us either through mailing list, bug tracker, whatever, or you can find me at the Java booth after this session in exhibition hall. So feel free to stop by. I will be there today and tomorrow afternoon. So I'm available. Don't hesitate to talk to me. So what is Java Persistence Specification? How it evolved to what it is now? What does it offer to you? It is an industry standard object or relational mapping for Java. It is supposed to deliver portability across providers and databases with increased developer productivity, and is available for Java EE and Java SE environment. Programming models slightly differs between these environments, but basics are the same. It defines how Java objects are stored in a relational database using a standard set of mappings, programmable API, and querying, and provides programmable API for reading, writing, and querying persistent Java objects known as entities. It brings a full-featured query language and also defines a container contract to support plugging any JPA runtime into any compliant container. So JPA 1.0, that has been started as part of JSR 2.2.0, Enterprise Java Beans 3.0. Before this specification, there were various object relational mapping frameworks. The oldest one is Toplink, currently Eclipse Link, Toplink being an extension to Eclipse Link. Actually, Toplink was the first, or was among the first Java commercially successful Java applications in the world. So it's here for like 20 years almost. First version was written, I think, in Smalltalk or Scheme or something like that. So it's really old. Then there were some container manage persistence beans within EJB 2.0 and stuff like that. That was very complicated. So people working on these technologies came together and invented this JPA 1.0. Reference implementation at this time was Toplink Essentials, and this version covered basic areas like defined the API itself, defined JPQL, Java Persistence Query Language, and object relational mapping metadata. Next version was 2.0. This time it was under its own JSR. It has been released in 2009, and since this version of the specification release implementation, reference implementation is Eclipse Link. Apart from extending and enhancing the previous version of the specification, it brought the Java Persistence Criteria API. That was one of the main features in this version. And this Criteria API allows dynamic queries for entities and their persistent state by creating query-defining objects. Criteria queries are written using Java programming language APIs. They are type-safe, portable, so easy to use. Initial version of the JPA spec covered most of the mappings and associations, but JPA 2.0 has dramatically improved the mappings by adding the more number of combinations which are useful when working mainly with legacy systems, such as adding join table, unidirectional one-to-one mapping, one-to-many with no join table, element collections or funnel removal, and some others. This version has been also integrated with bean validation JSR. That was 3.03, the first version. This allowed additional lifecycle validation support, and other features were pessimistic locking and entity metamodel API. This metamodel is useful mainly if you need to inspect some entities. Mostly useful for tools, not so much for regular developers. Another set of features were defining shared cache API, really just basic operations, ability to get it, clean it, useful for testing, and a couple of JPQL enhancements. At time of 2.0, there were multiple vendors, such as Eclipse Link, Hibernate, OpenJPA, to name a few. There are definitely more than listed on this slide. I just tried to make it shorter. The JPA 2.1 specification published in 2013 adds several enhancements to JPA 2.0, mainly converters, common use case. Basically, you have some Boolean object and you want to store it in a database under T or F. It was not possible before. Converters are handy for these cases. Schema generation. Before 2.1, you were supposed to use provider-specific properties in order to define the generation strategy for the database, for example. So this has been standardized in 2.1, so there are common properties and you are free to change the vendor. Stored procedures has been added, unsynchronized persistence context useful in stateful session beans. If you need to, if you have some transaction which spans across multiple requests, then this is feature useful in this case. Entity graphs allows partial or specified fetching of or merging of objects, constructor result mapping, criteria update, delete, and again some enhancements to JPQL and criteria queries. Okay, this was something most of you already know and are using. So what's new? What's next? Is there someone monitoring JPA expert group or mailing lists or bug tracker? I see no one. Okay, so you may not notice. Next version of the specification will be 2.2. It will be a maintenance release. So whatever JCP rules for maintenance release allows can be added. It is supposed to be a small update, mainly driven by these 4 main topics. There are Java SE 8 alignment, Java EE 8 alignment, improving integration between other specifications such as CDI, and last but not least, addressing feedback from the community. I want to point out that this is really important to hear from people what is important, what can be useful for more, what needs to be standardized, where we should put our energy. Okay, so in 2.2, in a reference implementation, we already implemented these 3 things, these 3 items. Except for the last one, if you download the latest build of Eclipse Link, you can try them out. The last one needs some modification in the API project. If you want to build it, or if you manage to build it, integrate it into Eclipse Link, then you can try also the last item, but that's not that easy. But I am hoping that within a week or 2 after Java 1, we should be able to provide some binary already ready to be run. So CDI support in attribute converters. Say you have some converter which is encoding and decoding that data when storing them to the database and decoding when reading back. Usually there already exists some service or some component which does this logic, but since there is no injection support in attribute converters, all you can do, if you are lucky and are able to use CDI 1.1, you can use something like this, CDI current select, and this way you can inject appropriate type or appropriate service into your converter. But to allow sharing injection logic through multiple components, what we've done is we allowed inject to be used. So less typing, less error prone, easy to use, useful also for testing. You can have some producer producing this CryptoBean in test environment, some minor improvement. Another thing are meta annotations. This is coming from Java EE 8 alignment topic. Basically, say we have some kind of listener which through which we are storing information about entities being persistent into some logging system. Say we want this. Then we have an entity, just add an entity defining listener's account for which we want to track creation or the time when it is being persisted. Then if we have another entity, we have to repeat the same annotations. Again, if another entity, then again repeat it. So what's changed is that we allow annotation inheritance by allowing entity and listener, entity-listener annotations being defined on your own annotation type. So what does it change? This changed the way that we can use the same listener, but this time we define our annotation, and then we can just use this annotation on all our entities. This allows some kind of better maintenance, because say you want to add additional logging, you just modify your top-level annotation and that's it. You don't have to modify all entities for which you want to add additional logging and so on. Another thing, what was mentioned, actually this also came from Roberto Cortes, I believe. He has also an idea about simplifying named entity graph annotation. So, as you can see, there's some, on the right side, there is some named entity graphs, named entity graph, some subgraphs, and it's a lot of typing. So, on the left side, you can see some simplification in terms of using just strings. This is something what is not done yet. It is not finalized. If you have some ideas how this can be changed or improved, just let us know. This is something we are currently discussing. Another thing here would be, say we define the named entity graph in a meta-annotation, and how inheritance should work. Should there be some overloading or just extending the definition and which is higher in the hierarchy? Or so there are some questions to be answered. So if you have some ideas or something you would find useful, let us know. Link will be at the end. Okay, repeating annotations. This is probably the easiest thing to do. There is named queries, which is kind of container annotation, just a marker which contains multiple named query annotations. So we just strip it off. It's not needed. This is something you can also easily implement in your projects, right? It's kind of thing which where you modify just the child annotation, in this case named query, with something like add repeatable or repeating, and argument would be the existing container annotation, and then compiler will do the work. It will compile everything, so you don't have to care. You can just remove one line from your code. What's next? These are currently things we are kind of working on, thinking about, deciding how they should be working, looking at existing implementers or providers of such functionality, what they are doing. So this is definitely subject to change, and feedback is needed here. Not that we don't know how to do that, but we would like to do it in a way it will be useful for people using it, right? It's the best way how to do things. Data support, Datetime API is the new one in Java SE8. And basically, currently, if you want to store if you have some entity with some local datetime field in it, and you want to store it in a database, not in the default object, as a default object, which is blob, some binary data, which is that's not something you want for date. You want really a date, timestamp, or something. So what you can currently do is to use attribute converter. For example, this one. And basically this is something what libraries provides. There are existing third-party libraries being hosted on GitHub. I think that's called 310 JPA. And on Bitbucket, that's called JPA attribute converters. And there are at least 2 more other projects or libraries providing some support for conversion of Yoratime or Java datetime API to database. And we would like to define some standard handling of this datetime API. As I said, existing solution is to use attribute converters. There is some built-in support for this in Hibernate. There is nothing like that in Eclipse Link. I'm not sure about other vendors currently. For stream support, what you can do now is if you have some list of employees and you want to iterate through this list to count overall the money you are investing into salaries, for example, you just can use for each cycle. Or if you want to use stream API, then get result list and call stream on it. So there is not too much to improve, right? But what about this? If query would return the stream object directly, it's easy to do. Quite handy. The name of the method is just temporary. We were having long discussions about this, whether it should be get stream result or aligned with get the result list. So this would become get the result stream. On the other hand, this would invoke that it may not mean the stream from the Java API. It would mean stream from database world, where there are some scrollable cursors and stuff like this. So this could lead to some confusion. Another idea was to use get result as stream in the same way like JDBC does it, but that sounds a bit weird, a bit complicated. And basically this can be implemented in the API, so providers, vendors doesn't have to implement this directly. This can be as a default method in the interface, and that's it. So everyone would be able to use it immediately.
Can I ask a question about this?
Yeah?
I'm just looking at this and thinking, if I was writing this code, I would not actually select everything from employee. I would let the database do the summing. Is there an example of this sort of thing? First, am I wrong that it would be inefficient to do it here, to pull everything from employee? So I'm curious if there's another example. Is this sort of thing you use?
No, this is my only example currently.
It's sort of what you might think of. But this
Yeah.
is the only thing you do with it then.
But what I'm having next is like being able to set the hints. This way, for example, you want to say we want parallel stream. Well, why not? But what some providers would like to do is, for example, to work on cursor stream or scrollable results or something like this. So in order to have just one method, then there could be provided some hints, and vendors could implement what they think would be useful. So doing it this way, there will be one method, some hints per provider, and that's it. I'm sure that this example is really not that useful as it could be if I would use some map or something. We are also thinking about some ability to pass some lambda into the either into the query itself or into the query or into the result. So we could really just fine-tune what should be accessed and so on.
Makes sense, thanks.
But if you have ideas, another item is getting a query string from criteria query. Well, each provider provides some support, or each vendor of the JPI has some support for this already. But it means that you need to unwrap the query implementation to JPA query within Eclipse Link query, object in Hibernate, and so on. And then you have access to some internal API of the provider, which you can use to get JPQL query or SQL query from the criteria query. Here are some examples how you can do that, but it's quite complicated and useful. Well, it is mainly in testing. Say you want to create your queries to be type safe using criteria queries, but you have currently SQL queries and you want to make sure that they will be matching each other, that they will be the same. So the best is write a test. But using this API, such test would look like the first item here on this slide. It would be some assert equals with select statement, and then find all books, criteria, query, unwrap to specific implementation, and then calling provider-specific API. What we would like to do is to simplify this. Just let API contain get JPQL string method and corresponding get SQL string method. And this could also save some typing. Another use case for this can be that some people were reporting that they were doing really long queries and with a lot of customizations like attributes or object types and stuff like this. So they were not able to use criteria query. They were just using string and then concatenating these strings. This is not definitely efficient. So what would they welcome or appreciate would be if they could write part of the query within criteria query and then just append some minor subset of the query to it. So using this API, you should be able to use criteria query to define what you need, be type safe, portable, everything, and then just append what you need to it. What's changing too often or some constant or whatever. Auto-closable, that's perhaps easy to do. Basically, it's about letting entity manager and factory implement auto-closable, so not that useful in Java EE environment, more useful in SE environments where you are working with persistent context directly. So perhaps simple. And there is a list of other topics or other ideas. First one, add pagination support to JPQL and criteria APIs. There is support for this in query itself, but within JPQL you can't really set that you want to paginate a result. I think this was coming from Eclipse Link JPRS feature, which also has some pagination support. Finishing the API as such because currently you can create query from criteria query, but you can't create criteria query from query. So really make sure that there is a round trip available. Adding subquery entity type to criteria query, this is currently not really supported. For tools, it is useful to query metamodel by entity name. And another two topics are NoSQL and multi-tenancy support. For NoSQL, the situation is currently that it is not clear whether it should be support for NoSQL should be part of the JPA as is, or whether there should be created new specification just for NoSQL. So hard to say. In reference implementation, there is some support for NoSQL already. You define an entity with at NoSQL annotation, and you can use entity manager for queries and for everything. It is not something what would be like support 100% of JPA features, but it's there. You can play with it, provide feedback. Multi-tenancy support that was dropped from JPA 2.1. Current state is that it is not clear whether it will be part of Java EE 8. Maybe it will be delayed again, and this is something what we would like to align with Java EE, because that would define the overall frame for how this feature should work, what should be supported, what should not. So we would prefer to delay this to Java EE version, which will come with multi-tenancy support. Okay, this is a list from the spec project, which lists currently what is on our plate. There's not too much currently. This is just what we identified as primary tasks. Now, I think I went through all of these. Repeatable. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, there is one item at the below upload official standard JPA 2.1 APIs to Maven Central. Currently, if you are using JPA in Java SE in a Maven project, for example, you need to import API either from Eclipse Link or Hibernate or basically from vendor. What we would like to do is to really publish the API so you don't have to care from who is providing it. And meta annotations. I went through that. So this is currently what's on our plate, what is targeted for 2.2. There will be definitely some additions depending on feedback on users. I actually had some talks with some guys yesterday, so they have some other ideas. That's basically why I am here, to hear what you are using, what you are missing. So if you want to participate, first one is the specification project page. It's hosted on java.net. Issue tracker is on the same place. The mailing list we are currently using is users at jpa-spec.java.net. And the reference implementation is Project Eclipse Link. Okay. Session surveys, if there are any, I'm not sure. So if you have feedback, give it to me. There's a lot I could improve, I know. So be nice. or actually not. And questions. So we have plenty of time for questions. I was hoping it will last at least 10 more minutes, but if you have questions, feel free to ask. Yeah.
We use inheritance for one of the two entities, and when we actually look up, doing a lookup, it joins all those sub-entities together to make a big join. Is it possible to filter just one entity, like if we have a parent entity and we have multiple base entities, if I want to look for only one of the base entities and avoid joining other tables, is it possible to do something like that?
I believe that should be possible somehow. I'm not sure how right now, but if you can send it to me by email, I can take a look at it.
Sure.
And actually, was there my email address on the slide? If not, it's lucas.ju, and actually, you can ask my colleague. He's sitting next to you. Okay, other questions? Yeah? Or not? Yeah?
There was recently a presentation from Oracle guy that was using a stream API to create the queries.
To create what?
To create the queries.
Ah.
Is there anything going on in that direction?
I wasn't attending that, sorry. But if you can tell me which session it was, I will try to talk to the okay. I will try to look it up. Thank you. Yeah.
Is there a way to evaluate the APA queries against in-memory collections? Or is there plans to implement that?
You mean like in-memory queuing?
Yeah.
I believe this is provided somehow in TopLink. There is some connection or some integration with Coherence, which is in-memory stuff. So you can, with Coherence, you can get to this. But directly from Eclipse Link, well, all queries are running in memory, but you have to gather data from database to read actual values.
So for example, you were showing unit tests were assertions against string evaluations, but the way we do it right now with a different ORM, which is called Cayenne, is that we run the queries in memories against lists of mock objects. And we're planning in the future to move towards using KPA. We would like to know if feasibility is there. There's plans to do something.
Not aware of it, but taking a note. Sorry. Other questions? Huh?
Would there be any improvement on like inserting a stream or like doing upsert operation?
Doing upsert?
Yeah, update and insert in one form.
This is possible somehow in Eclipse Link to do, but not at the spec level.
How about inserting a stream?
In
Java stream?
inserting it?
Yeah.
Never thought about that. But that would be useful addition, like either going through results as a stream or having a stream and doing it other way. Yeah, thanks. That's a good point. So if there are no other questions, again, what I've said may not happen. But I took notes, so I can give it to someone else. And thank you a lot for attending this session. Whatever. Thank you.
Well, my watch says 2:30, so I think we'll get started. Thank you all for coming. I'm Randy Stafford. I'm an architect on the Coherence product development team at Oracle, and I'm co-presenting with Jean-Philippe Laroche, who's a consultant from Montreal, Canada, that has worked together with us for a couple of companies.
Yeah, sorry, including the mic.
Okay, I'm Randy Stafford, and this is Jean-Philippe Laroche. And our topic today is JPA in reverse, we call it, pushing database events to Java EE applications in real time. I know the title's a little bit of a mouthful, but you have to put in a few buzzwords to get your talks accepted here at Java 1. So, you know, you should give me credit for not using microservice or cloud. Okay, so our agenda, these are almost like sections of a pattern. We want to start out talking a little bit about the context, you know, the problem that's occurring in this context, and we want to evaluate a number of known solutions to this problem, and you'll see what it is in a minute. And then we want to highlight a new solution that we've been using for about 2 years now that actually uses database replication technology to refresh caches in Java EE apps. And then we'll have some lessons learned. What are some of the consequences we've discovered and some of the nuances of using this approach? And we'll finish with a little Q&A if we have time left. Got quite a bit of material, so we're going to try to get through this. But if you do have a question, please raise your hand. Okay, so to start with, I use the word Java EE applications in the title, but I mean enterprise applications written in Java. Obviously, you have the old style with web containers, servlet containers, and EJB containers, and so on. And more recently, we have microservices architectures with polyglot persistence and different persistent stores per microservice potentially. This talk applies to all of these styles, and in particular, experience has shown that you need caching in front of data sources, typically in enterprise applications that are written in Java. And I'll get into why you need caching there. So if you look at the interactions in an application without caching, the application goes directly to the data source to get the data it needs. And even if the queries are relatively fast, maybe 10 milliseconds. If you have 1,000 of these to render a page, that's a 10-second response time. And I have seen this. I've done quite a bit of performance optimization of object relational mapping applications in the field in my career. And I've seen HTTP requests that cause thousands of SQL statement executions before the page is rendered. So this is why caching gets used. If you put in caching, maybe you have a backing distributed cache between your data source and your application server. Maybe you have a local cache in your application server. You can get much faster access to data. Maybe a round trip to the backing distributed cache costs 1 millisecond. Obviously, a local cache in that application server's heap with unserialized data is 0 milliseconds. The data access is instantaneous. So your 10-second page response turns into a 1-second page response. Same number of data accesses. This is why, and let me just mention that this is not the only reason why people put caching into applications. There are other equally important motivations. For example, if the back-end system is down, you can continue to operate while accessing data from cache. That's one example. And scaling to higher traffic loads. So maybe for an e-commerce situation where it's Cyber Monday, your database tends to exhaust first under really high traffic load. So there are several motivations for adopting caching, and this is why caching has been part of Java ORMs since 1996. EclipseLink was the first Java ORM. It had level 2 caching in it from the beginning. It was basically ported from Smalltalk ORM named TopLink, and TopLink had level 2 caching in it. Hibernate has had level 2 caching for a long time. So these are just a couple of grabs of the documentation from EclipseLink and Hibernate on their L2 caching features. Also, this is why we have in-memory data grids. And You know, I borrowed a cheesy marketing slide here, but within memory data grids, you get an extra tier of architecture between your data sources and your application servers, whose job is to cache data. So the need for caching, for all those reasons, responsiveness, availability, and scalability, has driven, you know, level 2 caching in ORMs, and has driven an entire market of in-memory data grids. And in fact, in-memory data grids are mature enough technology now that Gartner says that they're on the slope of enlightenment in the hype cycle, and will hit the plateau of productivity within 2 to 5 years. So this is not, I mean, this is prevalent. In-memory data grids are here to stay. They're sort of at the same level of infrastructure as databases and messaging systems, and they've been around for 15 years. Coherence was the first, and they're adopted across many, many different industries. But there's still one problem that affects your ability to cache, and that is, let's say you have some invaluable enterprise database, and you want to inject caching into an application that uses this database. Maybe it's a new application, maybe it's an existing application that's not performing well enough, and you want to inject caching into it. Well, what if there's some untouchable legacy application writing to that database? I see a couple heads nodding. How many of you have this problem? I assume maybe that's why you're here. How many of you are using an in-memory data grid? Okay, good. How many of you are using an ORM with level 2 caching? Okay, good, good. All right, so this is the problem that we want to focus on today, and the next section will go through the known solutions to this problem before we brought database replication technology to bear on it, and I'll let JP go through the first two of those known solutions. And it didn't advance. There we go.
Okay, so the first one is introducing expiry logic. So in this typical case, you have the cache, and expiry will happen at the cache level. So in this sequence, application does a get, then it's null, so actually it's the first hit, goes to the shared database to load that information. Then the subsequent access, you access the cache data. At some point, that data will expire, so that the next get will trigger another select again, going against the shared database. Then it's put to the cache. So what happens if, like in the previous slide, there's something happening from the legacy application that actually updates the data on the shared database? So then you're going to be exposed to some inconsistent data. So in that case, at T0, the data was loaded. Then you do a subsequent get at T2, so you're getting the cached object. Expiry was not triggered yet, but the update was done at T1 previously. So bottom line, you get stale data. Then the expiry goes, and then at T3, you're actually loading, that data expire, and then it triggers the other sequence for actually reloading the data. But until T4, bottom line, the data you obtain is not up to date. So comparing what's in IMDGs in Metadata Grid versus ORM. So in IMDGs, you get generally standard features. It's a standard feature that's built in the product. Some may have sliding expiry. Sliding expiry is, you might, let's say, that might be useful in the case of session caching. Let's say you touch the data, so it resets the expiry. In ORMs, well, Eclipse Link allows it via custom add cache annotation. Hibernate delegates to second-level cache provider. So they both offer that solution. Merits and demerits. It's simple to implement or use that. Some degrees of caching benefit. We saw it. You still have some caching, but you're still prone to inconsistency. And you could still work with a shorter expiry, but then you're less benefit from the caching. So the other strategy or solution is periodic refresh. So you still have the cache, but between the cache and the shared database, you have some refresh mechanism. It's actually to be a bit more aggressive and start reloading that data from behind. So in that case, simple sequence again, there's been preloading, let's say, of the cache, and then the get, you access the cache data. And then at some point in time, they will be at the refresh, some refresh thread or level, another reloading of the data. Again, still what happens when you're from your legacy application, you update the data, you're still exposed to some level of stale data. That case happening, in between the initial load, let's say, and before the second refresh is triggered, you're going to access, you're still exposed to some stale data. So again, comparing what's in IMDGs and ORMs, it's depend of the product. It's not offered in all IMDGs. So some IMDGs have feature or integration that do periodic refresh variant of it. And again, I guess we've seen and Randy's seen a lot of custom implementation, which often has a cost of some maintenance level.
Raise your hand if you've done this.
I'm sure your followers are very happy that you've done this. So the ORMs generally not offered out of the box. And again, you could theoretically use this approach at risk of violating ORM encapsulation, duplicating ORM logic. So actually, what you're going to code at the refresh thread, you might happen actually to actually duplicate that code in that little thread logic. So I'm going to, merits and demerits. So more benefit from caching than with expiry. I think you can do more aggressive and still benefit from it. Short refresh interval. So you have actually, you're less exposed to the stale problem. Can use audit tables for efficiency. What it means is there's some database that have audit tables. So basically you can actually, within the database level, be informed of if there was an update or not to another table. And it just comes down to, you can monitor a little bit more efficiently, asking that audit table prior to see if we need to actually reload the data or not. Demerits, again, we saw that there's still a stale possibility. Custom machinery required. For the refresh ahead, then the question is, where is it deployed? Where is it running? So that complexifies probably the architecture. And you have to support it, make sure that it doesn't, that it's fully available, stays up. So more complex. Complex to make scalable and highly available. Well, that thread, of course, makes more requests to the database. So actually, if you have multiple client nodes that are actually, or let's say in your cache deployment you have multiple nodes, then you can multiply those select happening. So that can be an issue.
Thanks, JP. So I'll talk about the last two known solutions that we've seen. There's one, I'm just calling this triggered messaging. I have heard of, I've never actually seen one of these, where you basically put triggers on tables that you care about, and those triggers call stored procedures that on-queue messages in some messaging system that are consumed by something that invalidates or refreshes the cache. Has anyone done this? Okay, oh yeah, wow, I've got quite a few people that have done that. Great. So this does happen out there, and this is, these known solutions are kind of going in order of worst to better, right? So The thing about triggered messaging, or the prevalence of it, this is generally not available in an IMDG. I've never seen an in-memory data grid that offers something like this out of the box, nor is it generally available in an ORM. Obviously, it requires custom development, the triggers, the stored procedures, the message consumers. You could theoretically use this with an ORM, but again, at the risk of duplicating logic or violating encapsulation. Hibernate, for example, what Hibernate puts in its second-level cache is actually this cache entry object. It's not your POJO. It's an instance of org.something.cache entry, and it basically represents a row of a table with simple types. And so if you were going to do something like this to refresh a Hibernate second-level cache, you'd have to instantiate that class and put your instances in there. So you're treating Hibernate as a white box. You know what it's putting in its cache, and you better play nicely with whatever it expects to be in there. Yeah, so obviously we've heard of implementations of this in the wild. There are about a half a dozen people that raised their hand to this one. Okay, so in terms of evaluation, this is event-driven, and it's near real-time. The trigger and the stored procedure and the message on queue that make the cache consistent with the database, except for however long it takes the message to get delivered. Which, I don't know, maybe that's a couple of seconds. And another merit of this approach is it's scalable and highly available due to reliance on messaging infrastructure. That's pretty proven technology. Demerits of this, a lot of complexity. There's a lot of moving parts, triggers, stored procedures, some kind of messaging system, some kind of consumer. And your messaging system has to be callable from stored procedures. Are there the people that raised your hands? Are you doing this with Oracle AQ? Yeah, or is there anyone who's not doing this with Oracle AQ? Okay, so what is your stored procedure calling? Okay.
Another solution is IBM database. Trigger call an MQ message into the trigger and put the message.
Okay, so DB2 has like an MQ interface?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So it's going to be something like that. It's going to be some messaging system that's callable from within a stored procedure. I already mentioned custom machinery, and then of course you need to administer the messaging system and the destinations you're using and so on. So those are some of the demerits of this. And the final known solution is database change notification. This is an old name for a feature of Oracle database, and to be honest, I don't know if other databases have this feature. It's now called continuous query notification in Oracle database. But basically, you can register a Java listener with a JDBC driver, and when you register the listener, you pass a query, and the JDBC driver will call back your listener whenever the result set of that query would change because of a transaction in the database, which is kind of cool. And so you set all that up, and then your listener just gets notified and puts data into the cache. The prevalence of this, as far as I know, this is only available with Oracle database. I have seen implementations of this in the wild. We've built these for some Coherence customers out there. Obviously, it requires custom development. It's not generally available in anything, in any IMDG, I should say. But this is out of the box in EclipseLink. If you use EclipseLink ORM, this is like a documented feature of EclipseLink. So in terms of evaluation, this is the nearest real-time you can get without being synchronous somehow, because the Oracle continuous query notification feature uses Oracle Database's fast application notification, which is like a custom wire protocol between the database processes and the JDBC drivers. So there's no message on queuing. This is as consistent as you can get. It has fewer moving parts than triggered messaging, but it's still custom machinery, and your listener may need to query the database after it gets notified, depending on how much data came in the notification versus what you're trying to do to the cache, like update it or whatever. And it's complex to make scalable and highly available because it's all bespoke custom code. Okay, so those are the 4 known solutions that we've seen or that I've seen. And we're ready to move on to the really the database replication-based solution. But has anybody else seen any other solution besides those four to this problem? Yes?
You have a, if I remember well, the name is a Rethink database that is also pushing in real-time modification in that database. So you can use that database to push, to receive, you subscribe to the same idea as the messaging part, but you subscribe to, you specify that I want to have all the result of that query to be pushed to me, that database, and then you can do whatever you want with those results to update the cache, for example, in your own system.
And what was the name of that database again?
Rethink DB.
Rethink? Okay, good. Thank you. I wasn't aware of that.
Real-time push notification from out of the database directly.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you, I'll now go into another way that we're trying to attack and solve this problem. And it's based on Golden Gate. I apologize for mentioning a product name here at Java 1. I can mention Hibernate, but I can't mention anything commercial. Anyway, Golden Gate is a real-time heterogeneous database replication technology that was acquired by Oracle in 2009. When I say heterogeneous, I mean that sources and targets can be different brands of database. So you can replicate from SQL Server to DB2, or actually more likely DB2 to SQL Server, et cetera. And in concept, what Golden Gate is doing is it's tailing the database's transaction log. And every time a transaction gets logged by the database, Golden Gate transforms that transaction log entry into a database neutral format that they call a trail file. And then Golden Gate pumps those trail files to other machines where they're consumed by other Golden Gate processes and applied to the target. And then initially the target was some other relational database. The whole Golden Gate product was set up to replicate data between relational databases. This is a proven technology, industrial strength technology, with all kinds of high availability solutions and scaling solutions and monitoring packages and so on. It's written in C, but it has a Java adapter. And this is what allowed us to solve the problem of refreshing caches in Java. So here's just a diagram of what a typical Golden Gate deployment looks like. You have some source database up here, and there's a Golden Gate extract process running that writes this trail file I talked about. And that trail file can be pumped to different places over a network, for example, different data centers. So if you've got some kind of multi-site architecture, active-passive or active-active, you can pump the trail file to both sites, and it can be applied to a target at each site. So that's what's shown here. They call it a remote trail, but it's the one that got pumped across the network, and it's normally consumed by a replicat process to be put into another relational database. Well, Golden Gate also has a Java adapter. So here's a trail file getting pumped across the network, and then on this host labeled data integration server, there's an extract process running, a Golden Gate extract process, that has an embedded JVM. It's kind of an interesting technical note. They launch a JVM inside the C process, and they talk to it over JNI. So when transaction records come through the trail file, they feed them into this Java framework in the JVM by JNI, and then the Java framework can do whatever it wants. And in our case, we thought, well, why not make the Java framework put stuff into an in-memory data grid? So this is how this feature of coherence was born. There's a feature called Hot Cache. I didn't invent the name. It's probably some marketing guy. But Hot Cache specializes the Golden Gate Java adapter framework to replicate data into coherence. And Hot Cache uses JPA for the mapping. And I'll go into more detail on the mapping in a second, but it's fundamentally a mapping problem. So this is a usage of JPA in reverse, so to speak. Entity hydration is driven by database transactions, not by application code calling the JPA APIs. So as a result, you get sort of real-time or near real-time event-driven cache refresh from database transactions using pretty proven database replication technology and the JPA standard for object relational mapping. This is simpler and more out of the box than the triggered messaging approach, and it's just as scalable and highly available and monitorable and so on, because on one hand you have mature messaging technology, but on the other hand you have mature database replication technology. So this has been around for 2 years now. JP was kind of the trailblazing adopter of it, but it's now in production usage in quite a few mission-critical systems out there in the world. So fundamentally, it's a mapping problem. Here's what Golden Gate sees. This is an XML representation of what Golden Gate calls an operation. So like so what I did was I added Barack Obama to my contacts database. So I've got a table called contact, and I inserted a row in there, and it had all these columns, and so that resulted in a transaction log entry in my database, which was turned into this trail file operation. Trail files are really binary, but there's a tool for spitting them out in XML so you can see what's in there. So the question is, given this insertion into a contact table, to which cache and which cache entry should this correspond? That's the mapping part. All right. So Golden Gate can deliver you the data, but you have to decide, where to put it. So I've talked about object cache mapping for quite a while. I've been around coherence for 8 years now, and there's some interesting questions. How do you take a domain model and map it to an in-memory data grid? And so, with JPA, JPA gets you from a table and primary key and row to an entity class and an entity ID and the entity state. And then Hotcache adds in additionally, given an entity class, there's one cache that goes with that class, and the entity ID is the cache key. This is kind of obvious, kind of default, but this cache per entity type pattern, I call it, is a long-standing pattern in object relational mapping. This is what Hibernate does. This is what Eclipse Link does. They all use a separate cache. In coherence terms, it's a named cache. I think in Hibernate and Gemfire terms, it's a region. But they use a separate cache or region for each entity type. So this raises an interesting question. Given a cache per entity type, how do you handle relationships between entities in cache? Has anyone struggled with this? Awesome. You can tell me about it after? All right. Well, so, as you know, when you're using an ORM, your objects refer to each other by pointer references, right? And the ORMs give you proxies and things so that you can lazily fetch objects and sort of navigate an object graph all by pointer reference. And that's all very nice and very convenient until you need to cache more data than will fit in one JVM heap. So when you get to like an in-memory data grid scale and you're caching, tens, hundreds of gigabytes of data, even terabytes of data, you really can't let objects refer to each other by pointer reference anymore. They have to refer to each other by identifier. And currently with Hotcache, this is how things are working. If an address needs to know, who's the customer that owns that address, it either has like a foreign key reference to the customer or vice versa, and JP will go into more details on this. So there's a huge mapping problem here with cache refresh, and that's why JPA was chosen in this solution, because it's standard, mapping metadata. Okay, so I kind of already made this point, but the normal JPA control flow, the application or the service is calling, find on an entity manager or commit on an entity transaction, and that causes SQL select statements or update statements from the JPA provider. What we're doing is we're tailing a transaction file, a transaction log file, and we're getting a trail file operation record, and then we have to build an object. We have to build a JPA entity from that trail file operation record and stick it into the cache. Stick it into the right cache at the right key, to be specific, with the right relationship information. So the whole control flow is reversed, and that causes some interesting nuances. When you consider this cache per entity type pattern and the sort of one-at-a-time operations that are coming at you from Golden Gate, it gets tricky to maintain all the relationship information in the cache, in the grid. And that's what JP is going to talk about for quite a while here. So Golden Gate is in control, and everything's reversed. So I'll turn it back over to JP, and we're right on time. You've got a half an hour, or maybe 25 minutes for Q&A. And he'll go into the details and give you a demo.
Okay, so like we talked about, Randy talked about, it's you have tables, then everything goes into the cache, but then you're, I would say, stuck. What you have is actually, you know, a bunch of caches or maps with key and values, and I'm guessing, since we're talking about domain object models, what you're probably interested in at when you consume that data is probably a classical object model. So what I would like to add also is sometimes you're stuck with some sort of legacy database schema, and you know how it is. Sometimes you have to move on to production, and you try to get the collaboration of your dear DBAs, and sometimes, you know, it's a bit difficult. So you have to be a bit more creative. And what I'm also, it's induced by the key value format. It's not, does not exactly maps the usual object graph that you would like to navigate. So what happens is you might want to, or you might have to do some sort of transformation with that data that sits in the cache. So I have a few examples, and these are real-life examples. So please don't question the database schema. This is what we have to deal with. There's probably other ways to modelize this, but this is usually what you're given. So from the database model, you have, in that case, address link, and customer. After reverse GPA, going through Golden Gate and hard cache, we're using the one-to-one, which again is kind of the standard. You'll have the corresponding cache to holding the entity corresponding to the initial table. What you might want in that specific case is probably navigating from the customer to the address object. So in that case, just want to because we're going to work with this a little bit. So it's the way it was modelized. It's simple. Is that when actually, let's say, the address of a customer changes. In that case, going back to, you have the legacy application, probably call center, you know, modifying or getting the call from the client and to modify that database. So actually what will happen in the database is you add an address, and then the address link table is just a sequence. Actually, that is, there's an address link record that is added, just linking the same customer, but with the new address ID. So let's say this is what you have, and you want to retrieve the address. So dealing with the caches you have, the plain caches, you get the customer object from the cache. Then you have to query the address link cache to get the, with the customer ID, to actually get the address ID that is associated with it. And probably adding some sort of constraint to, since it's a sequence, you have to get the highest, the most recent address link entry. So then you get the address from the cache based on the found address ID. That's 3 requests to the cache. I understand that it's fast, but it's still a bit you know, cumbersome. Any better option? So let's try to pre-resolve the address from the address link. So that would be nice. How are we going to do it? So we use Corin's live events. And again, it's not necessarily a product pitch, but it's a nice nice feature of it. So using line events to intercept insert events on address link cache. And you're going to invoke an entry processor from interceptor to do a concurrent safe update on customer cache. Okay, what does it mean? Bottom line, from the Golden Gate, you get an insert. Like I said, you get a new address was added, and then also an address link was added to actually link that new address with the existing customer. So you have the address link cache. So naturally it goes, it's given through Golden Gate, the trail file and hot cache. It will be inserted in that cache. Through the coherence, you can listen easily to events happening on cache. So what we're going to do, we're going to intercept that insert, that actually put that is done by hot cache. And then what we want to do, we actually will trigger an entry processor to go and update the customer object in the customer cache. So actually, we will set the address ID. So now we don't need to go through the address link object. We'll have this information right within the customer object. Again, doing that, just mention the entry processor. It's done in, I would say, a transactional safe way. So now you have the customer object in cache. It has the address ID. And you still have to, let's say you want the address, to query to get the address from the address cache. But it's easily to implement if you want to get address method within the customer and to hide actually that logic. So what's facing it when you're accessing that customer, you just ask the get address method, and then you have it. I just want to add that from the GPA part, the address ID is transient, of course, because you're dealing with it within the data grid. And what if you require non-lazy loading of address? That could be a possibility. Well, you could still, address object could be pre-queried at address link insertion time. So when we went to that sequence, we could still, even at this time, pre-resolve the address. That's pretty much up to you. It depends on the use case. Do you systematically get the address information or not when you're accessing the customer object? Depends a bit of the use case. So another case is composite view. So again, it's through the one-on-one, you get pretty much everything from the tables to caches. The thing is, what you want to consume at the client level, or let's say from the real domain object that you're interested in, maybe you want an aggregation of all this. So you don't want to go and, let's say billing account, go and query all the caches for, in this case, payment, credit history, and bill. Keep in mind that we have that granularity probably because at the database level, we have some sort of billing process that is triggered, in batch every night. So we have to have all those separated tables because of legacy, I would say, batch processes. But probably when you're consuming that you want a probably aggregated view of this. Let's say billing summary in your application. So in this case, working again from the tables, we have one-to-one mapping to caches. But what we want at the end, let's say we have a billing account info or details object. We want all this information already there. This is also to avoid useless calls to the caches, and probably for performance reasons, you want that aggregated view. So again, we use the live events and entry processor combination. So a lot of things happening. But I want to stress out the fact that coding-wise, this is not very, it's not a large footprint. So, and probably also that this is happening, although it's safe because it's handled through entry processor, it's concurrent safe update to the billing account object. But probably they're not happening at the same time due to billing processes. So it's pretty much like the same one before. It's just that we're pushing. We have, I would say, parallel processes of actually modifying the same object. What's interesting in this is actually the cache, let's say payment, credit history, and bill, they're participating in actually enriching this billing account object. But when you're consuming it, you probably don't care anymore about the payment, credit history, and bill. So just for a little, I would say, optimization and space optimization, we call those staging caches. So they're used in the transformation process at the data grid level, but you can discard them. So through an eviction policy, you can pretty much keep those caches relatively with a small footprint. Yes?
This billing account entity, is that just read-only entity, right?
Yes.
The application never writes any billing account, it's just there for aggregation of the information.
In that case, it is, but it could also, in this case, I would say convey aggregated information. So it's mostly for display and reading. Probably I would say, the update process. And again, in this special use case, the modification of this is done through back-end processes, correct? Probably automated due to billing cycles. So in that case, it's pretty much only read data. But that could go also in read-write mode. That had other impacts. But in that case, it's specifically composite objects for reading, correct? So I talked about staging caches. And I went to the specific, good on time? Yeah. Okay. So we said there's the GPA behind the scene technology. So of course you know about embedded. So let's say we need composite objects. Why not do embedded objects with the payment and all this? So it's also possible. And then it comes to what's your specific use case. In our use case, we also want to access other objects, actually, for other purposes. So it comes down to, since they're embedded, when you build the billing account object, it all goes in the cache. So there's no caches for the other objects. There's no DP. So if you really want to do the one-to-one, then the embedded doesn't work for you. But again, you're in that classical, let's say, customer address, that could be a natural fit. Maybe it fits your purpose. So preserving parent-child relationship info. So that's another interesting one. So object reference are not preserved across caches. So you cannot just keep an object reference. So how do you do that? So to keep relationship information between objects kept in different maps or caches, like Randy already mentioned, the preferred approach, or the standard, is to hold the keys in the parent object. So you still have some information about that association. Referential integrity needs to be preserved as child collections gets updated. So then that's really the challenge, is what happens dynamically when you add or remove children. So in that specific case, billing account, in the model behind is actually for a wireless self-serve system. So billing account, associated to billing account, you can have multiple subscribers. So again, with the one-to-one, you'll get the billing account cache associated with billing account table and subscriber for the subscriber table. What you really want as a model is probably one-to-N relationship from billing account to multiple subscribers. So again, it's pretty consistent. It's using the live events with the combination of the entry processor. And so it's pretty much the same chain. So, but in this case, we're actually reacting on insert and delete. So we have to keep up to date with the children keys. So in this case, the entry processor will actually handle updating the set, removing or added keys, identities of the subscribers within the billing account object. Again, in that case, there's a GP annotation that works a bit like the embedded, but for collection. It's element collection. You could embed those within the billing account object. Again, it comes down about how to use it. If you need to separately query or access subscriber objects, then they need to be in their own cache. So this is why the embedding those children within the object might not do it for you. But it's still possible. Again, pretty much about the use case. How is it consumed? How your model is consumed? I might add this, just a little warning. You have to understand that what's happening behind the scenes, there is, at the entry processor level, there is actually serialization and deserialization happening. So let's say you have huge sets, and worst case, those updates come in batch. The case would be, we have a case in a billing. For example, at night, process runs, and then for, let's say, a billing account, you have hundreds of bill information that is coming. And that could be an issue. So there are alternatives to do that. So again, it's a bit about the use case you have. That might not do it for you. But again, it's a specific case. If you have really huge sets and they all come in batch at the same moment, bottom line, you're gonna have to, what you're trying to achieve is actually to hit the same set, correct, to update it. And the problem is that when it comes in, this is pretty much done in serialized manner. So you have to hit the same object, and all those updates are queued. But this is a very specific, I would say, issue that can arise. I have one odd case, and it's a change to database PK. So you're dealing with maps, and we've seen in weird cases, actually, and maybe you've seen those, but actually the PK, primary key on a table, there's an update to it. When dealing with maps, of course, you have a key and value. So, and this is how it's identified. Changing the key means you're not dealing with the same actually entry. So what happens in that case? You really have to be sure that you map the PK attributes within the object, and you still get notified by an update from the, let's say, the event listener. But that case, how it has to be materialized, it's actually a delete and an insert of a new entry. So this has to be handled manually. But again, with live events, you have an entry processor, you have the kit to do it. And again, this is based on, I would say, from the Terrain experience, and it's a bit of an odd case, I would say. General recommendations. Good on time? Still? Okay. 12 minutes. 12 minutes, good. So you can be creative on the GPA level, but the thing is that's not the main purpose here. It's really to have materialized that object model so you can use it. So I would say, let's say you have a large project, and we're usually not dealing with one or two tables. You probably have some sort of legacy domain or database schema, and it's about, maybe 40, 50 tables, and then you have to tackle that GPA, I would say, configuration. So my rule would be keep it simple and move on to make sure that everything is going at the next steps, this is running smoothly. Again, you're usually given with that table schema, so you don't have the option to really modify it when you're actually dealing with a project that wants to use hot cache. That's another little information. Make objects evolvable. I would say that's current specific, but the thing is, with currents, actually, you can handle change within the domain objects as Java class definitions. Of course, additive is supported. Let's say you add attributes. Maybe you didn't map everything. You just want to, as it goes, as new actually use case for consuming that data model comes in, you have to change them. And actually, Current supports that, and even without downtime when it's additive. There's a rich actually feature for that, and it can support multiple versions, even at the same time. What I can add, go quickly through this. Produce initial simple mapping and test the whole chain, Golden Gate to cache consumer, iterate, refine. And use Current's live events to massage the data to actually fit the end domain model that you want to actually consume. And again, don't forget queries. Maybe you cannot achieve it through entry processor, or the example I had was with let's say you have a huge set. Again, Currents is a very performing product, and you can query based on certain constraints as long as you add indexes, and sometimes it goes as fast. So it's not necessarily, this is, I would say, a design pattern, but it's not necessary to use this. The queries might do it for you performance-wise. We'll do a little demo. There were a lot of moving parts. We talked about database, extract, Golden Gate, hot cache, Currents data grid. So I'll do a little demo end-to-end to actually see how this goes. So I would say these are the usual suspects. So you have a database and the extract Golden Gate. Actually, it will handle the trail file. Then another Golden Gate holding the hot cache, which handle the transformation from the trail file, actually the creation, the object creation. And then the Currents where actually those cache reside and where those updates are made. So that's pretty much the flow that Randy already talked about. In that case, we don't use, by the way, you can imagine that could be on two different sites. Let's say the extract, the original extract, generating the trail file and updating it, and the target extract receiving it. It's not necessary, but usually I would say a production implementation, usually these are separated. I would say the source extract and the target extract. What we're going to use, we're going to go back to our little model of the address customer and the address link. So this is what resides on the database side, and it's materialized within the cache as the corresponding, one-to-one mapping of address, address link, and customer cache. So what we're going to do, let's say we trigger some sort of modification at database level. Again, the example was, someone received a call at the call center to update its account, its address, and then probably on some sort of portal, we want to read to get actually that updated in real time update transformation. No stale cache, no stale data. And the thing is, it's going to happen very fast, and you won't see much. So we'll have to peek a little bit in the debug file just to give you a bit of a story of what's happening at the Golden Gate level, and also at the Currents data level. Since we talked about event interceptor and entry processor, maybe these are new concepts for you. So I'll just show you a little trace what is happening there. Okay. So, okay.
It's not showing. You got to take PowerPoint out of slideshow mode.
Oh.
It's okay. Okay. So just to tell you what's in it, we have customer information, the address information, and the address link. So actually we have, that's the view of the data grid. We have the, at the bottom, it's just a little dashboard to see we have 3 caches corresponding to those 3 entities. Other information, so just to show that the data grid is actually running. So going back, actually, just showing information about that customer information. Maybe I just go to the GPA just so you see the entity. Might be a bit useful, actually. So in that case, we, like I talked about, we have the customer object, and we want to easily access, navigate to its address, the associated address. So in that case, this is typical. We're doing just JPA annotation. We see from this little information that we're associated to, that's the name of the entity, but that's also used to actually identify the cache that it belongs to. So we have mapping, basic mapping, but I want to show you an information is this one. Actually, this is a transient field. So address ID doesn't belong to customer. It's actually, this is how we handle it. We handle it in the data grid. So this is how we will set this information. And we just want to see, let's say, for example, when we access the address, I want to show you. I'm sorry?
You evaluate your domain model by the properties that are the only one purpose is to store them in the data grid, right? This is the only one purpose, right?
You mean having the address ID? Yes. So in that case, if you want to navigate the address from the customer, we have that get address method, which actually will query to the cache to actually return the real address reference. So going to this, in this case, we just have this customer with this address, which is actually pulled from the address cache. So if we go to the database, and we'll just trigger a little update. So actually, we're inserting the address and the address name link. So I'm expecting to have a new address in this object. So now we have Montreal McNider. And that changed. So same customer, just changed the address. And now we see actually the address ID is 3. How did that went through? So peeking quickly at the hot cache level, just to see actually the insert operation from the database coming, but being materialized into operations to the data grid. And this is, you can see that from the hot cache adapter within Golden Gate. So we got our insert. We got a new transaction from the database. It's an insert, just here. And then it's materialized as an entity operation on the cache. So this is the address that came in, and after the insert on the address name link, and the insert operation on the corresponding cache. What happened in the data grid, so we triggered that event interceptor and an entry processor. This is a basic debug lines, though. So we just, these are traced from the event interceptor and a trace from the entry processor. So we just picked up the address name link insert. We got the customer ID and also the address ID, and then we can invoke it on the customer.
Awesome. We're down to
1
minute. So I just want to summarize real quick. This need for cache and validation remains a real need. Even in 2015, you've got legacy databases out there, legacy apps writing to them. Thank you for, we wanted to share this solution that we've come up with using Golden Gate and Coherence. We've found it to be pretty powerful. It's been in production at JP's client for 2 years now under pretty high load, 500 gig of data, and it being refreshed however frequently it gets updated. So we've had 2 years of figuring out how to work with this, and we have a backlog of things to plow back into the product now. Thanks for enduring my pseudo UML, and thanks for taking an hour. I don't know if we have really time for questions formally, but maybe you can catch us after we're done. I actually have to run down to Moscone for another talk at 4 o'clock, so I'm not trying to be rude, but I do have to pack up and get out. Thank you again. Please fill out a session survey sometime or rate the session on your way out if you would.
Potentially it has to have this latency problem, right? Because whatever the updates still in the background.
Correct. So we measured.
How are you doing?
We measured in production. We can have. We say real time. It's near real time because we can still, from I would say really the database operation, going through actually the data grid. You have network involved. You see, all those pieces. So actually, it can be what we have. We see 2 to 3 seconds. This is what we have. So in that case of a read, again, if you're loading a model and it's consistent, correct? So I mean, it will actually when you're reading it, there's a bit of a lag, but it's still consistent. So is it for real time? I'm not sure about.
My application maybe you say, well, I gotta have absolutely consistent data, right? And then I guess the application have somehow to deal with it, right? If you got
yes,
inconsistent data.
And there is, and honestly, it depends where is your database. Are you actually pushing the trail files? Then you go to the network, so it cannot be instant. There is.
So because the other question is the complex object, right? Then you update, I guess the caching, you have a multiple entry object. Suppose you have the object tree, right? You have a multiple entry object, right? So
yes.
What if they are not updated in order or update concurrent update?
This is, I'm basing on a project. So this is the Golden Gate is really transaction safe. So it will happen in the right order that it really happened at the database level. Okay. So the question is, if you have a large graph, it's not a transaction. I mean, it's serialized. It will come, one by one.
Right.
So
it's not atomic, right? Basically, reading.
Correct.
Right. So inconsistent data.
So it's transaction safe on the Coherence database as to the Coherence side. I mean, when you're updating that object in the cache, it is transaction safe. But if you're updating 10 objects that are related, then you might get, let's say in that case, you might be missing a subscriber if you're reading at the exact same time. So it comes down to, you have to always evaluate, can you deal with that or not? If you're dealing, and if you're dealing with, a portal, your information, maybe it's good enough in a read mode. In a write, there was a question about, write and read. This is a bit tricky. Okay, because let's say that call center is also connected to the data grid, and then it comes down to you have to change a little bit the architecture, because then you have to hit the data grid first. You understand? And then you will stay consistent.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
So I would say if you're in read-write mode, you have to adjust how you're reading. In that case, we're always writing first from behind to the data grid, to the database, and then reading from the data grid. If you have read-write, you have to write first to the data grid because it's your shared, correct? It's your shared data, it's data grid level, okay? And then to, let's say, write behind, you write to your system of record, correct? But all the application, let's say you have multiple applications involved, let's say in a read-write use case, then go to the data grid first.
Okay.
So,
Thanks a lot.
right, thanks.
This is a billing system or what?
The application? To be honest, it's actually it's all the model is about wireless information for a telco company. So it's all about there are multiple information. We have the customer information, billing information, usage information, because also we're introducing wireline data. They're pretty much offloading their whole database and replicating their model that now is living at the current level.
There are several applications that are actually requiring this cache.
Correct. And since there's a billing also, like I said, there's like the weekly processes based on billing cycle that will trigger those updates. So there are updates happening. I would say they're distributed normally, but then there are some processes for specific caches that it's always on Sunday night, you know. But the model behind this is really all the customer information, billing information for wireless company.
Application is a billing system, a rating and billing system.
Okay.
And we also use Coherence, and we keep data that is mostly read by our application.
Yeah.
And update it through other channels. For example, CRM system that enters
Yeah.
users.
Okay, great. Thanks.
and so on.
Yeah.
What we do is we have made a layer above JPA or Hibernate
Yeah.
that maps Hibernate entities into cache entities. Like you showed with this composite entities that are composed of several Hibernate entities, JPA entities. And if you have a quickly specify this mapping with optimizations,
Yes.
and what you do is start out of the system with two loads over the data in cache. So part of the query, how many
Take it you're presenting next?
Yes, yeah, and I.
and then
What laptop too?
Just one.
What kind of
HDMI or mini display?
using indexes and so on.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah. Cash tonight, I'm bringing it over to you. Do you need a couple of them? You're on the screen. Are you going to speak from the podium, or do you want to wear the lavalier, or?
I think, yes. Yeah, I think the best thing to do is for him to be at the podium and let us advance the slides.
Okay.
What do you think?
Yeah.
Okay. And then I can take that.
Give you this, you need to advance the slides.
Yeah, that would be even better. In fact, do you have a slide advancer?
I don't. Yeah.
This is easier. Yeah. That way you can just hand me the slide advancer. And yes, let's set me up.
If you have a t-shirt, just kind of grab some. Yeah. That's a good spot. Both microphones are down right now. What I'll generally do, I have to turn my microphone so here. I'll generally do is I'll come up about 2 minutes before and say, yeah, I'm going to turn on your microphones now.
Okay, very good.
I'd like you to try the slide advancer, which is ready.
Sure.
Just to make sure, it should be fine, but you know.
That would be much easier. Less coordination.
Yeah.
It's up to you. If you don't want to use the slide advancer, I can.
Yeah, you can use the
Okay, I'll use this.
that one, and I can use the key.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay. So I'll come up a couple minutes before I tell you. You've got 2 minutes to start.
Very good. Thank you. Yep, it's charging. I guess we're still pretty early, 15 minutes to go. Not bad, not a bad crowd for 15 minutes to go.
And there was a huge line.
But is it for us or is it for the other room?
Oh, maybe it was.
The biggest room is on the other side where I had my tutorial. That's
How
what
was
they
the
should have.
tutorial?
It was good. It was good. Yeah, that's where they should have put this session. I didn't. I was too busy to see what was going on. Besides, Linda and Bill really hate design patterns. That might have something to do with our placement in a small room. What's that, man? Yeah, yeah, sure. Yeah. Yeah. So, yesterday's date time.
Yeah, it went so.
My pleasure, man. I hope you enjoyed.
Well, I read the previous one.
Oh, you did?
It was great.
Oh, thanks.
Action Bazaar.
Yeah. I debated whether to refactor that application for domain-driven design or not. There wasn't enough functionality in there. It's really more of a CRUD application. So just picked the classical one for domain-driven design. Besides, it helps because all the domain-driven design books use that same example over and over again. Okay, so book giveaways, how many do you have?
I can have a few more, depending on the questions. I have a few more in the back. So
Do you really want to take it down in our bag or should we just put it out?
let's just put one here. And,
Okay.
depending
You
on the
think
quality of the question.
This is true. This is true. So you should have some incentive. Tell them, hey, if you ask us good questions.
Yeah. I'll joke about that.
The goal here is to bump up your review numbers.
Yesterday, 30 people showed up at 9 p.m., but the review system was down.
Okay.
So nobody could vote.
Like I said, the goal
And
for this is to bump up your
I was
review
really
numbers.
surprised. Last night, everyone stayed at the end of the session, up to
Good.
9:50.
Good.
And it's like a new technology. It was good, and I wasn't really expecting it to be accepted at all.
Okay, good.
Nice t-shirt.
Thanks. Vintage 2001. I've had this t-shirt for a long time. I wouldn't worn it much.
I stopped using the Sun Java t-shirts.
Really?
To keep them
Oh, yes.
still new
Yeah,
and usable.
Yeah, that's
So
what
I'm
I've been
just
doing.
keeping them for special occasions, not daily or anything.
I know, that's what I've been doing.
And And if I accidentally wash them, I get mad. Like, okay, just keep them there. They're clean. I don't need this probably, right? Yeah, better this way.
We will be recorded here, so that'll be good. I'm beginning to lose my voice. This is number
So many
5.
thoughts.
Yeah, this is number 5.
What? Yesterday
2 more
it
to go.
was less, right?
No, 3. This is number 5. Yeah. So
Yeah.
3 more to
I
go.
clicked your name and saw a huge list of ones. I was okay. You can do your own conference.
I really could.
Reza one.
Already, do you mind if we start right now? Okay, thank you very much.
Cool. Thanks for coming. So, who we are? You may not recognize Reza because of his new hairstyle, which I couldn't when I first saw him this year. So you want to?
Yes, my name is Reza Rahman. I'm a Java evangelist at Oracle Corporation. Up there is my Twitter handle and email address, not up there just for giggles. You know, if you have any questions on any of this or Java EE generally, please feel free to reach out to me. And I am the track lead for this track that you're on at the moment. So if you have any comments or suggestions whatsoever on that track, I'll be happy to take those as well.
And this is Murat. I work at Intel as a mobile developer, so the talk which we'll have today has nothing to do with my daily job, but I've been interested with Java EE since from the early days, and I happen to write a book with my co-author, Alex there. Again, I didn't want to have him on stage because of his hairstyle. We need some long hair guys. I'm losing my hair, so that's why I wanted Reza, but that was a surprise. So, any of you have the book? Okay. If you don't, we have a discount code, and if you ask questions, you can win one. So,
yeah, so good incentive to ask questions. In fact, for this particular session, the way we'll run it is to make it more discussion-oriented. So don't hold up until the very end to ask questions. Ask us questions in the moment, and if it's a really good questions, you get to win a free book. And it's not a cheap book either. It's like $50 or something, isn't it?
yeah.
So $50 question.
Alex brought them with him, so you can just ask him about the REST 47 or something like that. So, what are design patterns? How they just emerged? So actually, when you go back in history, you just realize that everything started with object-oriented programming. And when you read about design patterns, you just kind of a feeling that Dijkstra might be right, which I don't really agree. Then Gang of Four appeared, and they published a book which introduced the list of design patterns. And after that, at Java EE World in Java 1 2000, there was a talk about prototyping patterns for Java EE platform, which became a very successful session and become a book, which has been a standard for a long time. And after the introduction of Java EE 5, most of the Gang of Four design patterns, and actually more, have already been implemented in Java EE. So they have the out-of-box implementations. You don't really need to do anything. So if you just, this is the main summary of the talk. Java EE has almost all the patterns, so you can just go and have some beer. But if you still, instead of listening us, let's move to Singleton.
Okay, so I just want to clarify the previous point that that Murat was talking about. So essentially, Gang of Four is a famous book. I think at least some of you have at least heard of Gang of Four. Gang of Four has a bunch of different patterns. Okay, not all of which are actually that common in enterprise applications. However, the ones that are actually common to enterprise applications, those instead of having having to implement those patterns, it's actually baked in as part of the APIs of the platform itself. Okay, not all of them, but certainly the ones that you would use in the 80 to 90% use case. Okay, so Singleton is a pretty good example. So let's start there. Essentially, the Singleton design pattern, if you read the Gang of Four books, is really about having a single instance in the JVM of an object. Okay, and why do you need this? Well, the Gang of Four motivation was essentially heavyweight objects that you wouldn't want to create, and because they're expensive to have around, and that's why you would have this Singleton pattern, forcibly sort of, if you will, force object orientation into forgetting about objects and really thinking about making a one-to-one relationship between a class and an object instance. And if you've read any further in the Gang of Four patterns, implementing the singleton pattern is quite non-trivial. You have to start with some pretty unnatural constructs, like private constructors and thread synchronization and the like. Okay. So, and of course, in the end, you still didn't get thread safety. Whatever object that you were producing, in the end, your singleton object still needed to think about thread safety because, after all, it's just a single instance being shared across the JVM across multiple threads. So, what we've done in Java EE is to simply introduce this concept of a singleton. Okay, so if you want an object to be a singleton, well, you don't have to go through all of the mechanical details of all of those nasty-looking Gang of Four recipe code to do all of that. Well, what you simply do is you stick this @singleton annotation on a class definition, and this effectively makes it a singleton. Okay, so no more crazy private constructors or thread safety concerns or anything like that at all. In fact, this object by default is read locked. Okay, so all access to it is serialized. All right, so you don't have to worry about thread safety at all. So let's get to, I guess, the expensive construction part. That's remember, one of the principal motivators of why you would want to have a singleton in the first place. It's expensive to create.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, absolutely.
Why do you prefer the server just an enum with a single value? Why is this preferable to an enum with a single value that has the same singleton effect?
Please ask your question a bit differently.
Okay. Everybody knows singleton is like the most famous design patterns. And there's lots of ways of doing it, and you're right, the way Gang of Four described it was ugly. One way of doing it in Java, and I'm not an expert, so I'm just my understanding, is you could create an enum and have a single value in it, and to have all of your methods on that. Would that have the same effect? Some advantage to what you got here?
There's a bunch of advantages to this. So first of all, look at the syntax. It's far more natural.
Sure.
It's simply a Java class. Like any other Java class, all you're doing here is sticking a bit of declarative information. Think of this as the application server as a JVM on steroids, and all you're telling the JVM is, please make sure this thing is a singleton, right? And you don't have any other besides that. Your code artifact looks very much like a natural coding paradigm, as opposed to doing something quite artificial. So beyond that, there's other benefits as well. The other one being that this is entirely thread safe. Okay, out of the box, you don't have to worry about thread safety concerns at all. Whatever access you have to this bean is going to be automatically thread safe for you. Okay, there's no way you can run into a threading contention for a singleton object. Okay, all right. So going back to my point. Okay, so original motivation for the Gang of Four singleton. Expensive objects that are expensive to create. Okay, so how do you do that in this world? Well, what you do is you can do a couple of things. You can certainly create a classical constructor. There's no problem doing that. Okay, and just do whatever you need to do in terms of object setup, initial object setup in your constructor. However, there's an even more elegant way to do that. That hooks into the instantiation of the object itself in the Java EE environment, and thus this other callback called post-construct. So you simply have a method where you do your object setup, and you simply stick the post-construct method on it. And the nice benefit of this, especially as compared to handwriting a singleton pattern, is that the lazy initialization part will actually be done for you. Okay, this post-construct method will be invoked only on the first access, okay, of the singleton object. Similarly, you can actually force eager loading as well. Okay, so let's assume you have a case where you do want this object to be available right out of the box when the application starts, and you can very easily do that by just adding the @startup annotation. Okay, and this will make sure that it is eagerly initialized as opposed to lazily initialized. Something, by the way, that wouldn't be possible, okay, to do in a classical singleton pattern. Yes, sir. The scope is, technically speaking, class loader, yes. Yeah, in a Java EE application, it would be the current class loader.
Is this Java 7?
This would be Java EE 6 onward. Okay. Yes, sir.
So the obtaining of the reference is thread safe, but if one thread holds the reference, another one obtains the reference later on.
Not at all. So this is how it works. So this is how you get a reference to a singleton in a Java EE environment. You actually simply say @inject singleton bean. Okay. And what you will be given here is actually a reference to the underlying instance. Okay, so this is in fact a proxy under the hood. So whoever is accessing this at any point in time is actually accessing that single instance available in the JVM somewhere, and that access is granted only on a thread-safe basis. So if you have two threads accessing the same instance at the same time, they will be forced into serialized access. Even calling methods in the instance. Most certainly calling methods in the instance. Yes, that would be the whole point. Okay. All right. So what are the benefits of some of this? Of course, expensive objects, the thing that we talked about, the original Gang of Four motivation, that's still valid. The other nice thing the nice access nice use case that this singleton pattern meets in a Java EE environment is things like caching and shared data. So if you have anything that you want accessible throughout the JVM, this is a nice place to stick that bit of information. What are the bads? Well, overuse, just like anything else, if you overuse it, it'll be a problem. You don't want to have too many singletons and too many heavyweight singletons. It'll eat up your memory and it will never be released, essentially, because it's a single instance. And similarly, you have to be careful about when you want this data to be loaded, right? So if you lazy load everything, that means that you'll pay a cost on first access. Okay, the person that accesses it first will pay a cost, and the opposite problem. If you eager load everything, you'll pay a cost in terms of memory. So it's a question of what do you trade off, CPU versus memory. Okay, at runtime. The ugly, these days it is considered an anti-pattern. In fact, in most Java EE applications, you generally will not use singletons except for some niche cases. Okay, there are some other frameworks out there that will remain nameless that use singletons quite heavily. The big problems with these are issues like thread safety concerns and the like. Okay, so in Java EE, we do recognize it as an anti-pattern. You should really only be using it when you need it. By default, the smartest thing to actually do is use something called stateless session beans rather than singleton session beans. Okay, moving on, and Murat takes over for Abstract Factory.
So factories. As listed in Gang of Four, they are creational patterns which are used to encapsulate the creation of the objects. So the main motivation is not to create objects with new, instead just ask the factory, and the factory just creates the objects for you and gives you the instance you want. And it's usually very good because it will encapsulate all the parts which are subject to change, so you don't need to change all your code and classes when a part of the creation system has changed. So moving to Java EE, if we just change an ordinary bean into a factory, we just add the producer's annotation, which turns this method into a string factory. So whenever a string object is injected to a resource, this method will just get in action and produces the string, and the string produced by this method will be injected into the target.
So a quick note here, you can actually assign a scope to the object being produced as well. So by default, this is something called the dependent scoped, which is essentially the default scope. It's equivalent to new, which means this producer will be invoked every time you do an injection. However, you can assign any scope to this. So you just add the scope type right after the producer's annotation. So if you wanted, for example, something that is application scoped, you would simply say producer's application scoped. Okay, and that would mean that it's instantiated only once, okay, per the entire application.
And I don't know why these empty slides are showing up, but so what about the ambiguity? If we have two different instances of the same type of object, then we end up with ambiguity of the type system. So in that case, we use the qualifiers to solve the ambiguity. As you see here, we can just use the named annotation and just give some names to the factories. So each client will just need to annotate which factory it's really targeting and listening. So it's a very easy way to solve the ambiguity. So the good part, it's very, very easy to implement. You just add the producer's annotation and it just creates the magic. No boilerplate code, and everything just works magically. The bad part, named annotation is not type safe, so same type of objects can be wrapped or annotated with qualifiers. And the ugly part is it may introduce some level of understanding if someone is new to your project, because the execution flow just works magically. Some part of your code is producing some objects and they're magically injected into some other parts, which is not really the way you just follow the code and read everything. But again, it's not a huge deal when you just check the pros, I guess.
Yep. And you can also, the IDEs can also help you out. For example, NetBeans has a nice little wizard to say, okay, for this produced object that's being injected, please find the corresponding producer.
And there's no problem with debugging. Debugging also works magically.
Okay, facade. This is an interesting one in some sense because it's debatable whether it actually deserves a separate name or not. So what is facade in fact about? The simple definition, if you read it, it's on the slide. It says hides the complex logic and provides an interface to the clients. Well, sounds awfully familiar, right? This is nothing much more than the core part of essentially abstraction, right? One of the core principles of object orientation. So what is special about this, and why precisely does it deserve in its own name and sort of its own place in the catalog of design patterns? Well, it's not merely about creating abstractions. It is about creating a specific type of abstraction. In an enterprise system, what you'll find is when you're designing the system, you'll wind up with a layer called the application layer. It's a layer that sort of describes at a high level what is it that particular part of your application or subsystem does. Okay? Think of this as high-level use cases, the types of use cases that a business analyst may describe. Right? Do this, do the other thing, and so on. So perhaps perform an order, or get a list of products that match this particular search criteria. These are your high-level APIs describing your middle tier of your application. Okay? That is really what you are doing using as a facade. The facade is simply an abstraction to describe those high-level use cases to any users above that layer. Okay, so talk about whether it's the GUI layer or perhaps a remote service invocation. They're talking to you in very simplistic terms and telling you, please do this, and you figure out how you do it. Okay, so the underlying code for that would be non-trivial and fairly complex. How do you do this in a classical Gang of Four fashion? Really, not very difficult at all. Generally, these are assumed to be stateless objects, and you simply write a thing that looks like something service. You would typically name them that way, or something facade. And then you simply create essentially atomic methods, okay, methods that do a single thing. That's generally how it's implemented in Gang of Four. So, question is, what precisely does Java EE give you in this case? Well, Java EE has a specialized annotation, and the annotation that I talked about before when I was talking about singletons, and that is the stateless annotation. Okay, so it is essentially a marker to denote the fact that this is a facade. Okay, it is essentially intended to be stateless. It's intended to describe the atomic operations at the service level. But beyond that, the stateless annotation actually will do some other useful things that pertain to the purpose or the real purpose of a facade as well. So one of the biggest ones is this facade also is entirely thread safe. Okay, so however you access this object, it will be thread safe, but it is not a singleton. Okay, so it is made thread safe despite not being a singleton. Okay, it's beyond the scope of this talk as to how that occurs, but again, it's a bit of container magic, but essentially you can assume this is a stateless and a thread-safe object. You can never run into thread safety problems in the business logic access. It is also by default transactional, which is useful for that tier of your application. Generally, you would want those high-level use cases to be transactional. Also, it includes things like monitoring, management, as well as pooling. More importantly, defining upper threshold pool sizes for these services. And again, very, very useful in creating sort of high-level scalable applications, high-level scalable API layers in your enterprise applications. Okay. How do you access it? Again, the answer is pretty much always the same. Okay, you stick an at inject annotation, and wherever you want this thing injected, and the container will do the rest of the work for you. You don't have to do really anything at all. Okay. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. Okay, so this has to do with the fact that it is stateless in terms of what the API expectations are. However, the stateless under the hood, the implementation may be using things that are in fact stateful. For example, you could have an entity manager instance, okay, that connects up to a database. So the purpose of the thread safety is to shield the implementation from any thread safety concerns. Okay, so it's stateless in this particular sense is just a marker to tell the client that this can be accessed in a stateful manner. This object is not expected to hold state. However, you could be holding state anyway, okay, because it's useful to do so in the implementation. Why does it need to be pooled? Well, very simply, when this object this is essentially a backbone of your application. Okay, let's assume that you have let's say a create order method in there, and let's assume that you get a sudden burst of orders, and suddenly you have 10,000 orders to process concurrently. Okay, so because of the fact that this object, the stateless object, has an implicit upper bound, really what will happen is you won't run into a thread starvation situation. Okay, it will only be processed with the upper bound of the thread pool, which is typically something like 10 or 15 or 100 threads. Okay, somebody else had a question. Yes, sir. Actually, that's a good question. So let's wait. Maybe you're a candidate for winning the book. Okay, but yeah, that ups the stakes for the rest of you, by the way. Okay. Not much at all. I would say in the order of milliseconds. Yes, sir.
Used to be that we applied stateless and stateful just to EJBs. Is that still the case, or can you have a stateful and stateless object outside of EJBs in our intended?
You most certainly can. So yes. So the answer is yes. Stateless and statefulness generally is the domain of EJBs as to with regards to your service tier. But there's other ways of managing, declaratively managing stateful situations in Java EE as well. So these days there's a whole bunch of CDI annotations, so request scoped and application scoped and session scoped and the like. So those would be, again, would be implicit state handling as well, state handling situations. Yes, sir. I can barely hear you. I'm sorry. You're going to have to, somebody's going to have to either relay that question or you're going to have to speak up. Can somebody relay that question, please? Somebody in the middle? You could, yeah, you can have an interface. You're not required to have an interface. So stateless and stateful session beans do not require an interface anymore. You can opt to use an interface if you so wish. Me personally, I tend to take a case approach. Okay, keep it simple, stupid. If it's unlikely that I need that high level of decoupling through an interface, I generally tend not to use one. In circumstances where it is clear that having an interface is helpful, most cases I'll add an interface later. Okay, but either way, EJB doesn't care. You can have an interface. You can skip the interface, whichever way. Either way, it works. Okay. Any other questions? No, very good. Okay. Moving forward. Okay. Again, very simple, very robust. It gives you a whole bunch of services. You can add more services on top of it because it's an EJB. You can add scheduling. You can add remoting. You can add asynchronous processing. You can make it. You can publish it out as a SOAP web service, a WebSocket endpoint, or a REST endpoint. Okay, so incredibly powerful, sort of compact thing to do at your backbone application layer. The bad overuse may introduce unnecessary layers. Yes, this is true. Okay, so if you don't need a facade, don't introduce one. Okay, if all you're doing is getting a database record out, don't create a facade for it. Just access your DIO directly, okay, and get access to your entity. And those are two words that we haven't explained yet. Hopefully, we'll get to explaining that. Okay. In other words, if you don't need an abstraction, don't create one. Okay, fairly obvious stuff. The ugly, well, there isn't much of one. It's really just the name of the pattern. It takes a little bit of thinking as to what it actually means and where you would apply it.
We don't need like the C with the tail in the facade. That's all. Next, the decorator. Oh, okay. So decorators add behavior to objects in runtime. So instead of inheritance, they have the ability to add functionality on the runtime to objects which are subject to be decorated. So they introduce huge amount of flexibility. And actually, we had war stories in our book with Alex, and I really enjoy. Actually, the whole war story idea was because of the decorator pattern. Because in my previous experience, I really messed up a project and couldn't really solve a simple problem which could be easily solved with a decorator. So, yeah, decorators are can be really powerful, but you need to create some boilerplate code and have the interface and everything to just implement the classic implementation. However, in Java EE, it's again pretty straightforward. You just add the decorator annotation and you add the delegate object with the annotation. So this would decorate the product, actually the accessory object, and will execute the getPrice method when it's called. The way to enable the decorators is the XML declaration. So far, that's the first XML code we just showed and needed. And actually, the XML is also needed to decide on the order of the execution. So it's basically declares the order of the decoration. So you can have multiple decorators, and you can just add as much as functionality at the runtime without really changing the real implementation. The good, unlike inheritance, it's very, very easy to change the behavior, and you don't really change the original code. You just introduce a new decorator and just do the configuration, and it just works magically. The bad part, you may need to have some XML declaration, mostly for the order of the decorators. And the ugly, well, I'm not sure if it's really the ugly part, but yeah, overuse will introduce an execution flow. Again, very hard to understand. Well, yeah, might be, depending on the status of the project. But generally, they introduce quite powerful and flexible structures.
Okay, and the next one, actually we'll finish off the Gang of Four part. So good, we actually have some bonus material for you. There's some basic material that we were going to cover in this talk. Looks like we'll be able to get to that bonus material. So let's talk through observers. Observers, again, a little bit difficult to understand why it's needed in the first place. This, again, goes down to a basic fundamental requirement in object-oriented systems, namely passing a message, okay, from one object to the other, telling one object to do something as a result of, say, a state change on another object. Okay, but the big difference here versus just simply invoking an object on a dependent method is that you care about decoupling in one way or the other. Perhaps you have an event for which you want to trigger multiple observers, okay, multiple endpoints that react to that particular event, or you simply want a bit of loose coupling because you want to change which observer actually gets triggered at runtime. Okay, so that is the real reason why you would, the original reason why you would need essentially the observer pattern. Now, the way you implement the observer pattern is sort of antithetical to the original goals of the observer, because the way you do this in Gang of Four is literally you implement an interface, you have a bunch of objects that implement this interface, and then on the listener you actually have to register concrete implementations of each of those instances. Okay, so it's sort of a bit self-defeating if the goal is to create essentially loosely coupled systems. So how does Java EE solve this? Well, it's solved this in a much more loosely coupled fashion. So let's say we have this object here that is an observer. So it reacts to something else happening somewhere else in the system. So the way you express this is simply, create the method and give it its expected payload. What am I expecting? What am I acting upon? And simply add observable annotation. And what this says is observe an event, okay, that matches the payload of my method parameters. In this case, it's the string message, and I will act upon it. Okay, and unlike and the way this is actually invoked is not directly by instantiating or rather injecting an instance of hello world observer and invoking the trace hello worlds methods. After all, that defeats the purpose of two things. It's not very loosely coupled, and you couldn't have, for example, one-to-many relationships very easily. So the way this is actually triggered is by triggering an event, okay, that corresponds to the observer that you're listening on. So in this case, you would inject a type event string, and then when you want that event to be triggered, when you want the observers to be triggered, you simply say event.fire, and you give it the payload that you want. Okay, so in this case, again, you're getting loose coupling, and you can also have multiple observers listening on a particular on a single event. Okay. So what are okay? So this is just going a bit more into that. So you can observe not just primitives, but your own custom objects, and that's how you would trigger them. The pros and cons, again, same thing with the rest of it. It's, does not, instead of having to write code to implement the observer pattern and do observer registration and deregistration and invocation, none of that actually happens for you in Java EE. It's just all managed by the container. You have a very simple API, just one annotation and an injection of an event object with a payload, and then you call fire. Very, very simple by comparison. The bad, yes, it can introduce, 1 second please, it can introduce difficulty in following the execution order. It's hard to determine, okay, if this event is fired, what is going to get triggered. Again, the IDE will help you do that, right? So, NetBeans has a wizard to say, okay, when I'm firing this event, please tell me what observers would be triggered, the corresponding. Not much that's ugly about this. It's when you need it, this is an elegant solution to the problem. Yes, sir. Actually, he raised his hand first. Can somebody please relay that question? Okay. No. By default, they are synchronous today. In CDI 2.0, they're introducing asynchronous observers. Okay, but that's in CDI 2.0, not today. Yes, sir.
So when you have the same type of payload, can you have different sets of observers for the same type?
Yes, by all means you can. So there's a couple of ways of doing that. Number one is that you can specify as many qualifiers that you would like. So in this, we don't have an example of a qualifier here. Oops, I'm clicking a bit too fast. 1 second, please. So you can most certainly have qualifiers, okay, the same, just like pretty much anything else that you saw. You can qualify this at observable. Okay, you can say, observe a string message with the qualifier such and such. Okay, you could use the @named and a built-in qualifier, or you could create your own custom qualifier. And then what you would do is, when you are firing this, you have two options. You can statically provide the qualifiers right at the event injection point, or you can also specify them when you say event.fire. You can attach qualifiers there. So yes, there's yes, sir. It does not. Yeah, execution continues, but you will get a nasty stack trace that you can later figure out what happened there. Yes, sir. Okay, so a bunch of things. So number one is look at the amount of code to do this. It's very, very trivial as compared to JMS. When you're doing a JMS invocation, there's a lot of moving pieces going on there. So you have transactions, persistence, all of those things you'll needing to deal with, right? In this case, none of that occurs. It's just simply a lightweight event. It's just an in-memory invocation, in-memory indirect invocation. As to what the use cases are, there's lots of use cases, right? So really, anywhere where you would need an event, this is helpful. In particular, imagine that you have a significant set of events in your application that you need multiple endpoints to react on, and these are not important enough to warrant, putting it in message-oriented middleware. Let's say perhaps a system warning, right, or anything of that nature. This is a very, very helpful facility to do so. Okay. Yes, sir.
The CDI interceptor is kind of observer pattern.
CDI interceptor is not an observer pattern. CDI interceptor is an example of AOP of aspects. So that is not a gang of 4 pattern. In fact, it's not a pattern at all. You could say that, I guess. Okay. All right. Yes, sir.
So does the current transaction get suspended when you fire the event, or does it propagate?
Events do not have much to do with transactions whatsoever. The only place that they intersect is that you can have a observer that listens on the transaction. So you can get callbacks to say, my transaction got committed, got rolled back, so on. Other than that, there's no, if you need something transactional, yes, that's another use case for using JMS. Because in fact, JMS message will be transactional. This wouldn't be. This is just simply lightweight in-memory invocation. There's no transaction coordinator here. Okay. Anything else? Moving on. Excellent. Okay. So let's take stock of how much time we have left. I believe by my count we have 20 more minutes. Yes? Somebody confirm or deny that? About 15 more minutes, 20 more minutes? Okay, I think we're in good shape. So let's continue with the rest of the presentation, I think.
Yep.
So we're actually out of the realm of Gang of Four now. Okay, so what we are now talking about is design patterns that you ought to know about that for one reason or the other isn't in the Gang of Four book. Okay, but these are design patterns that you should know in enterprise applications, and in many cases, again, these design patterns are also built into the Java EE platform in one way or the other.
Yep. So let's move to model view controller, which is not a pattern but a collection of patterns. So MVC is used widely in almost all UI frameworks. So believe it or not, if you did any kind of UI programming, at some point you used that. So the main motivation is to keep the data, the logic, and the UI code separate, so it will be easy to change one part without really breaking or introducing huge change to another part.
Also, more importantly, modularity, right?
Yeah. So, and luckily, JSF is a very clean and easy to write implementation of MVC, which is a part of Java EE. So, what's the model? The model is the part which represents the data and the related business logic. Usually the model in Java EE is the CDI bean. Next, it's the view. View is the visualization part of the data, which filters some fields and just visualize the data to the user. It also enables the user to interact with the data and also trigger the business logic. And the controller is the part which links the view with the model. So it directs the application flow and basically orchestrates everything in the MVC. So if we look at the MVC in Java EE, the model is annotated POJOs, which are annotated with named and request scope. The view is the facelets which are written in XHTML and, of course, with CSS. And the best part is the controller is something you don't need to care about. It's the faceless servlet, and you don't really need to write anything for the controller part.
In fact, that is the original intent of the MVC, MVC design pattern, the way it was implemented in Smalltalk. Smalltalk basically was the controller. You wouldn't never write a controller yourself. The exact same concept translated in exactly the same way in JSF.
Next, we move to the data part.
Mm-hmm. Okay, entity. This perhaps is the most important artifact that you'll have in your application. What is it? It's a representation of the nouns in your system, the important nouns. So these are what is it that you're attempting to model. So for example, in an e-commerce application, this would be catalog, product, customer, and so on. Okay, think of it as essentially, a rough way to think of it is the database tables that are stored in your relational database. These are your models. The entity object essentially is a naming of that concept. Okay, so an entity has again, goes to the very core of object-oriented programming. It's a particular, it's a specialization of object orientation. So in object orientation, an object has data and behavior, and in the end, it's supposed to emulate something that you're trying to model in software. And that's precisely the definition of an entity. Okay, so it's a thing that you're trying to emulate in the real world. It will have data roughly corresponding again to columns in your database tables, but it will also have business logic in it. How do you do this in Java EE? Well, it's quite simple because there is a very, very intuitive annotation called @entity in the JPA package. That is its exact intent, is to describe an entity object. Of course, in JPA, it really will allow you to map to a relational database or a non-relational database these days. Actually, you can do so. You can use JPA entities to map to non-relational databases. And yet again, this makes perfect sense because it would be highly unlikely that you have an entity that is simply goes away when you do an application restart. It's what would be the point of having it? So it's quite natural to think of entities as something that is persisted into the database. So a good place to put essentially the @entity annotation.
You don't have temporary entities?
Pardon?
I have temporary entities. Is that weird? I have entities that are temporary tables that go away. You don't do that?
No, I must say I haven't seen that too often.
They're lovely. You should use them.
Okay, all right. All right, so here's how an entity looks like. Okay, so here's a simple entity, contact. It has two attributes, first name and last name. It may also have behavior. There's no example of a behavior. Obviously, we're in an artificial mode of trying to fit in some logical bits of code on a slide deck. And in this case, it also has an ID that maps to the database. This is essentially something that goes into the database via JPA. Okay. The next related bit artifact or design pattern that is related to entities is called DAOs or data access objects. What is the purpose of this? The purpose of this is that data access code is often very atypical, okay, different from the rest of your application. Okay, so you have your presentation tier, you have your business logic, and then you have your data access code. The presentation tier code is naturally segmented in its own part because you're following the MVC pattern. The business logic, again, is naturally segmented in its own part because hopefully you're creating facades to encapsulate your business logic. However, there's no real good place to stick data access code. If you didn't have a layer to deal with this, you'd essentially pollute your business logic within your facade by not just writing business logic, but also doing data manipulation and data access concerns. So the purpose of the DAO is to give you that bit of abstraction, okay, to be able to decouple the business logic from the manual task of data access. Okay. Usually a DAO is going to be a singleton or more specifically an application scoped object. All right. For the most part, as you'll find out, you actually don't need real DAOs anymore in Java EE applications. The reason for this is because of JPA. JPA has an API called the Entity Manager, and if you really look at the Entity Manager, it's really nothing much more than a DAO. All right, it allows you perform CRUD operations on an entity, and it does it in such a high-level way that it makes the data access code virtually vanish. Okay, there's not much data access code to speak of anymore. However, still there may be complex cases where Entity Manager is simply not sufficient. Right? Maybe you're doing something a bit more complex than simple Entity Manager CRUD operations. In which case, yes, you would actually create an object that you say is something DAO, let's say customer DAO, and then you would stick some code in there. So let's take a look at a brief example. This is a case where we're doing something very simple. We don't need a whole bunch of abstractions. We don't need an actual implementation of a DAO. All we're really doing is treating the Entity Manager API as the DAO. So we're injecting the Entity Manager. If we need to find an object, we simply find it by ID. If you need to persist something, it's em.persist, em.merge. As you can see, per operation, just a one-liner. You can't really abstract much more than that, and it's not necessary. In this case, your Entity Manager is effectively your DAO. Okay, DTOs are a bit of a interesting case. Again, in modern Java EE applications, you don't actually need a DTO per se. So before we get to that, let's get to what a DTO is. A DTO stands for a data transfer object. Okay, so quite naturally, where this comes into play is when you are crossing system boundaries. Okay, so a classical example would be a RESTful web service. Okay, so you're invoking a RESTful web service from one application to another application. Wow, what are we going to do with 15 minutes? Song and dance? Anyway, all right. Okay, so we have. Let's say we have a remote RESTful web service. Okay, invoking a service from one endpoint to the other, and then what you have on each of these endpoints is Java binding. So you have the wire format, whatever that may be. Usually these days it would be JSON. But at the end of the day, if you're talking about a Java client and a Java server, both of those would have corresponding Java objects, okay, that you ultimately transfer on the wire to some other format. That artifact is a data transfer object. Okay, that is its purpose. Okay, that is its purpose in life, and hence it deserves its own pattern name. Now, again, in very simplistic, or rather in well-written, okay, Java EE applications, you actually don't need to necessarily create a separate artifact called something DTO, like a customer DTO. Because in many cases, you can simply perhaps treat your entity as your DAO. Okay, you can simply transfer the entity as is over the wire without any problems. No, use your entity as a DTO. Yes, correct. Right. So, but that won't always work. Okay, so in many cases you may want an actual abstraction layer. Okay, so this would be, and a good example of this would be if you have a very complex domain object. Okay, and you're only for a given web service you're only publishing a small subset of your entire domain object. That's when you would actually create a specific DTO object. Generally speaking, the intersection between DTOs and Java EE is that Java EE allows you to declaratively do the serialization of a DTO. So it recognizes the purpose of the DTO object, and it allows for some annotations that you can place there to make that serialization. Okay, remember that's the whole point of creating a DTO in the first place happen. So here's a brief example. So let's revisit our entity class and assume that we're lucky enough so that we don't need to actually create a separate DTO object. We can simply use the entity as a DTO. But still, though, we don't want to publish out some of these objects, some of these values. So for example, a client probably doesn't care, what the ID or what the internal database ID of this implementation detail on my side is. Okay, they probably just care about first name and last name, and they will, when they send me the first name and last name, or it's my job to figure out how that maps to an entity. So the way you make this happen is simply, let's take JAX-B as an example. Let's assume we're creating an XML serialization of this DTO. So the way this happens is you simply say XML root element, and that makes JAX-B recognize this object as a DTO, essentially. In this case, the default access is method. Okay, we're changing that to be field. Fair enough. So basically, we're going to read through all of our fields and not look into the accessors, mutators, getters, and setters, and simply, push out whatever properties that I may have in this case. Well, in this case, I definitely do want the first name and last name to go out, and that's what's going to happen by default. I don't want the ID to be published, serialized. So you can simply say XML transient, okay, and that will stop that the ID field from being serialized out, as a DTO. Okay. Finally, domain-driven design. Murat, you want to cover this one?
Let me have a look at it first. Actually, let me add one thing to the.
Okay.
Sure.
You say when you're describing DOs that you can just use the entity manager, but some of the older frameworks would encourage you to have the DO circle switch between, for example, a JDBC template implementation or a JP implementation or something like that. Is that no longer the case?
To be honest with you, no. Right. I don't see that happening. I mean, I've been developing Java EE now since Java EE 5. I have seen very little reason to use anything else other than JPA. So if JPA is all you're using, why introduce this other abstraction that you need to maintain from then on? So I'm not saying that what you're saying doesn't occur. Okay. All I'm saying is don't assume that it'll occur. Okay. Yes, sir.
I'm assuming it's occurring. My database isn't very good, so I want to hide all that behind a DTO, so when I change my database, make it better, the users of my DTO don't have to notice that I've changed anything. So I think that sort of goes to what you were describing before about reasons having a DTO. If you've got a good reason to do it, it's a perfect reasonable abstraction.
Sure. Mm-hmm. All right. Anything else?
And actually, if you're mixing
we have
up
a few more
your
questions.
entities and DTOs, you can also use the transient annotation. So some parts just are translated to XML, but doesn't written into the database, and vice versa. So the other question?
Use the transient keyword instead?
You cannot, no. JAXB does not recognize that.
Yeah, transient would be.
Has nothing to do with this. Yeah. That has to do with object serialization in terms of Java, native serialization. Okay.
So if you were using JSF and you were using a backing bean, would you then use the same object that you're using in JPA to persist as your backing bean?
In fact, by default, yes, you would. Yeah, because that minimizes code duplication in the end. Yeah, so why create unnecessary abstractions if you're never going to use them? It's just wasteful, right?
Or if you had a web service where you were handling XML,
It's
combining the two aspects of it into one class.
Yes.
One of it is the XML handling, and the other part is persisting from the database.
Yeah, precisely. Yeah, you can do so. Yeah, that's exactly what's going on here. We're using this as probably for multiple purposes. We're using it in the view layer of JSF. We're using it for persist the data, and we may be using it as a DTO as well. Yeah.
Now I have to convince the starchy developers that has to be separated.
Right, imagine the wasteful. I mean, this is called cargo cult programming. Have you heard the term? There's an interesting little graphic, but basically, using something without understanding its actual purpose, leading to sort of nonsensical usage. In this case, probably unnecessary artifacts that you don't need in your application. Exactly. Yet more code duplication, yet more baggage you sort of have to carry forward with your application. Yes, sir.
You said you can use the entities for JSF and the backend, like you can share the same entity. If you have a REST API that's using the same kind of entity, but you don't want to expose certain fields out of it, can we use the transient to hide those fields?
Yes, that was the point. Yeah, that was the point. I know we haven't done a great job of flushing out the entire. Remember, this is bonus material. But again, yes, yeah, that is really what we're trying to describe here.
Is it possible to change the names of these fields, like when you use
Yes.
XML representation?
Yes. Yeah, the simple way of doing so in JAXB. Yes, sir.
Do you have any examples of non-SQL configuration or background?
I didn't quite follow the
So you said
question.
with the entities, right, it can be relational and non-relational.
Yes. So look into Eclipse Link NoSQL or Hibernate OGM. Okay. All right. So let's give it a shot. Let's cover domain-driven design. I was being facetious because the reality is you can't cover domain-driven design in 5 minutes. Okay, it's its own talk. In fact, it's a talk that I gave last year in this very same room, ironically enough.
But so, it's on one slide now.
Right. So, anyway, okay, so here's our best shot at explaining domain-driven design. Here's the explanation. Look it up. No, that was supposed to be a joke. Anyway, all right. Okay, so besides all of the things that we talked about, some of the things that we're talking about is actually somewhat old-fashioned. Okay, so principally we're talking about gang of 4 patterns and J2E core patterns. Okay, that's what the patterns that we described. By and large, that's where they're coming from. There's actually a whole different world called domain-driven design that takes all of these ideas, puts them together, and puts them in newer, more modern, cohesive fashion. Okay, so these are some of the design patterns that you should look into there. I've accidentally slipped and I actually mentioned those patterns in my facade when I was describing facade, and those would be things like application services. Okay, entities are entities in either world. Repositories are nothing much more than more fine-tuned, more sensible DIOs. There's slight differences between DIOs and repositories. Don't let anyone tell you that if you just rename DIO to repository, you're done. You're not. And there's also something called value objects, okay, in addition to entities. It's an extension of sort of the entity concept. There are, again, factory is another recognized design pattern in domain-driven design. And if there's a few others that I won't talk about. Principally, we want to put this here so that you should look it up. All right? So there's some interesting patterns there, and again, they map quite nicely to Java EE because Java EE has those same concepts in them, okay, including things like value object and most certainly factory and the like.
So that part was more like a homework. So you should go home and study and.
Okay.
Back to the entities as DTOs. I know you're saying that that transient that you can control, but if you're using that object, say you have a business that's saying, yeah, I don't want the ID, but another part of the business does want that ID, how do you control it?
You can't. That would be a legitimate reason to create 2 separate DTOs. Okay. Yes, sir.
So over the years, I've seen a lot of discussions around entities and having business logic in them. Some camps want entities with all the business logic outside of the data layer. And some of them want, they seem as domain objects and they want them to be thick and rich and have a lot of functionality. What's your opinion on that?
My opinion on that is you should use what works best for you. Okay, for me, domain-driven design works best for me. I like to have the business logic very close to the data itself. Okay, so I want the data and the business logic that operates on it in the same place. I find it more maintainable and a more logical place to look at those objects, and it makes it easier for me to communicate with my developers when I'm talking about the domain model. I don't have to say, oh, customer entity, and look in this other little service that has this business logic in it. Okay, I can simply say, go look it up in the customer entity. It's in there. If you don't like that way for some reason, one reason would be that this way is harder. Okay, you have to do a lot more analysis upfront and continual analysis to make this happen. To really, because at the end of the day, this is what object orientation is about, right? And it's not easy. Object orientation doesn't come for free. It implies analysis and thought. If you don't want to do that, simple way is my entity is just a dumb representation of a row in my database table. I'll just stick all of my business logic in the application layer. I don't have to do any analysis. Who cares about all that stuff? That's yet another way of thinking about it.
That's what I accept.
All right. Okay.
I wanted to just, as an add-on to what that gentleman just said, I've heard one of my colleagues mention that the differences between the CDI and JPA life cycles kind of creates problems for creating these rich entities. I was curious how you kind of work with that.
You know, yes. So you need to be aware of those problems, but they don't impede you from using entities in the presentation tier. So you need to be more aware of you know, using things like producers in a proper way, using scoping in a more clever way, and you can get around those problems. Those are not show-stopping problems. They are hiccups, but you know, there's unfortunately no elegant solution to resolving those life cycle issues. You know, you just have to be aware what's going on and, you know, simply add a producer, to be honest with you. Yeah, okay. Yes, sir.
If you have to use the entity just as a backing field, then all your CRUD operations, transactions, everything would be a separate method in the same entity?
That, I think, is carrying reuse a bit too far. I do see value in MVC and separating. What you would wind up doing there is essentially mixing the presentation tier with the transaction tier. I'm all for getting rid of unnecessary cargo track artifacts, but I think that just goes a bit too far. Okay. Any other questions?
So who do you think will win a book?
I think that gentleman over there, right? Yeah.
Anyone else?
Okay. One book, yes.
I thought a lot of people will get it.
Okay, great. I'd like to welcome everybody to Developing in the Cloud. I know this is one of the last sessions standing between you and dinner. So this presentation tonight, in today's presentation, we'll be looking at developing at 30,000 feet versus 5,000 feet, which is the best altitude so that your boss can't get a hold of you, since there's no cell phone service up there, and how to handle writing software with turbulence and the rest of it. So it's supposed to be funny. So anyway. That's what I thought. So the presentation today, I'm going to be going over cloud development tooling, testing, and using that with Java EE up in the cloud. And I'll touch a little bit upon continuous deployment, but this is only a 2-hour session, not a 4-hour session. So we'll do the first 2 hours will be that. Just kidding. So as part of the topics that I'll be covering with us, I'll be talking about version control up in the cloud, issue tracking, continuous integration, and integration testing. And I'll be talking about I'll be bringing in things like Selenium, headless web browser testing, using Docker up in the cloud, doing load balancing testing. So those are those topics that I'm going to be covering throughout this presentation, and how you can basically simulate an environment up there. So where did the idea for this presentation came to me? Because I work in a software firm we sell the group that I work for, we make chemical formulation software. So we're highly regulated. We have to go through good manufacturing process training. All of our code changes have to be tracked, so I can't just check in a piece of code and not tie it to a defect number. Every line of code has to be accounted for against a tracked issue. So we've got rigorous life cycle for defects, dashboards for tracking development progress. And every time I check in code, there's like 2 VMs. There's a check-in. When I check in on a Git branch, it actually goes out there and builds my code. And then there's also integration tests that run when it finally gets merged into the main code line. And so I've grown used to this automated environment that I have at work, and I want it for home. But I don't want to have to spend, I don't want to go out and buy hardware and try to configure that at home. So that's where the idea for this presentation came from. So I want all of this type of process for home, so I could eventually create, my own startup company, hopefully. So some of the challenges with trying to do continuous integration at home, or if you're trying to start up a small company, one is you need hardware. If you've rented office space for a small company, I think the minimum cost for putting on a server closet is like $50,000 with the air conditioner up on top. You've got to handle maintenance and security yourself. You have to constantly patch your web servers, patch everything, and make sure that hackers are sitting there 24/7 trying to break into companies. So if you didn't get around to that patch today, they might have found it for you already. You have to deal with configuring networking, which is not simple. If you're starting off with a small business or trying to do anything sophisticated, configuring and programming Cisco routers is complicated. Then there is software, maintaining the software, configuring it, and then finally the total cost of doing this. Because hardware is not cheap. I actually have one of those little kilowatt-hour things at home. I tracked my UPS and computer, and it comes to around $15 a month for electricity. So if I want to start running a couple of servers there, it's going to cost a lot of money if I leave them on 24/7. And that's what's so nice about the cloud. So constructing a robust development environment is expensive, hard, and also time-consuming. And by the time you get through creating your continuous development environment and maintaining it, you'll have maybe 5 minutes to write code before you fall asleep. So, they're easy to set up, relatively cheap, and low maintenance. So the future is already here. In fact, there's quite a few companies that have now started up. I heard about one recently where their networking closet is just a router and it goes to Amazon, and that's it. They have laptops for the developers, and there's no other servers on premise. So there's already companies running this way. And the cool thing is that this is the networking closet of the future. So I think this is from somebody's home. So this is the future. So the benefits of doing it up in the cloud is you minimize the time spent configuring and managing tools. You can scale projects as necessary. So if you want to test scaling your application out, see how it behaves, you can easily do that. You can easily support distributed environment. You have a pre-configured integrated tool stack that you didn't have to figure out first and maintain. And then you can build and test for the other tools. So as a part of this, you'll see towards the end where I go over how you can use Amazon, for instance, for testing mobile phones. You can build for Windows Phone even if you don't have a Windows Phone, and get an executable that you could then provide to Microsoft to put in their store. You can do scalability testing, and you can easily break down and rebuild up environments again, so you're always testing against something clean, and you don't have to have the hardware to do that. So you can easily test like 4 different branches of code out there on the cloud and not have to buy physical machines to actually do that. So there's several different cloud models that you have to choose from. One is self-hosted cloud, where you create the VMs. So you get the Amazon account, you create the VMs up there, you install the developer tools, you purchase Atlassian, you install the Atlassian tools up there, you manage all aspects of configuration and cost, but you're only paying for the use of the Amazon servers and then the initial cost of purchasing a license. And then there is vendor hosted. So this is basically where you purchase basically a complete cloud solution, and this is the one that I'm going to be covering today. So there's very little maintenance or configuration. You're not actually having to do upgrades. Those are being handled for you. Everything is pre-configured, and you're just going through wizards to get your stuff up and running. And the costs generally are monthly fees, storage, and usage fees, which are pretty minimal. I think I spent more this morning on breakfast than I have on storage and usage fees for the year. And then you also have the hybrid model if you're in a company or a corporate environment where you don't want to let, say, the source code go outside of the company. You want to have your version control system locally, but then you want to use the tools up in the cloud for your continuous integration. So you have those types of models. Now, in terms of service providers, so we're all familiar with probably, I think GitHub is now considered the new resume for developers. But so you've got several different choices. You've got GitHub, Bitbucket, Java.net. And there's different prices. So for GitHub, it's either free if you're creating an open source project, or like me, you spend $7 and you get X number of private projects that nobody else can see, and you can have other developers help you out with those projects. But it's not exposed to the world, right? So it's only you have to have credentials in order to get in. And so it all depends upon how you want to scale and what you want to use. Amazon came out with, I think this summer, their own GitHub hosting service as well. So those are the leading providers right now for doing that. In terms of continuous integration, once again, there's tons of them out there. There's new ones popping up. There's probably, I think there's probably a couple over at the exhibition hall. We've got a bunch of them, and depending upon your prices and the features that you want, you've got many different choices for doing this. Some of them support different platforms, so it's a fairly complex mix. And then for issue trackers, you've got Jira, which is kind of the leader right now, or the one that a lot of people prefer. UTrack, Bughost. So there's lots of them out there, not including the open source ones that you could download and configure yourself. I think practically every town has got a developer that has written a bug tracker at some point. So there's lots of them out there to choose from. So, and then I mentioned SourceForge, Java.net. Those are the old standbys, from the Java world that we've seen traditionally. So the features for those, they basically have wikis, blogging, and issue tracking, but they don't have continuous integration, and they have limited tooling support. So there's kind of like the first I would kind of term these as the first generation source code up in the cloud or hosted solutions, and now we're on to solutions where you have full integration up in the cloud, where you can do continuous integration up there. So consideration when picking vendors, are you going to be open source or private? Do you want to eventually go from private to open source? Like, for instance, are you starting a project that you want to have open source, but you don't want the world to be able to see all of your initial code as you try to figure out what exactly you're writing, right? So there's, can you flip a bit? Do you want a paid or a free account? Is the issue system integrated or separate? What's the tool chain integration like in terms of, are you doing continuous deployment? How is it customizable in terms of operating systems that you can choose from, data migrations, workflows, etc. Can you, if you're running a small company, can you replicate a workflow so that you have new features are handled a certain way? For instance, if it's a defect that's being a defect workflow where it has to go through several different states, where you say I've reviewed it, I'm working on it, and then have a code review stage where somebody has to sign off on it. Can it handle things like that? So many of the Jira one that I'll show, you can actually configure and design your workflows. I've got a graphical workflow editor that allows you to configure whatever workflows you want and create different states, so that not all, there's a difference between a new feature and a defect. There's different workflows between the two of them. And so really what you want to do is see, how do all of those integrate, how easy it is. Because if you've ever worked in a situation where you have to log into one system to do something, then you have to remember to log into another system to do something else, that becomes kind of a pain. And then in terms of my requirements, because this initially started out as my own projects that I was doing at home, I wanted the ability to switch from public to private. The version control system, I wanted Git. Some of them that are out there only support Subversion or Mercurial, so I wanted Git. I wanted to do continuous integration up on Amazon because that's what I'm familiar with, as opposed to Azure or the Oracle Cloud stuff. The projects I wanted to do Maven and Gradle builds on the latest version of Java. I wanted to be able to do unit testing. I wanted to be able to use NetBeans as my IDEs, as well as the other IDEs down there. So I wanted to be able to check in and build projects that, for iOS and have, kind of like a full suite of things. So the services I chose, one was GitHub for hosting. No surprise there. So I pay $7 a month just so I can have private repositories for my killer ID that I hopefully next year I'll be, competing against Larry in the boat race. And then, I went with Bamboo for the continuous integration, as well as Jira for issue tracking. Bamboo requires Jira, so that's how that decision was made. So a grand total, I spend $27 per month for environment up in the cloud. Now, this is an environment that actually builds my code up in there. So I only have this laptop. I don't have any other hardware. I'm not hosting version control systems. I'm not maintaining them. I'm not maintaining hardware. I did not install the agents that are doing the building. I did not have to do anything. All I did was I went to these websites and clicked a bunch of buttons, entered in a credit card number, and I was good to go within about 20 minutes. And then I also used Amazon for databases, virtual private cloud stuff. And so the total cost per month is $27, excluding my AWS usage charges, which generally those are around a couple of dollars. So this is not something you can have a very sophisticated environment up there for very little. Okay? So this is kind of the workflow that I have set up. So I have my code over in GitHub. Bamboo pulls it out. Jira monitors it.
Why not Bitbucket?
Just because I had GitHub first. So I started out with GitHub years before I was familiar with Bitbucket. So yeah, if I was starting out today, I would probably go with Bitbucket, just because the integration is even better between Bitbucket and Jira.
And Bamboo.
Correct, yeah. For instance, if you're using Bitbucket and Bamboo and Jira, you can go into Jira and say, I want to start working on this issue, and it creates the branch in Git for you automatically, moves the issue into progress. When you finally do the commit, it closes out the issue. So the issue tracking system, and then also does the build. So it's all integrated together so that you don't have to go out there and flip any bits. So there's a little bit more work using GitHub, but it's not much. I also use PhoneGap. Adobe has a cloud build service, so for the HTML5 apps, they get built up on PhoneGap, so even though I don't have a Windows mobile phone or an Android phone currently, I can build for all of those platforms up there and then submit them to the app stores. So, I don't have to have any of that. And then Amazon Web Services, of course. So the sequence in order to if you're trying to get going with this type of environment, and tonight you want to start your own company at the hotel, you can go through these steps. Create your GitHub account if you don't already have one. Create your Jira Bamboo account, punch in your credit card, and then create an AWS account. And the AWS account is all of these, literally this takes all of like 5 minutes to go through and create. And then you're up and running in the cloud. You don't have to wait. You're not going to have to wait for like an email for provisioning. This is instant. You're up and running. So the Amazon stuff, this is available to anyone. This isn't like the hosted solutions of the past. The nice thing with Amazon, what they're trying to do is they're trying to make everything is just an API, so you don't think in terms of machines. So everything that you see up on the Amazon AWS stuff, there's RESTful APIs for it, and there's toolkits that you can use and download to deploy stuff. So it's very interesting, and like they have, and the stuff is dirt cheap, as you'll see on one of the price listings, but they have like this, you can write like web service endpoints for their stuff, and I think the first 1 million invocations are free. So, it would be very hard to to write that. So the list of services that they have available is always exploding. It's getting harder and harder to keep up with that for this presentation. They were changing things out from when I worked on the presentation. They were introducing new features in the couple of months that I've been working on the presentation. So for this presentation, I'm going to focus on EC2, which is the elastic compute stuff, basically VMs, RDS, which is the database, and then the virtual private cloud stuff. One of the things that I was trying to work into the presentation, but there's not enough time today, is the ECS, which is Docker. So as a part of my build process, I could actually kick out a Docker version of my app and deploy it up on ECS. And it would, and I don't even have to worry about the hardware or anything like that. Everything is taken care of. For some of the other things, there's like S3 for storage. So actually, for the Bamboo stuff, I could actually deploy my code to S3. So when the build artifact is ready, I could push it out to S3. Right now, I'm pushing it up to the website that I run around the Connecticut Java Users Group, and so it's getting pushed up into a Nexus repository up there. So that's the end of the build process, as it goes into a Nexus repository. But you've got a bunch of other services there. Amazon also provides its own cloud developer tools, which are tightly integrated. So they've got a code commit, which is basically like GitHub or Bitbucket that they provide. You don't have to use that. All of their tools work with Atlassian and Bitbucket as well. They have Code Deploy, which automates code deployment to EC2s. Now, this is meant for situations where you have, say, 100 servers and you check in a new version of your code and you want to roll it out to all 100 servers. You want that done for you, and you don't want to have to write the scripts to do that. So that stuff is all automated, and they monitor and give you excellent feedback on everything. And they integrate with Atlassian, CloudBees, Jenkins, and all the rest of them. Code Pipeline is for continuous delivery service. So this is where, for automates building, testing, and deployment into production. So this is very sophisticated stuff. And then they also have Mobile Hub, which allows you to build and test on real mobile devices. So you can build and test your Android app and deploy it up there and run it on an actual mobile phone, and they'll send you and run automated tests on the phone, and they'll send you back screenshots from it. So you can see, so you don't have to go out there and buy 10 different things. Now, they don't do the iPhone or the Apple ecosystem, but they do the Android ecosystem. But they've got tons of phones out there that you can go up there and give that a try. So it allows you to, test your app out, even if it's an HTML5 Cordova application. How does it look on the Samsung phone? How does it look on, on a Lenovo, etc. So it gives you a lot of flexibility. So it's very nice in terms of that. Now, in terms of the cost, this is the thing that I like. First of all, they like to claim that they've never raised their prices, but it's dirt cheap. So depending upon what you're doing, they have a free tier. So it's easy. I think the free tier goes for like the first year or something, depending upon your usage. But it's only like, I'm usually spending like 5 cents an hour or 7 cents an hour for resources up there. So you fire up a VM and you only pay for the hours that you use. So you can shut things down, and you don't pay for it at that point. So if you want to do a quick build and test something, like say you want to play with Docker, so some of their images up there have Docker installed on them. So you can fire up an instance up there and you can play around with Docker and test out your workflow up there. So anyway, so it's dirt. It's very forgiving because you're not paying for things. So if you want to try a Windows box, they've got Windows VMs. You want to try building your thing on Windows 8 or something, testing your Java FX app on Windows 8, you can do that up there. And it's not going to break the bank. Now, in terms of the AMIs up there, basically AMIs are virtual machines, what you think of virtual machines, and there's a large community of these virtual machines up there. Amazon provides them, third parties provide them. So for instance, if you want to play with MongoDB and you're trying to do a project with MongoDB, there's an AMI up there with MongoDB all configured. You don't have to download it, configure a machine, and install it. Somebody's already gone through the trouble of doing that and provide you instructions as to how you're to use it. So that's one of the nice things of this. So, and the cloud tools, the build agents, that's why I said I don't have to worry about configuring build agents or dealing with any of it. Everything is already configured for me. And so you basically configure everything. You access these machines using SSH. You download the keys. You configure the keys up there. And it's very complex things, so you can actually work with a team. You can do things like limiting users' access to specific hours. So you can do all kinds of very sophisticated auditing and everything. Now, one of the things that I use up there is I use the virtual private cloud because I don't want to do most of my stuff out there exposed to the internet. I want to do my testing, so it's, you know, I don't have to worry about some hacker detecting the fact that I'm running a regression suite on my software and say, hey, wait a minute, there's port 8080 is open. You know, he's running something up there, so I don't have to worry about that. So I create basically a virtual private cloud up there, which is a virtual sequence of machines. I can configure all of the IP address range, subnets, routing tables. All of that is done graphically. You don't have to be a network guru at configuring Cisco routers in order to do that. And I can launch my databases and AMIs into the VPCs and specify whether I want them inside or outside the network. So the wizard for creating a virtual private cloud is really easy. You go in there and they say, you know, start the VPC wizard, and it takes you through the steps of doing that. And you know, it has like kind of like pre-configured. They've got like templates that you can start from. So you can say, well, I want to create, in this case here, I want to have a public subnet and a private subnet, and I want to have the NAT done on the outside. And so they'll take you through configuring all of this, so you don't have to be an expert in doing that. And there's tons of video and documentation, so you can specify your IP ranges. You can specify your zones where you want it. You know, do you want one zone to be in Virginia, the other one to be out on the West Coast? So you can, you know, so in this case right here for the Connecticut Java Users Group, I'm doing that. And then I've got, you know, my these are my VPCs that I had set up at least last year. Up there on the network. So I've got 2 different VPCs that are all set up and ready to go for doing development testing. And then, you know, this is going through creating subnets. So I got my VPC, then I can go out there and create subnets for them, specify the blocks. And so that's creating a virtual private cloud. So I've created, you know, in a couple of steps I've gone through and I've created a virtual private cloud, so I can, you know, then go up there and fire up umpteen machines on that virtual private cloud. Now the Amazon RDS service is a relational database service, so you can get pre-configured instances of MySQL, Oracle, SQL Server, and PostgreSQL. Now the difference with this stuff is that when you're in the cloud doing this development, you specify what you want for performance, and that determines your price. You're not trying to optimize the machines and be an expert in terms of the database configuration, because how this stuff works is you pay for performance, not you pay for the machine and then try to optimize the how it works. So they've taken care of all of that. And you attach a database to a virtual private cloud instance because it's always hidden. You don't put your database out on the internet, right? You wouldn't fire up Oracle on a publicly available machine. So you create a DB subnet in order to fire up your database. It's relatively straightforward for doing this. So you specify, you know, so I'm going to fire it up into the Connecticut Java Users Group one. And you can create several different databases. So I've got a database out there when I run my app regression test. I've got a database out there with like dirty data that's all set for the app to run. So I've got a preloaded database set. I can test data migrations because you can take snapshots, and all of this is scriptable. So you can have you can write shell scripts basically that make web service calls that like duplicate things. So you can do, you know, you can run regression tests, data migration tests. What happens, you know, when I'm rolling out a new version of the app, I have to make schema changes to the database. You can test all of that. And then in terms of setting up the database, they just, you know, have these nice little colorful icons. You pick which database you want. It goes through, prompts you for a bunch of questions. What do you want as the accounts on the database? You enter in what the user credentials are, how much storage you want allocated, your database options, and by default they're going to try to prompt you because they're going to say, well, you should have your database replicated in 2 different zones so that if their data center on the East Coast goes down, you know, your data still is running on the West Coast. And they also take you through the backups. So all of this stuff, if you're trying to stand up a database on your own, this would take you days to do, right? You'd have to get the hardware set up and do this. With this type of stuff, you can easily stand up database, run a series of tests, and then break it down. If you're doing work for clients, you know, this is trivial. This is not a penalty. And then at the end here, it gives you your, you know, the settings on how to connect to your database. And up at the top, you know, I usually fire up another VM, install the client software on it because my database isn't publicly available, and then I use that VM to access the database and just do my own, like, sanity checking on it. So that's the Amazon side of things, getting the Amazon side of things set up for it. Now Jira, as everybody's probably familiar with, and I think there's a booth over there that can do a much better job of explaining the features of this. But this is a very complex, really not complex, I'm sorry, feature-rich issue tracking system that does, you know, project management. Bamboo requires Jira in order to get the continuous integration. It's got custom workflows, a visual workflow designer, scheduling, issue voting, dashboards, change logs, and it only costs in the cloud only costs you $10 a month. So with $10 a month, you can sign up and you're off and running with an issue tracking system. You don't have to configure it, set it up. And it comes pre-configured, so it's got pre-configured workflows. So it gives you a starting point. It's not like one of those things that, okay, you've got a blank slate, go enter in all of your processes. It gives you a pre-configured system so that you can actually get up and running. And you have a certain number of users that you can actually invite. You can invite your coworkers if you're trying to start up like a project or for something like that. So it's all, and there's many more things on that. It gives you, when you log in, it gives you a dashboard. You can see what's going on with your builds. You can arrange widgets. There's plugins that you can download. Other people provide plugins for this. You can write plugins as well for this thing, so there's an API and there's documentation as to how to do that. But it gives you quite a bit of power and insight as to what's going on. Okay. And so Jira also works with your IDEs. So you've got plugins available for NetBeans, IntelliJ, Eclipse. SourceTree ties into it. And the benefits with Jira now, as I mentioned before, it'll actually tie into your GitHub account. And when you say if you're using GitHub, you give when you create a branch, you give it the same name as an issue in Jira. Well, Jira says, oh, I noticed that it looks like you're starting working on that, so it'll move that issue to in progress. So and then when you close it out, it'll say, okay, that issue is done for you. And so you can configure all kinds of things, transition states with it. So it can actually, so in this case right here, I've configured it for my personal repository. So configuring the integration for GitHub is fairly simple. This takes all of like 20 minutes to actually set up. You go in there and you link your, go into their thing and say you want to link the two accounts together, and then they guide you through, as this DVCS, they guide you through actually doing the linking. So what you could do is you could go home and create a free GitHub account, right? And then go into Atlassian and create, get a complete project up and running for it. So then you go back into GitHub and you say, well, I'm gonna connect up Jira to this, and then GitHub has a page where you can go through and enter in all the information for connecting the accounts together. So it's kind of like one of those things. You go into Jira, you say, okay, I want to do it. They tell you how to do it. You go back over into GitHub, and then they start setting you up with the stuff. Start going over the setup steps there. They give you a bunch of client IDs and secret keys that you have to enter into both systems. Then you go back into Jira, you say add new account, you enter in those values that you got from GitHub, and you're off and running. And you can then start creating projects, and every time you commit code to GitHub, Jira is going to notice, Bamboo is going to notice, Bamboo is going to start doing builds out there. And then you can also go into NetBeans and configure the NetBeans NetBeans for Jira support. So there's a plugin that's built in so that you can configure it to talk to it. Okay. So that's Jira. I'm not going to spend too much time on that. The real bulk of it is for the Bamboo. So Bamboo is basically, it's got a centralized agent that's monitoring your GitHub account for builds. So if you purchase the $10 a month, that gives you one agent that can run builds. And so that agent runs out on Amazon. So there's a central thing that's always watching your GitHub account to see if there's changes. And then the agent that runs out on Amazon, which actually does the builds. Atlassian provides Linux image, basically a Windows image as well, that can be as a starting point for building up, what you want to run on Amazon. And you can configure different. You can take and configure different AMIs with different capabilities. So you can configure this one has Node.js. You can do all kinds of customizations of it, and then tag certain builds as having certain properties, and then it will match up. So if you have several different projects, it'll match up. You can enter in properties of both the agent and on the project, and it will match up the agent that can actually build that project. So you've got a lot of control over there. It's not just one size fits all. And so the general workflow is Bamboo pulls the code out from GitHub. So when it goes to run a job, it's going to run it on the agent on Amazon. It pulls the code out of GitHub, builds it on your EC2 instance, and then at the end of it, in my case, I'm pushing it off to a Nexus repository, which isn't on here. Now I know Jenkins is definitely currently the more popular build system. I mean, both of them have a large repository. Jenkins has over 1,000 plugins. It is easier and more, I mean, I use Jenkins at work, but Bamboo's got a nice cloud solution. So that's pretty much the reason why I went with it. I mean, both of them, for my usage, there's really no difference between the two of them, but depending upon what you're doing, you just have to realize that you don't have all the Jenkins plugins aren't all available for Bamboo. That doesn't mean you can't do certain things or work around it. So in terms of Bamboo, Bamboo has got these different concepts. It's got the concept of a project, a plan, a stage, and a job. So a project kind of provides reporting across all of the plans. A plan basically is tied to a specific repository. So in my case, for the Connecticut Java Users Group, I've got the website, and all of the code for that resides in a specific GitHub account that then has a plan associated with it. You can actually associate multiple repositories with a plan. And then a stage basically runs jobs in parallel, or a stage is made up of jobs. The jobs can run in parallel, and then the jobs are split down into tasks. So this is a little bit hard to visualize, but down at the bottom, your tasks are like executing Maven, starting a Docker instance, pushing code to Nexus, running shell scripts, you can split it up however you want. There's a lot of flexibility in this. So this is kind of an overall diagram just showing you, what's possible, and these are running in parallel. So you can have multiple tasks, you can have different processes running in parallel. So you could be building your main code base, testing regression on data migration, and be doing that all in parallel.
Same agent?
Actually, I haven't tested that. I don't know how that licensing works for the agents. I think you might need more than one agent for doing that. And so for navigation through, it's over on the left when you log into Jira. There's like a drop-down, so depending upon what applications you purchased. You can also purchase Confluence and Fisheye and all kinds of things. And then for the first time, if you create an account to get up and running, you go in there, you create a new plan. So you just go into the hamburger menu over on the left, you select Bamboo, then you go to create a new plan. And you go through and you select your project. In this case, this is the book from the EJB3 in Action book, and project keys, and set it all up. Link the repositories together so that it knows to monitor the repository, which branches is monitoring. This stuff all supports building multiple branches. So as you're branching, it'll actually build the other branches as well if you tell it to, or let it know that you want it to build branches. And then in terms of task configuration, so this is where you basically set up the lists of tasks that are in a job. So this one's very simple. It does source code checkout, and then it executes a Maven build, and the Maven build is what pushes it up into Nexus. And you'll see there's a couple of slides, and then we specify over what build JDK do we want to use, and any properties that we want to pass in. Now, you might be wondering, how do we pass configuration properties to the build, right? Because we're going to fire up an instance up in the cloud. How are we going to tell it what database we want it to connect to and all of that? Well, we can provide variables as a part of the build that will then get substituted in, basically environment variables that we can then use in our build process to do that. So in this case right here, I'm specifying the test database and user that I want to use for the build process, for the regression tests. So those properties get passed in, and as you can see here, I've got basically a Maven task that will pull those out of the environment and substitute them into my persistence.xml files, so that my JPA stuff will be able to test against the database. Okay. And then for local testing, I just set up my m2.m2 properties file with those same properties, so I can run the build both up in the cloud and also locally on my machine. You can do all kinds of very sophisticated things with the Maven stuff in terms of different profiles and which profiles are up and running. So you can actually create a profile for building up in the cloud versus a profile for building on your desktop machine. And no, that is not the password that I use. So the tasks that they have that you can access, you've got quite a few different tasks. So you've got AWS code deploy. So remember before where I said the AWS had the code deploy stuff, so you can actually tie Atlassian into the AWS code deploy, for deploying it out over a cluster of machines if you've got that configured. They've got support for Docker, so this is support for running Docker instances, for creating images, and all the rest of it. So you actually you have full support for Docker in there. And I'll get to it a little bit later in the presentation, but I've started using Docker for doing some of the regression tests where I want to create a test environment and then rip it down and toss it away, because I don't want to have to pay for instance, right now I'm using it for the database testing, because I don't want to have to pay for a database all the time when it just is used for regression testing, because I want to throw it away after I run the regression tests, and performance isn't that important. So this is a more example here where I start up the Docker instance at the beginning. I'll have a slide for it in a minute. So now, in terms of starting the agents, Bamboo has basically, you can think of them as VMs pre-configured with their agents on them that you run on your Amazon account. And they'll launch and start them on the Amazon account, provide the credentials so that they know how to connect to them. You don't have to deal with any of this. You don't have to deal with setting up the agent so that they can talk to it. They take care of all of that. So you just use one of their AMIs that they provide. So you've got a number of different ones that they provide. So usually what I do is I start off and I pick one of the Bamboo AMIs that I want to start with, and then I'm going to customize it because I don't want it going out and retrieving stuff all the time. So I want to have Node.js, the npm installed on it, pre-configured with stuff run on it already. So what I do is I find their Bamboo instance. I use Bamboo to launch the instance. I then go over to Amazon, find the address of the machine, SSH into it, install the software that I want on the machine, maybe upgrade their version of Java 8 that they have to the most recent or something like that. So I customize it, and then I take a snapshot. So I use the Amazon tools because at any point you can take a snapshot of a VM, say, okay, I'm done, take a quick snapshot of this. So I take a snapshot of it. I go back over to Atlassian and I say, here's a VM that I want you to be aware of. And so I punch in the VM's AMI number, and now Atlassian knows about the customized VM that I've created over there, and they can launch it. So this is how they provide a stock image. I go out, I customize it, I tell them about it, and then they can launch it after that. So that's very easy to do. Now for Bamboo and testing, so I'm doing a bunch of things up in testing. This is getting more to the Java EE side of things. So I'm doing a full suite of testing up there. So I'm creating environments for testing, multiple things, because I can fire up multiple VMs and have them hit on my server. And I can, one of the things I've been working on is actually testing where I deploy the application into a Docker instance, and then I use the Docker tracking tools for monitoring performance to see how it reacts, so I can capture that information. And this is stuff that is very easy to set up. So I can fire up multiple instances. I can test what it's like with a load balancer. I can experiment with that. I can actually test JavaScript code, test it under heavy load, and I'm actually using Phantom.js along with Selenium on Archillion. So what I do is I actually fire up the Java EE container using Archillion, and then I fire up Selenium and Phantom.js as the web browser, and I test the JavaScript, the client-side JavaScript code going against the back end. And because I'm using Docker instances for the database, I know that I'm starting in a known state for the database. I know that the app server is up and running, and I can reconfigure and test things so I can verify, what happens in the event that somebody goes in to create an account that already exists. I can test all of those situations easily with that. So this allows me to easily test, RESTful endpoints, WebSockets, test security, retrieving resources that you shouldn't have access to check JavaScript code, do unit testing on JavaScript code, but also do JavaScript testing where it's in the browser with a backend that's set up without having to spend weeks writing shell scripts and all kinds of things with sleeps in it. Say, okay, bring up the server, wait 5 minutes because it'll warm up, and then go off and run my test. So I'm actually doing full end-to-end testing. You can also testing for failures. What happens if the database gets yanked out from underneath it, and then also bad data. So there's a lot of things that you can do. And so with the Amazon cloud stuff, I can actually create basically this virtual private cloud and have different test clients up there running against different servers, against load balancers, and test these types of deployments to see how they happen. You can even create Docker instances and use the Elastic Beanstalk so that as more users hit your site, they start spinning up VMs. You just have to be careful that you don't have somebody do a denial of service attack against you, because they'll still send you the bill. So this is one of those things that this stuff is extremely powerful, but if your script gets out of hand, like you write one of those, you're using the web services API and you've accidentally loop over and say, start me 32,000 VMs, it will start you 32,000 VMs. So there's extreme power here because you have instant access to it. So for the application that I'm going to demonstrate with all of this is the Connecticut Java Users Group web application. So it's a Java EE7 application running on Glassfish 4.1, PostgreSQL. It's a Maven-based build, although I have a branch where I've been working on getting Gradle up and running and doing everything over in Gradle. The main pain points have been Archillion support and the Selenium testing stuff that I've been doing. So it's a modularized architecture. There's a separate data model with DAOs. There's a mobile web application that I've been working on as a part of this. And so this is the overall code structure. So we've got basically the core data model up there, CT Web, a migrate module, which migrates it from the old website over Connecticut. An admin application for administering it, and then the mobile application, which is a Cordova HTML5 application. And if you go up there right now, the application isn't running. I finally got the SSL certificates configured correctly. So now I can deploy the app. So the first thing is with testing with the DAOs, because the DAO layer is separate. So in integration in the testing, I want to be able to test this. So this is where CDI comes in. So I can test the DAO layer. This is all being done up in the cloud. So I create because this is in Java SE, because the core part does not run in a container when you run the unit tests. So I start up a weld container to initialize it, to get it up and running, and then I provide basically an alternate implementation of the DAO to provide an entity manager in there, so I can then write tests to test the DAOs, creating meetings and verifying that all the database code works correctly at the core level before I even get to the EJB level. Now moving on, and then this is the Maven POM file, where I pull in the the database setting, the database drivers and everything else. But all of this stuff gets provided by the container, so that's why it's all marked under test. Now Archillion, this is where the fun really starts. Archillion allows you to basically do embedded testing and dynamically build up jar files containing all of your Java EE code on the fly. So it uses something called shrink wrap, which allows you to dynamically create WAR files. So in the past, if you're writing stuff, say 10 years ago, you had to, write scripts to build up WAR files to then test them, deploy them. You had to write all kinds of really nasty code, very often in shell scripts for doing testing. So this ties in as basically a test runner and allows you to boot up Glassfish in a container. Run your unit tests in a container against the backend, but it allows you to control what services actually get started. So I don't want to have the startups, the EJBs that are marked startup singletons. I don't want those to execute, so I don't include those with the WAR file. So it only runs a subset of the application, so I can test specific subsets of the application. I don't have the whole thing firing off when I do the deployment. And as a part of that, most recently, I've started using Docker, as I mentioned, so that during the integration testing, I can fire up a Docker instance for the database, and it runs the Liquibase scripts for instantiating the database initially, for populating the schema into it, and then at the end, once it finishes up on that build agent, the Docker instance is destroyed and it goes away. So I don't have to worry about maintaining a database that I then have to worry about scripts having failed, leaving database tables around, which then screws up the next run of the integration testing. So this I get all for free. I didn't have to write any scripts or do anything in order to do this. All I had to do was go into the Bamboo, say I want a Docker task, punch in my Docker image, which is Postgres, and because that's coming from the Docker Hub, I didn't have to provide any repository information because it assumes that, which is Postgres there, that is pulling it from the main Docker Hub repository. So it goes out there, grabs Postgres for me, and then starts it up, and then I map the ports down below so it's on the default ports on the host. So that's where, and it detaches the container so that the container can run in the background while my integration tests are running. So by the time it gets to actually running my integration testing, I've got a full database that's been stood up. Okay. So the testing of the infrastructure, I test, using this type of setup, you can test the EJBs, web service endpoints. Everything is running in Archillion, so actually I stand up and test the full container, the full app in the container, and then I use Archillion plus Selenium and PhantomJS and Jasmine to test the JavaScript code with the EJB. So I'm standing up a full thing where I'm running, where I've got the EJBs running, I've got web services running, and I'm making calls from the JavaScript code into the backend and verifying that my JavaScript code actually works correctly. And then using the AWS command line stuff, I can set up Docker instances out there and deploy stuff and run tests out there so I can provide a complete image and test it out there. Now with Archillion, running a unit test where you're actually running code inside of Glassfish is really easy. I use a run with Archillion. I inject my EJBs. I also have this test support beam, which is also only in that class path there, which will create and clear out. We'll basically set an initial state in the database because I want certain records to exist in the database, certain accounts to exist, etc., at least when I'm running the integration testing. And then I build up my archive using shrink wrap, basically build up the WAR file on the fly. So basically I'm just adding, and it pulls in everything from each one of the packages that those classes are. So it only pulls in the classes that I tell it to, so that I don't end up with services that are going to actually go out and try talking to other systems. So I say, well, I want to run this very specific test with this very specific set of class files, and I want to test how that behaves. I don't want to pull in something that's going to start talking to, the Eventbrite, or any of the other services that I use. I don't want the thing to start, phoning home to different things. Oops. So anyway, so that's extremely powerful. And then my configuration file, and I can actually use this. I can provide different configuration files for Wildfly, for Tommy E+, for WebLogic, and I can actually, up there on the cloud, run regression testing against all of the different Java EE containers if I wanted to.
Have you ever tried with Wildfly using Archillion?
Yes. Yep. Oh yeah, because it's the JBoss project with Archillion, so they've got very good support for it. Yep.
You know, if this Archillion is slightly off topic, but can we test EJB 2.0s? Do you want to EJBs?
Yeah.
We can.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you won't get the dependent. So the question was whether you can use Archillion with EJB2s. I mean, as long as it's a modern container, I mean, like the current version of WebLogic. But if you're running an old EJB2 application, yes. What Archillion does is it fires up the app container for you because all of the current, starting with the EE6, you've got that embedded profile. So it starts it up, and so it can start up the container, and then you could get references to your EJB2s and test with those. And then this is a test right here. This is using the JAX RS, the client-side API, to test making web service calls. So I'm actually testing. So first, what I do is, as part of the testing process, is I first test all of my web services using Java code on both ends. Right, the Java code is calling Java code and passing in objects and doing the testing that way. Then after it passes that, then I move on to the tests using actual JavaScript, where I test the same APIs using JavaScript to verify that they work from JavaScript. Because if this doesn't work, the chances of the JavaScript code working are, this is much easier to debug than JavaScript code. And then this is just showing basically some skeleton code for using it. Now with this one, this is not using the PhantomJS driver. This is using the Firefox one. And what this will actually do is you'll actually see the Firefox window pop up, and you'll see it run the Jasmine tests. And you'll see the report, and then what you have to do, sadly enough, is you have to screen scrape it to find out whether it succeeded or failed. But this allows you to run the JavaScript. So what this is doing is this Archillion has fired up the container Glassfish, and then when this test runs, it fires up the web browser, runs my JavaScript code that it pulls down from the server. Now I also have basically test JavaScript code, basically unit tests written in JavaScript code that gets loaded into a page. So basically I have specific pages that pull in specific JavaScript files to test them. So I don't have to test test-specific pages. I'm not doing page-based testing. I'm writing up actual unit tests in JavaScript that then pull in specific files from the server. So it goes out and retrieves, the registration.js file and uses that to test. And then pulling in Selenium is very straightforward. This is actually much more complicated than that once you get into Selenium. The Phantom.js stuff. And with that, I'll hop over to a little bit of code. So this is the registration. So this is one of the tests here. So this is actually using the Phantom.js for the testing. So you can see this is the headless one so that I can run it up on Amazon, because the Amazon instances do not have a windowing system installed, so you can't actually install Firefox on them and use the Firefox driver. You can, there are instructions out there for setting up a virtual frame buffer and then installing and compiling Firefox on that. So in that case, you'd start off with an AMI from Bamboo, customize it, add the virtual frame buffer in there, add in, compile Firefox on it, and then you could actually use the Firefox browser, and that would actually pop up and run the full thing, and you can test things. You can interrogate the DOM model and do all kinds of tests that would test that type of stuff. So it gives you full testing in between, and then down below we have basically I'm just looking for if it contains failure in the thing to say that the unit test failed. And so this is the full example before for testing the WAR file. Oh, nope, that's not the most recent code. And then I have, as a part of this, there are so I have the spec runner from Jasmine, where I pull in all of the files, the Jasmine files to run the test, and then the actual unit test are in here. And so this is one of the tests that test registration. So this is a Jasmine JavaScript test. So this is actually testing because I've abstracted my JavaScript code, so it's nice and clean, the code that talks to the back-end server, and this is running a regression test against it, and how you can actually capture the output from this to capture the fact that log and success. And if you put a sleep in there, if you're debugging it locally, you can actually go over into Firefox and fire up the debugger for when your integration tests fail, right? So you can actually you actually do have control over that. And then I'll release the source code later, but the configuration for the Phantom.js is a bit more complicated. For that, and then in terms of testing WebSockets, because you have a WebSocket, so this is the WebSocket endpoint, right, for doing basic check functionality that's in there. And then using the client-side WebSocket stuff with Yarkilian, I can test all of my WebSocket logic as well. So I can test everything. I can test both ends, all the AJAX code, web services, everything can be tested this way. And then a touch on PhoneGap a little bit. PhoneGap is the cloud-based phone system cloud-based solution from Adobe. It's basically a Cordova, so you can go into NetBeans and create an Apache Cordova project, check it into GitHub, and then you can go into the Adobe site and point it at your GitHub account like I did for the Jira, and it will actually check out and build for Android, for iOS, and for Windows Mobile. And I don't know if they have any other phones in there, but there's a free tier where you get one private project. That will check out and build your code, and you provide your credentials into it. So you provide your the keys that Apple provides you, the keys that Google provides you, the private keys and everything. So you provide them to them, and they build you an executable that you can then download. If it's an iPhone, you can deploy it onto your phone, or you could submit it to the Apple Store. So that's kind of rounds out the whole thing. So you can do full tests. You can build just about anything, as you can see here. This is when I was in the process of setting it up a while back, or setting up the keys, entering in the keys for iOS and configuring all of that. And so using these tools, they really allow you to create the next garage startup, right? Because all of this stuff, this is all out there. You can download and play with it for $27 a month for 5 cents an hour for using the compute services. If you decide not to use it, you can just shut things down. Now the Atlassian stuff can fire up VMs for you at specific schedules, so you can have like those build things where it's only 5 cents an hour. You can have it do your continuous integration builds every night at 11 o'clock and shut it down after it's done. So you don't have to have this stuff up and running all of the time. There are mobile applications so that you can see what's going on your phone with your Amazon account and also with your Bamboo account. So you can see the stuff. All of that stuff is also scriptable. So anyway, this is extremely powerful that, if you're looking at starting up a company, you already have a company, this has lowered the bar quite a bit, enabling anybody to start up a company. You don't have to spend $50,000 to set up a server closet. You don't have to go out and buy servers for 5 cents an hour. You can do that. And with the Amazon stuff, besides just Linux VMs, there are, and this goes for some of the other providers as well, they have like Windows VMs. So you can actually fire up Windows and say run JavaFX applications up there, desktop applications. So this is extremely, extremely powerful in terms of what you're able to do. And so that's the Twitter feed for Connecticut Java Users Group. My email if you need to get a hold of me and my 2 books. So thank you very much. And if anybody has any questions.
How long did all of this take you?
Not that long. No, so this is all done on initially, because we have a completely separate tool chain at work. This is all what I've done on my own. Yeah. And yeah, no, this is, no, this doesn't take, you could be up and running within the next hour. You could have, from where you sit right now, you could open up your laptop, create an Amazon account, and have a Linux VM up and running in probably less than 10 minutes. And then go in there and create the Atlassian accounts. Everything would be pre-configured for you. It would take you maybe 10 minutes to link it to your GitHub account, because that can be a little confusing. Yes?
So how long have you been working in this is kind of a DevOps kind of thing, all these systems? It seems very familiar to you.
See, I'm not DevOps at all at work. I just do coding. I don't really do anything with DevOps. And that's the reason I like this stuff, is that I hate installing software. I hate sitting there configuring. Nothing puts me in a worse mood than trying to upgrade my operating system, because I just want stuff to work. I want to write code and that's it. But I want the benefits of this. So to answer your question, I've been fiddling with this for about 2 years now, and it's gotten more and more sophisticated. The hardest part about this is just keeping up with all the new cool services that they're adding, like the ability to test mobile phones out on Amazon on actual devices, and so forth. So no, so I'm not a DevOps. I'm not a full-time DevOps person. So that's why this makes all of this accessible to everybody. That's what's so changing about this, is that you can. I was talking with a guy, I think last week, that was starting up kind of like a small open source project and was using all of this type of stuff for doing that. And I think I can have on my account, I can host upwards of like 20 developers. So you can start out small with just yourself, add your friends to it. You maintain complete control over it. You can set roles and permissions. You can spend a whole day going over how to set up all of that stuff. But everything is there. Everything is well documented. There's videos for how to do all of this stuff. This is real. I can't stress how easy this stuff is and how fun it is to do this.
I had a question on, you deploy to EC2,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm struggling with why not deploy to Elastic Beanstalk. I know in the background it builds up an EC2 instance,
Yep.
but you don't have to worry about the AMIs, you just have it. So kind of what's
Yeah,
the
I'm not.
decision point there?
Elastic Beanstalk, I think more of like a production type thing where you're trying to roll, you're hosting the Olympics website, and this week you have 0 traffic, but when the Olympics comes around, your traffic is going to go up to millions of people hitting you at the same time. That's what Elastic Beanstalk is more meant for, right? Because it just keeps banging out instances, and then when the traffic drops down, it begins removing those instances and going back down. So that's where Elastic Beanstalk comes in. You create that runs off of Docker images, and I think uses Chef, if I remember right. It's been a while since I haven't had a use case for myself where I could even generate the traffic necessary for doing that. Any other questions? Everybody excited? Going to go home and start your garage company? There's actually, I think there's a conference over at Pier 27, which is how to start your own company this week. That's going on right now, actually. Yeah, I'll get it up there onto the web. I'll get it up onto the site. Thank you.
I'm from Connecticut. I work for Towers Insurance.
Ah, nice.
So when do you meet for City Java if I want to join? It's monthly you meet? Or?
Yeah, try to meet monthly, yeah.
Yeah, and where
Yep.
is that? Where
We